Good evening, race fans, and welcome to Podium Esports and its coverage of the 2021 All-American Esports 400. Live tonight from the virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Justin Prince. Alongside me in the booth tonight is Kenneth Bueno and Terry Radford. Our producer tonight is Ryan Bauer down in the virtual production trailer. He is using cameras created by the great Dougie Beard. Thank you for tuning in tonight, whether you're watching along on iRacing.com/live, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or on Twitter. It's night 2 of action-packed racing here from the fairgrounds, and first things first, Kenneth, the pressure is on for many competitors tonight. It's one of the biggest events in all of short track racing on the iRacing service, and these drivers look to try and put themselves into the record books.
You know, what's so fantastic about real-world super short-track events like this one, Justin, is the fact that you can put a very comparative one in the sim and have that same pressure, have that same prestige, and have the same level of competition. These drivers tonight have been either in the sim for many years, have driven in this event past years, and are looking for either redemption, maybe some newfound success, or repetitive success here tonight from Nashville Fairgrounds. It's going to be a lot of fun. These guys are going to put it all on the line.
And Terry, keep in mind, many of these drivers had some very dominant performances in day one of this year's All-American Esports 400. Plenty of great competitors went to victory lane. Amongst those who are in today's events, Parker Retzlaff, Alex McCullough.
Yeah, those two had great speed yesterday at the small track and the big track. I look forward to seeing them put the momentum forward today. We're racing for a guitar. I got the cowboy hat going. Ain't nothing better than a bow tie. It's time to go racing for some old ponying up in the Music City, baby.
When you said bow tie, I didn't think about the potential of the cowboy hat as well. Keep in mind, that's amongst your super late low prizes. We'll get to that in a bit as we take a look at your Google Earth for tonight for Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And Kenneth, this track brings plenty of intense racing action amongst its history.
It definitely does, Justin. A track opened back in 1958, and it's only a quarter-mile track. That means everything is oh so intimate at this very short track in the middle of Nashville, Tennessee. 18 degrees of banking over in the turn, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Maybe some multiple grooves to show here tonight. 3 degrees on the straightaways, and we've got a beautiful track and an old one as well to really punish these guys and to make them work. 1958 was kind of the opening, but 1904 is where all the origins were held, Justin, and it is a beautiful location. It's a beautiful track, and we are ready for some racing. These guys are ready to take the historic Nashville Speedway and put it to its test here in iRacing.
Absolutely, this is going to be an intriguing night of action, to say the very least. These drivers have put in plenty of work in preparation for tonight's festivities, and it's time to take a look at how they'll start for this year's Pro Late Model feature for the All-American eSports 400. Alex McCollum takes the pole position, as well as a $50 prize courtesy of Full Throttle Race Parts, with Dylan Bates on the outside front row. He's the defending winner of this feature. Parker Retzlaff and Jeffrey McConey start in row 2, with Eric Tracy in 5th position. Rounding out your top 6 tonight, Terry, Guillaume Hesno.
We got Presley Sora, Steele Langford in row 4, Latham Joyner and Jake Silva row 5, Brandon Hughes and Richard McGunney in row 6.
And behind them back to 13th, row number 7 to 14th as well. Peyton Hamlin, the 19, will roll off from the inside. Preston Boers to his outside. Joey Masowicz in the 40. The 64 machine will line up on the inside of row 8. James Watson, Zach Coyer, and Carden Cochran in the 11 machine to row number 9 in P18.
Rounding out the top 20 starting positions, it's Jay Blankman and Jonathan Smith, followed by Kenny Kibbe. Keep an eye on him, with Miles Morris in 22nd. Well-known railroad racer Derek Kraus starts in 23rd position tonight, with Bill Rose in 24th. And rounding out the field this evening, the spotter, known for his work in real-world racing and in NASCAR, Brendan Wilkerson. Tonight's weather conditions: 75, make it 73 degrees Fahrenheit, 84 degrees is the track temp, as it is October 31st, 2021 in sim day, just past 1 p.m. with partly cloudy skies here at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Now keep in mind, the winner of this Pro Late Model feature will come away with an iRacing flag as their prize this evening. It's going to be entertaining to see how things fare out. 126 laps on the docket tonight, Kenneth.
It's going to be a lot to give in terms of strategy. Some drivers are going to be looking for maybe a long approach to this race, maybe a short track, aggressive approach to this race. It is going to be a lot of fun here at this point, as we're going to get here. Let's say hello, everybody, all the way over here. You see some of the drivers, us 3 up in the booth, Justin and Terry alongside. And these drivers, you can either already see the focus before they even get started on the pace laps. Justin, we're ready for the green flag, and a lot of fun here tonight.
Terry changes from a cowboy hat pretty quick, to say the very least. But these drivers look to try and charge their way around the racetrack here at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Second annual running of the All-American eSports 400. And remember, it came down to an under-the-lights final lap dodge of a big incident. On a turn 4 for Dylan Bates to win. This year's race is underway. The green flag raises here from Nashville. And a great start for Alex McCollum, already pulling away by 2-3 car lengths. Parker Retzlaff trying to clear on by for second. The rest of the competitors trying to get single file, but Bates does not want to give up second easily, as the caution is out for the first time tonight. It's Miles Morris at the back of the field, who flips upside down as a result of contact in front, triggered by Derek Kraus.
There's a big stack 'em up, Justin, in turn 3, where the 3 machine, Miles Moore's got in trouble. Look at that 3 wide here. Derek Kraus kind of sent it in the corner. The 20 machine of Jay Blankman goes up into the 3 machine of Morse, who was just trying to avoid it all. And already we have just a big incident here on the first lap of the race. Take on board look with Kraus. And I mentioned the short approach to these races. Drivers looking for an aggressive motive to start this event. Kraus was looking for it. Same deal with the 14 up ahead of him. Just got caught up in the bottleneck, tagged both of them, and of course, indirectly sends the 3 upside down for the first time here tonight.
Not the way those drivers definitely wanted this to begin, Terry, as the first EOL of the evening has been awarded. As expected, Derek Kraus is awarded that honor.
Well, I think this is just, you know, you're fast, you're trying to get to the front. You know, he was really coming through the field like a hot potato, but he's got to be patient. It's just like in the real world here. You have to be patient coming through here. And Nashville's, especially the fairgrounds, is one of the tracks that is bumpy on the bottom. So the harder you go through the center off the exit, the more your car's going to bounce up and down. He's going to have to calm down. We got a lot of laps to go here.
Absolutely, and these drivers currently taking some of them away as several getting repairs done. Kraus amongst them as well as expected. Miles Morris. These respective drivers getting themselves grouped together, and keep in mind some of these drivers with real-world experience, some of them have in turn become some of the best short-track racers in the service. McCollum has been known for racing the real world in various different types of cars. He's been one of its top competitors. Parker Retzlaff, known for racing the real world as well when it comes to Berkman Art Series competition on the east side in particular. He's also one of the top short track racers and also trying to make a run at the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. But don't forget, there's plenty of talent mixed in towards the mid-pack as well, Canada through this field as we get ready for the race start. 2 to go still.
There's a lot of drivers, Justin, to watch forward in this field. It's not just the big names that we're looking at here tonight. Yes, they do have talent. Yes, there are people that are probably going to be in contention for the win here tonight over the course of 126 laps. But don't forget the guys behind them, the Preston Boers, the Latham Joyners, the Jake Sylvias, the Brandon Hughes, all those guys in the middle of the field. They earned their spot into this feature for a reason, and that's because they've got speed, they've got consistency, and they're really able to give these guys a run for their money. So as we go 1 to green, we'll take an eye on them, Justin, but we'll see if we can get a proper restart here, maybe get some couple laps under green.
See if that's exactly what we get here. Amongst the biggest movers early, Brandon Wilkinson was able to dodge that incident to move up 5 positions. Kenny Kibbe's up 3. No, Rose, couple have gained 2. Jay Blankman has lost the most spots on track. 5 spots lost to 24th position. But a delayed green given here as they are trying to sort things out, as Jay Blankman was initially sorted in front of the race leaders here, and that will get things figured out here before we take the green flag here. And keep in mind, having a lap car start in front like this would cause some confusion, of course.
Yeah, that'd be a bit of a cluster, but a lot of these drivers here raced last night. They know what this track's going to feel like. They know how it's going to progress over the time. We've seen Parker Redcliffe yesterday. He got to the second lane. He was utilizing the middle portion. But the one big story coming out of yesterday would have to be the man in the 64 running 13th right now. He has a certain somebody's face on the back end of his car. Pretty good looking face too, I must say.
Green flag is back out. We're underway once more for the All-American eSports 400. And look at that pull from Parker Retzlaff. He nearly cleared by for the race lead through turns 1 and 2. He's got the pull down the backstretch to nearly clear on by the 10.
I think whatever was a good chance here, Justin, to get a good start on lap number 1 kind of failed. Was in a fight with Dylan Bates for second, but now he's got all the momentum up top on the high of 18 degrees of banking here at Nashville Fairgrounds, still putting it to McCollum. Top 3 breaking away. Jeff McConey sitting back and forth.
Take a look on board. Dylan Bates, he's one of the drivers entered for the real world All-American 400 in the Pro Late Models, currently riding in 3rd position. Cold beer cameras on board Cam. And you can tell just how important this race lead control can be as they bump each other because the car's in front of them. Caution is out. McCollum's in the wall.
That's a tough break right there, but you saw the 20 was up against the wall, was spun out. The same car that had the issue on the initial start of this race. It just made the leader pinch down. As we take a look at the replay, you just see that Parker he's going to come down the racetrack here just a moment. They're going to make slight contact because there's nowhere for the 42 to go. He either has to pinch or go into the side of the 20. Smart move, but a tough break for Alex McCollum. His night could potentially come to an end right here.
How in the world did the 20 get there is my biggest question, because they had no idea this was happening since no one was around Blankman to trigger a caution until right about there.
Well, Justin, this comes into the point I was talking about earlier with the bumps in the racetrack. You just see how it just hops. You come into the corner, you get low. You can get as low as you potentially want to, but it's how you can control it. He comes down, Blankman's going to try to get off the exit, and as soon as he does, the back end just wants to kick. He goes around and hard in the wall he goes, and chaos ensued for the leaders.
That is extremely unfortunate, we'll say, though, Kenneth, for McCollum. Significant damage as a result of that to the front end sides of his car. He absolutely got the worst possible timing for that situation.
Yeah, and I can think of many times, Justin, where McCollum has been up at the front, dominating races, and all of a sudden something happens, something small, and kind of the margin of error is so slim that he gets caught up in something or he gets damaged by another car. And right there, just like Terry said, I mean, the 42 Retzlaff, he's trying to avoid the spun 20 on the top of the banking, and he has nowhere to go but to the bottom of the racetrack, and that, of course, makes contact with McCollum. McCollum also gets coupled with the hard bumps all the way tucked on that yellow line, and of course, he's around with some damage. That's really going to set him back in the field. P22nd with some damage. There are no fast repairers in this race, Justin, so whatever he has, he's going to have to deal with for the rest of the night.
We're under caution now on lap 13, coming to lap 14. We'd like to take the time to remind you at one of the sponsors, giving a prize to the winner of this race, iRacing Flag Visual Flag System. The latest version of the iRacing iFlag visual system is better than ever and even easier to install. For more information, please visit iRacingIFlag.com and use the code PODIUMFAN for 15% off anything. Big thank you to iRacing iFlag for your support of Podium Esports. So we're under caution once more for the second time tonight. And right now, a couple things to know. Moore still getting significant repairs after being flipped upside down. Blankman expected, and the longest line penalty. The tough thing for McCollum, 22nd place now, with Parker Retzlaff, your race leader, now in this one, Terry.
Yeah, I'm looking here at some of the guys in the top three, in particular Jeffrey McConey. He does a great job building setups. We saw him last night have a lot of speed. He was able to drive to the front. Couldn't really get to the top five. But tonight, he's there. Look at him in this onboard shot. Look at him talking with his hands. He's just sitting there just like, he doesn't know what to do with them. But you're on camera, Jeff. Smile and wave.
Smile and wave indeed tonight. Smile and wave. He's got the full VR experience for this evening. McConey having a stellar race so far in this one. We get ready for the restart. Ace car off. They're bumping and painting through turn 4. Green flags back out as Retzlaff with a big jump.
You can tell right there, Justin Bates was anxious to get this race started and wanted to get sort of that outside jump that Retzlaff had on Alex McCollum just in that last restart. They're going to tuck in single file, but it's an absolute hornet's nest behind there. McConey, who we saw was at one point P4, he's now back to P about 5, P6, as he's getting absolutely hounded by the rest of the field.
There were some tempers over the radio as well. He started to push up the track and bounced off the door of the now third place car, Steele Langford, and he's under attack from just about everybody. Eric Tracy, Presley Sora, amongst those bottled up behind. Jeffrey McConey now in his 00 machine, 109 to go.
You just see the stack up they have there when you get off the yellow line at this racetrack. It might be the bumpiest part of the track, but it's the fastest way around here. And we heard yesterday, we heard it from McConey himself. This is a driver's track. His 67 gets loose there on the bottom, about took the entire field with him, but it's a driver's racetrack. The setup is just meaningless here. There's nothing the setup can do that can help you. You're going to be tired at the end of this one.
Keep in mind, all that you mentioned, we've seen the onboard with Dylan Bates over the back bumper of Parker Retzlaff has allowed the top two to pull away by nearly a full second over the rest of the pack. Of note, Alex McCollum has parked his machine for this race. He is your second DNF of the Pro Late Model feature for the All-American eSports 400. Now looking on board in the heart of the pack at the moment, for a split second, as you see how things fare out right now with some of the smoke being kicked up, and oh my goodness, in front of them there's a car upside down. Caution is out for the third time. That is Preston Boers, who flipped upside down along the flag stand.
You know what, Justin, when I saw them three it out wide off of turn 4, I thought this isn't good, and it didn't result in something quite positive for a lot of these drivers. It's a big crash off the 4th corner, coming back to the start-finish line. Watch Preston Boers gets way loose in the middle of the racetrack, and then all of a sudden inside goes a car. I believe that's the 111 or the 11 actually of Carter Cochran, and then right there 29 gets sent up into the wall. And I guess we can probably get a flip counter started here, Justin. We've already had 2 in the opening 22 laps.
Yeah, that is absolutely unbelievable. Good initial first save, but as you see, several more were trying to get to the outside. Here's the view from Cochran. All opens up quickly for Cochran to drive on by as a couple more behind him. Pin pawn off that machine. Hayden Hamlin was the car that got to the outside of Preston Boers. Right as they made contact off the corner, there is that right here.
Cars are getting more airtime than Jeff Bezos going to space, but it's interesting to see these cars going upside down here at the fairgrounds. It's incidental contact like that where you have no room. 2-3 wide doesn't work here all that well. They come off the exit of the corner, and I mean, it's no man's land right there, especially when you're against the wall.
Incredible incident. Of note, the first car who flipped, Miles Morse, he's back on the racetrack after nearly 10 minutes of damage repair. Downside is he's 19 laps down. We're under caution, approaching 100 laps to go already in this year's Pro late model feature. We already got the one to go signal as well. The highest of the drivers who have had to come in for service this respective race is Derek Kraus, who was the trigger for caution 1 of the day. It's now already inside the top 14. He's one of your biggest movers, along with Brandon Wilkinson. iRacing pace car ready to drop off the racetrack here. Bates squeezing down on Retzlaff. Green flags back out. We're racing once more from Nashville.
Solid start again for the race leader, Parker Retzlaff, but an even better one here, Justin, for the 33. Steele Langford finally gets to the inside. This time it's going to be for P2. So on the bottom, he goes to Dylan Bates. Maybe he can give him a run for his money as well as you run on board just behind them. That's Guillaume Hesnon, the 68 machine. Watch his look at the battle for P2 so far. And everybody else about 2 wide, a couple rows deep. But here comes Langford, going to be able to clear the 91 for a moment.
They're not done yet as Bates makes contact with the corner panel. Bit of a check up there as the Frenchman drives to the inside. Keep in mind that 68 machine, he is driving from France tonight. Seen with the France car logos, and now he's turning Bates around. Caution is out once more, and Bates just got the luck of the race so far. No damage outside of the left front fender for the 91.
That's tough, but you just see him coming in the corner right here. Just nowhere to go. You saw the focus on the Frenchman's face. He was more focused than me looking at a bean burrito, and he just saved it. Look at that. Just absolutely drove the wheels off that thing, got her back around straight. And this is not a place that you can say, I spun it, didn't hit the wall. He spun it, did no damage whatsoever, and is going to continuously be able to race this race. Just look how beautiful that is on the 91.
That little tiny tap from the front end of the 68 did give a left front dent to it, but that's about it. It could have been worse in the 4th caution flag of the race. Here's an air view. This is from Presway Sora, the youngster, known for his good speed. How to show off his ability to dodge this one and check up in time, and just does.
He gives him a little tap there, but of course, that's pretty much just consolidatory. He knows that he already made it past that wreck. But one of the great things about short track racing, Justin, is just how narrow the spaces is, and then you find the creative ways in which drivers are able to slow down, the reaction time, and of course, where they put their car placement-wise to be able to get around that incident. It's a beautiful job by Presley Sora to avoid having more cars a part of that and to clear it as obviously the 91. Give him credit. What a save it was out of turn 2.
On this note, I'd like to give a shout out to Race Control of William Hale, known for racing at this track. He's also going to be a competitor in the real world All-American 100. DJ Lyon, Brandon Davis for the work they have done throughout this event and throughout their time in sim racing. EOL has just been given to the 68, so now he'll drop to the back of the pack. Under 100 laps to go already in this respective race so far, and what do you think's going through the mind of someone, say, in the middle of the pack, Kenneth? Because some of the drivers have really charged on forward. We talked about Kraus. He lost a couple off the last start. But how about Kenny Kibbe, who's had to dodge several incidents, including flipping cars twice? He's already outside the top 10 just about.
It's been a nice job for Kenny Kibbe nonetheless to go up +10 and to try and continue on that endeavor. But Justin, if you're somebody in the middle of the pack, the first instinct you have as a driver is to get out of it. You don't want to be a part of 2 wide, 3 wide. You don't want to be in the place where all the madness can ensue. Because at the front of the field, we haven't seen too much. We've seen some contact, but you know you're probably going to be more separated. There's going to be a better chance, half space to get around incidents and to obviously be ahead of all the mess and the mayhem. So for these drivers in the midfield, it's about getting out. They don't want to stay there, because if they stay there any longer, they're only increasing the percentages of getting involved in an incident and getting damage, which pretty much nobody wants to have.
With that, right now, drivers coming up to 95 laps to go, as it's going to be an intriguing next few stages of this respective race, or parts, I should say, here, Terry. It's been fun so far, but there's also been the trouble of attrition that has come into play for some competitors.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have the luxury of having the best damn snowblowers in the world from LaRue to blow your competition out of the way. You actually have to drive your way to the front. So they're going to have to find ways to get around here without hitting the bumps. Going to be challenging, but Kibby's doing a great job moving up 11.
We'll see how things play out here with 94 laps to go. Green flags back out. Racing once more from Nashville. Parker Retzlaff with a good launch. Steele Langford holds on to second. But already Jeffrey McConey wants his top 3 spots back. He bumps Bates for it. Slipping and sliding goes to 91. McConey tries to run to the bottom. And now Bates comes down on him. McConey spins it out. A big pile up as the caution waves.
Oh, man.
A huge crash. That was a 98 machine, by the way, Justin, that went up. Presley Sora. Guess flip counter goes +1 to 3 as a turn 4. Watch this again, Justin. Just the contact there. McConey hits Bates. Second time he did that. And this time collects more victims in the instance. And Sorpar goes for a wild ride on the top of the banking.
Remember Kenny Kibbe already up +11. That's no more. And he got sandwiched hard into the wall. And remember, in this event, no fast repairs for this year, as here is the viewpoint. Wow.
I'm upset that the 64, you talked about sandwiches. Well, the Manwich Chevy got some buns. Had a front and rear view on the back. My face, collateral damage. Look at that beautiful machine right there with my face on right there on the back. What a beautiful shot. Boom! Just push the Manwich in. It's heating up, boys. It's heating up.
I think that's a Sloppy Joe that's on the hood there. As
oh, it is. That's
that. There's the face there. A few people, I think, had their face on.
Yeah.
Their face on them today.
That's the Manwich machine right there. The best Sloppy Joe mix you could ever get. And that beautiful looking face. Hale's face was on there yesterday. The Macho Man made an appearance tonight. It's a beautiful sight. Keep her clean, Joey. Keep her clean.
Hey, it was involved in the incident, but there's no scratches on the quarter panel, so I think you're good. I think you're good, Terry.
So on that note, we're under caution once more. Some of the drivers chatting on the radio. Others are singing at the moment. Keep in mind, Brandon Wilkinson has become a talking point in all this as well, because from 25th shotgun on the field, he is now inside the top 8.
So what I talked about, Justin, moving through the field, getting out of the Hornet's nest, and Brandon Wilkinson from pretty much the rear of the field has done just that. And also, these cautions give ample opportunity to obviously reset yourself and get yourself in a position where you can make more passes, right? Because when the field starts under green flag, you have everybody packed in for a moment, but the separation will happen at some point, right? The driver's going to get faster. Of course, they're going to separate the slower ones from the quicker ones. But when you continuously have yellow after yellow after yellow, and you're going to have another opportunity to go on the inside, the outside lane on a double foul restart and gain some more on a green flag restart.
So what are you keeping your eye on, Terry, at this point, as these drivers get ready to get underway once more, for how things could play out, especially with how things have been, while also trying to make sure at the same time you don't say you lose your cool?
Just being patient. I'm keeping an eye on some of these people in here, but I'm curious. You said they were singing over the radio. What are they singing?
Very unhappy language, maybe?
I thought they'd be singing Margaritaville or something.
I heard sing from one person. Either way.
Yeah, you got somebody coming in there strumming my 6 string. on my front porch swing. Got the green flag, hey, it's beginning to fall. There we go.
And we're back underway. My goodness. Parker Retzlaff getting some decent contention from Langford. They go single file for the top three. Look who's up to fourth, though. It's Eric Tracy, who's been bumped around a couple of times. He's also trying to hold off several other hard chargers who are nearly spinning around. It's Brandon Hughes who's over the track and make it a plus 20 and then some for Wilkinson, the spotter for Jet Noland.
Well, this is like dodgeball, and he's the only lone survivor out of this one. Wilkinson up to P5, caution though waves, and Wilkinson will have another chance at gaining more positions on a restart. This time, I believe a couple of drivers involved here. We'll see exactly which ones they are. Guillaume Hesnon, I believe, is one of them, the 68. Saw a couple other cars near the outside wall as well.
Let's put it this way, 3 wide, never good, and you can see him just shaking his head with all that damage now in that car. And I don't blame him for the head shaking. Watch this replay, because sometimes when you're 3 wide, you don't get the full spotter signal through iRacing. If you're 3, watch the 12 here off into turn 1. Pretty clear cut there.
And just nowhere for him to go. I mean, I think that's the toughest part. You look at how narrow this track is. It looks wide from the aerial shots. You think in the corners you have the grooves of Kansas, but you don't. You come out here, you talk to one of the real life racers, you talk to somebody who's been to this racing surface, there's nowhere to go. You have maybe 2 inches on either side of these cars going into the corner for you to make a miss. He had nowhere to go, and just he was collateral damage at that moment.
Some tempers were also shown in that sequence. There has been an error driver who has parked himself in Preston 4s. So now it's going to get interesting how things play out here. Turn to you, Kenneth, here at this point. Seen some of the fun moments. What else is on your mind here tonight? Because we've had some interesting moments throughout the past couple days here, especially with Terry.
Well, Terry is always full of entertainment. That's what I love. This is the first time I'm in a booth with him, so I think I'm honored to be with him, because he certainly brings out all the similarities, all everything. I love it. But I think I'm looking at the tempers. We already saw some flaring. Preston Boards, you mentioned, he's already out of here, but he gave a bump for Latham Joyner and said over the radio something that I cannot repeat on air. He was not happy at all. So with short track racing, you get a little bit of tempers, even virtually, and we'll see what happens as the green flag flies. Parker Retzlaff, again, good start, but Bates getting the inside here on Langford.
6 cautions so far tonight as Bates clears on by Langford. Look who's in the top 3, and look who's trying to bump his way into it. Wilkinson to the back bumper of Langford. Still Langford able to hold on to it in the Reaper Speed Lab machine, and now he defends hard into the corner.
You just see him right here. I mean, you're watching what he's been able to do, and we saw yesterday that the leader Parker was able to pull away from a huge advantage, but with these cautions is helping the field out. We know he's fast, but look at what Brandon's able to do. He's hugging that bottom. He's doing everything you're supposed to do at this speedway, going down there. Early letting off the gas and quickly getting back on it. He's controlling the wheel, and he's going to get back there. Can he make the bumper as they go 2 by 2 going into 3?
This time Langford now has a big dent to the right rear part of that bumper. Wilkinson still trying to build up the run, and keep in mind, this is a track, mind you, Kenneth. You can make multiple lines work, but the caution is out on some of those lanes. Back in our yellow, 1 car up against the wall as several more having to dodge.
This time, Justin, Brandon Hughes, the 111 machine, slow on the apron, and he was the one involved. Take a look at this in a 1 and 2. And I think just got loose on his own accord here, Justin. Don't think there was much contact to send him around. I think it was just him on the bumps. Again, just like Tara was saying, that car oscillates many times. And that transition portion on the inside in 1 and 2, right there under braking, the 111 just loses the car. And a couple others get involved. The 3 machine, he got tagged as well. So some collateral damage after drivers are trying to escape.
That one, and keep in mind when it comes to that 111 machine, it seemed, Terry, that car was struggling for a few laps. That car nearly spun out prior to the last caution too.
Well, they're going to continuously struggle here. It's something that we talked about yesterday during the broadcast. This is such a difficult place to be, and it doesn't matter how great McConey built the setup, how great anybody else put the setup under these cars, they're difficult to drive. You have to be perfect. I mean, just flawless. You need your Martin Sports gloves. You need the best setups from McConey Setup Shop. And you just have to have pure talent. And these bumps are no joke. You come in here and it's literally like you're getting punched in the stomach every time you come around here, and their arms must be tired. His tires were done.
Green flags back out. We're racing once more from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And again, Parker Retzlaff in full command with the help of Lankford on behind. The difference is Bates, he wants to be up front again. A good one for second position as he nearly clears on by the 33. Wilkinson sees that opportunity, is also now trying to fall on the high side to try and pass Lankford too.
What's really great about these restarts, Justin, is it continues to give us a solid battle for P2 with Bates, Lankford, now give Wilkinson the spot. Maybe Jake Sylvia and Eric Tracy can put themselves in the conversation as well. They're starting to creep up while these guys go side by side. And for one, Bates is going to clear, but still we may see some retaliation efforts to the inside, outside, wherever you may have it, as they're almost three into turn one around Jake Sylvia.
Very close, right behind that 78 machine, as the Elite Performance Industry machines trying to hold on with the pressure coming from Derek Kraus. Driver of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series trying to charge his way ahead. He's now up to 6th, 17 spots gained tonight after getting an EOL to start the race. After an incident, as he gets bumped into 3.
I talked about how fast he was. 67 is going to wash up the racetrack here. Great save by him. But I talked about how fast the 9 was. He was quick. He was quick in practice. He didn't get a chance for qualifying. So here he is climbing his way through the field. Got that early little incident that he had in that Shockwaves Chevy. Now he's up front. Now what can he do? He's in the 6th place spot. Can he work his way up there and pass Parker, who has been the class of the field so far?
Keep in mind when it comes to Derek Kraus, you see a little bit of Munster's car tonight. The font he's using for this machine matches that he had used in his early years for short track racing. Underneath the black 9 is a white 9 that showcases that he had been racing super late models since around 13, 14 years old in the middle of the last decade. Now, he's amongst one of the front runners in towards the midway portion of this race. Parker Retzlaff still holding on to that race lead meanwhile, but Bates has showcased how he was able to position himself to win last year. He's been quick right for the jump, Terry. He is right back up towards that front after being sent sideways a few cautions ago.
Bates has been the most consistent. I've been looking at his lap times in 19.46 compared to a 19.47. He's the 3rd fastest car on the racetrack as we're racing right now. He's doing a marvelous job. At that time, he got outran by the leader. But you see the difference of the lines that they're running. Parker's a little bit higher, a little bit off the bottom, not wanting to hit the bumps, not wanting to destroy his tires. The 91's a little bit, just about a fraction of a lane lower than what the leader's doing, but trying to find speed off the exit of the corner, doing a great job.
You know who's also doing a good job? How about the recovery drive from Guillaume Hesno? He's up to 9th all of a sudden, Kenneth.
He's built up a lot of momentum even after the incidents. You'd think that mentally a driver could kind of get hit as the 13 up top goes around. We believe we're going to have a caution. Indeed we do, but what a drive it's been for Guillaume so far. I mean, you'd think that mentally it would hurt the driver. They'd probably be kind of on the back foot, maybe a little bit more negative, but Guillaume has maintained positive and he's stayed up to the front. He's built up positions, and look where he is now as he almost avoided, or he really avoided a big incident there, the 13.
Take a look here. This is Zach Coyer who goes around, and watch along the edge of the wall at the 24. Latham Joyner squeezes on through barely.
Oh man, that's tighter than the Martin Sports gloves on your hands. Perfect fit. He just, look at Joyner. Oh, excuse me, pardon me, got through.
Just found the right hole, made it stick through it. But that we're under caution once more for the All-American eSports 400 in its pro late model race. Time to give a shout out to one of the presenting sponsors for today, McConey Setup Shop. McConey Setup Shop is the home for iRacing setups. From short track racing to Class A intermediates, McConey Setup Shop has it all. If you weren't already running the McConey Setup Shop setup, you're probably listening to someone who is. For more information, visit McConeySetupShop.com. Of note, Cody's currently getting major damage repairs done. Now down to the pit lane this time, and why don't we talk to Jeff? Jeff, you've had an eventful race so far. How are you feeling?
Frustrated. Frustrated is definitely one word for it. My plan was I started fourth. I was going to stay at the front. I had the speed to stay up there in the top 5. 91 just got impatient, slammed me in the door in 1. I gave him a little less room in 3, and we just came together. Sucks, but that's racing. I'm just trying to keep it all together at this point and stay on the lead lap. As I do not do that here, I'm now going to be a lap down. So,
apologies.
Frustrated. No, it's not your fault. It's my own dumb fault. Frustrated's a word, but I don't know. That's racing.
We're going now 19th position here. I'll turn things over to Terry because apparently you guys had a lot of fun here and it seems like you need some cheering up. Terry?
Jeff, all right, buddy. So another person that blamed a lot of stuff on themselves is Jimmy Buffett.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the words to Margaritaville?
Oh, I don't drink, but I'm about to start. So yeah,
Well,
I live 45 minutes away from Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville.
Well,
Oh, I am on the lead lap. Let's go.
you're still on the lead lap, my man, and you got the best looking gloves possible, all right? Those gloves are beautiful. Show them off to the fans. Mark
man.
Sports and McConey Setup Shop together. I'm wearing a bow tie. You're looking good in your VR headset with all the McConey Setup Shop stuff on. You're a very beautiful individual. Congratulations on racing a good race, and I'm sad Hale's face sitting on your car tonight.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm hoping to salvage a top 10 here. I think it's possible.
We love you.
We'll see how Jeffrey McConey recovers from 19th now. The green flag's back out, just past halfway. 62 to go this time. Now coming up to 61 when they get back to the stripe. Bates is now holding on to second, but Wilkinson is just about clear to get up to third, and he's bringing Derek Kraus with them. Kraus now to the bottom side, underneath Langford, as the 2019 NASCAR K&N Pro Series West champion tries to move up to his highest position of the night so far.
You talk about two drivers, Justin, on the back foot to start this race. Wilkinson started dead last. Kraus with that early end of line penalty that put him basically in the rear of the field. And now both of them have been gritty in the final 60 laps. It's a huge crash, one barreling over, and another caution gets counted. Another flip gets added to the counter as well. And it is a large crash. Zach Boyer involved, and it's James Watson going over and over in turn 3 and 4.
The caution somehow did not trigger, by the way. To clarify in this, I am not sure how, but there are now several cars in the pit lane. My goodness, we stay green. Yes, you heard that right. There's 17 cars on the track still running.
Wow.
Race. Let them race. Let them have some fun. Parker Red Class out here. He's putting on a show. You got Dylan Bates, Brandon Wilkinson. He's up 22 spots. We can't discredit what the 56 of the 9's doing right here. They're both up almost 20 positions together. It is incredible the amount of speed these two drivers have had. They both started in the back, and here they come to the front, and only time will tell, can they catch Parker? But who's going to put the bumper to him for a little boot scooting and boogieing?
A little bit of Timmy Hill, I see, coming out right there. Well, you did have the cowboy hat to follow on with that Texas win.
Yeah.
Timmy Hill had an eNASCAR competition last year, but these cars getting into a good rhythm now. Question is, how long will that good rhythm continue here? Stay single file much of the pack, but this is now going to be interesting how it rubbers in, Kenneth, this respective track, if we get a longer run here in this one.
Indeed, this is going to be, at least to this point now, the longest run under green that we've had all night long. We were supposed to have that yellow, but I guess it was not thrown by iRacing themselves on the sim, so we stay green. But yeah, it is going to be interesting to see how these drivers, at least with the setups that they have, and of course with their style behind the wheel, just how fast they can be once the tires wear, because we haven't really seen that be a consequence all night long. Just because you go a couple laps, yellow flies, go a couple laps, another yellow goes out. So then at this point, now you finally get yourself into a rhythm, how to use your muscle memory, what do you use when the tires wear to keep yourself in a spot. Right on board with Jake Sylvia back in P6.
Sylvia is an interesting racer when it comes to short track racing on the service. He's been with various groups and various teams. across his iRacing career. Looking nice and clean. He's one of the few drivers with a clean car left, Terry.
Yeah, Parker has a clean one. The second place driver's got a little bit of damage on the right side, but a lot of these cars have been able to stay clean. It's been more interesting to see what cars are going to be like a demolition derby at this one, and who's going to walk out of here with a squeaky clean car. A lot of fight in these drivers and a lot of laps to go. 52 doesn't seem like it's going to take forever, but if we continuously have cautions, it could go a minute. These drivers have to stay focused as they're just clicking them off now.
One of the longest runs of the race so far tonight. Amongst the drivers who have had to come in for either damage repair or for service, Kraus is still the highest amongst them, followed by Joey Hazelwich, who is in 8th position after making a move amongst the 68 machine. Latham Joyner has also taken service 3 times, on with Jay Blankman, they're 10th and 11th. Looking at some of the drivers now, including Blankman. In fact, he is right now losing a lot of time off the corner trying to fight a little bit. As he tried to slide into the inside of Joyner and nearly spun it around, as this time he's now forced to the high side. Zipped on by Billy Gross.
And out back from P10, P11, and all these positions, it gets really tough at this point, Justin, because like I said before, separation is going to matter here by the time you get a long run in, and when you do so, you may have to force the issue on a driver when you get close to them, because who knows if the yellow is going to come out? Who knows if you're never going to have this opportunity again coming to 49 to go? So Joyner being a little impatient, but at a short track, you kind of have to be that in a way with the amount of laps easily that can get ticked down under green as you run on board here with Derek Kraus. He's making some good time on Wilkinson, just had to make a move.
Keep this in mind as well, no tire changers in this event, Terry, and for some of the drivers who have taken slides, that's going to be very costly now if this run continues to tick away. Compare that, say, for some of these errors. It's going to be interesting how they manage it to be able to charge forward at the end of this race.
Yeah, I'm looking at the lap times now, and they're all consistent. I mean, every single one of the drivers in the top 7 are all in the 19.6 range. You have to go all the way back to the 9th place spot to start seeing people shake up and run 20 flat. So everybody's consistent with what they're doing. Brandon Wilkins is the fastest car on the racetrack that time by. He's running a 19.5, but he's only 2 100ths away from the leader. That's not gonna set you up for success or victory here. You have to beat the leader by at least a 10th or more to start closing the gap to make it even noticeable. But the tire management, I think Parker's doing it best right now. He's just easing on into the throttle, not really getting on the brake as hard.
That's why Parker Retzlaff, for many years on iRacing, has been amongst some of the top racers. Service, remember, a few years ago, he rose up to iRacing stardom after competing in the eNASCAR Ignite Series and nearly winning that year. That was the year Max Cookson came away with that respective victory. So the top 8 have now separated by more than a second, by the way, to Latham Joinery Company. Wilkinson starting to lose a little bit of ground, though, to Dylan Bates here. 4/10 now the gap amongst them with 42 to go. Here's the view back to Derek Kraus, who's still trying to slowly reel in the 56. Rides closer to the yellow line this time, off 2.
Yeah, you can tell right there, Justin, the fact that Derek Kraus is just trying to experiment here. You saw him run that lower line. Now he's kind of running the same as the driver just in front of him in Wilkinson, the 56. He's trying different things, and methodically, he's just trying to find a way. All right, where do I gain the most momentum? Where do I fall off? Do I fall off in the middle? Do I fall off on exit? Maybe I can gain some more on entry. There's so many factors that go into making a pass, let alone at any track, but at Nashville Fairgrounds where it can get really tough on that inside lane. And Kraus now getting around the lap car could have the opportunity.
Oh, look at this!
And the door opens on Wilkinson.
That was the next point. Lap traffic could also be a factor in that. And guess what? Derek Kraus said, you know what? You're checking up for the car? I'm going to send it. He's now up 20 positions to 3rd. A smart play by Derek Kraus.
That's the only move he had to make right there. 40 laps to go. His time's ticking away. It's like Space Jam. You're in the last second of the game. You know Jordan's going to take the shot. He has to do it. Derek Kraus needs to find his Jordan moment. He's got 39 laps to go, 38 when they cross the line. Dylan Bates isn't making any moves in there. He's still 0.3 of a second behind. Now 0.9 of a second for Derek Kraus. He has to go. He can't sit back and wait.
7/10 up to Dylan Bates, to be precise as well. He's already pulled away by 4/10 from Wilkinson. So Brandon Wilkinson is really starting to struggle. A bit of his right front fender damage. Eric Kraus has the right front fender damage, not as bad though, as well as a little front nose damage. Here's the view along the wall, and you can see how quickly these cars are zipping on by these straightaways to get it. Reaching speeds of more than 100 plus miles per hour around the track constantly.
And we're going to see this not only in this race tonight, the Pro Late feature, but the Super Late Model feature. When these cars have so much power, they can really just drag you along this track in a blink of an eye. And I love to make the comparison of short tracks where you literally blink and you've already completed a couple laps and you're like, okay, well, how many have I completed now? And you can look, and it's way more than it would be at many other tracks on the service. So it really does get fast here at these short tracks, and you have to keep an eye on the track, and you're driving in the car the entire time throughout. In the final 35, these guys have probably gotten used to the atmosphere already, but still, the challenges do present itself along with lap traffic. You also have to be on your toes every single moment.
Speaking of drivers on their toes and moving on forward, how about the car with the face on it? As well as some sloppy Joes all over it as well. This is the battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th in their respective train. That's 64. Slowly trying to find a way to get up to Eric Tracy. Have to wonder how much that damage towards the front end may be affecting them, Terry, though.
Well, the damage at this racetrack, caution. The damage at this racetrack only really affects the rear. When you get rear end damage here, it's just going to make the car slip and slide even more. The front end damage is all it's going to do is maybe decrease your top speed as we take a look at this caution.
You say that, we've seen side damage with cars getting really loose. One of those with the bit of that damage is Jay Blankman, and he spun around through 3 and 4. That's the reason the caution's back out, approaching 30 laps to go. He was in battle amongst the mid-teens. Well, that, and he also nearly got into the quarter panel of the 12.
Maybe that could have been it, Justin. Just slowing down, backing it up. Maybe car has a little less brake bias, and in that evasive maneuver along with the bumps, car just unsettles and spins itself around. I think it was contact with another driver as well, but this is really the victim in this situation. This is, I believe, the second time that Blankman goes around at the exit of a corner. We saw him one time with the leaders that caused the Alex McCollum incident up at the top of turn 2, and this time it's at the bottom of 4. And Blankman is definitely, to put it simply, not having a good night at all.
Several different incidents. Lucky dog Brandon Hughes. Well, Hardin Cochran getting significant damage repairs done. But we're now into the meat and potatoes of this respective race to determine who will be the race winner. And again, to remind folks who watched in 2020 or may not have watched in 2020, it came down to a 2-lap shootout where off the final corner, Dylan Bates dodged several cars on the high line as they bump and ran each other on the bottom line. How do you see this playing out, Terry, tonight in turn? Because it's been an intriguing race where they haven't been bumper to bumper, so to speak, tonight much of the way.
I tell you what, you give me 2 laps, you give me the guy on the high side, I'm going to put that wheel right on your door. I'm going to put you all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to hope you don't come off that exit straight. And I think that's what Dylan Bates has in his mind, too. A lot of these people want to sing some Big and Rich tonight.
And I don't blame you for that thought process as Derek Kraus is trying to chomp at Retzlaff's back bumper. Green flags back out with 29 laps to go. Derek Kraus slammed to the back bumper of Retzlaff several times before they took the green. Bates clearly to second. Wilkinson up to third. And of note, Blankman did get an EOL from that situation that brought him the caution flag, second strike of the night.
Yeah, that approach right there on that restart, Justin, did not help Kraus at all. We talked about his pass on Brandon Wilkinson for P3, trying to catch Bates and Retzlaff in their cross-throughs, at least to the track so far. And trying to be a little bit impatient for Retzlaff did not help him at all because he got swarmed by Wilkinson. And now there's a battle behind him between Jake Sylvia and Steele Langford. So Kraus may have dodged the bullet, but that indeed lost him the spot instead of gaining the spot that he had maybe had hoped for.
Look at this battle for position, though. This is for 5th. Jake Sylvia does not want to give it up easily. Last corner exit, Langford was all over the racetrack, bobbling and weaving. This time, a little more stable on corner exit. They're bringing that sloppy Joe machine with them. 26 to go that time by the stripe. Still side by side is Langford trying to find a way around that 78. Still can.
You know, still 2x2, but the patience level has to go out the window. There's at some point in time that you've got to get away from being patient. If I'm Derek Kraus, I know this might be the bonehead move or something that people don't want to hear on a broadcast, but you got to go. You got 25 laps to go. The next caution and the next restart we have, if we have one, you've got to put the bumper to him. I don't care if it's Brandon Wilkinson, if it's Derek Kraus, whoever it is, you're on the back bumper of the fastest car here so far in Parker Retzlaff. You have to nudge him. He has to get out of the bottom lane in order for you to win this race.
And you'd have to imagine some of the tempers if that came into play once again this year for tonight. Retzlaff has a half a second advantage now over Bates. Wilkinson 7/10 back. Kraus trying to close up another half a second or so to reel back in that respective pack. The first side-by-side finding, though, of note is for 9th position. That's where Peyton Hamlin and company are, and they're trying to nearly wreck each other back there, too. It's clean up the front, but they're nearly running each other over here in the middle of the pack.
And Justin, they were almost about 3 wide at one point coming off of turn 4, and I immediately looked at it and said, this won't end well. So far, it's been clean. They've been able to simmer themselves through at this point, but it has been tough to really gain these positions, and a lot of these guys are with damage, mind you, with crash damage, so they're also just trying to salvage what they can as you run on board with Guillaume Hesnel back in P10. He's a part of this battle, but just like Terry said, for up in the leaders, you have to be impatient. In the back, you also have to be impatient as well for any positions you can get.
Meanwhile, Wilkinson has reeled in the 91 fully to the point where he's nearly knocking the wall down in the Alpha Performance machine. That 56 really wants to make up some time and quick. Under 20 laps to go now, coming up to 19 this time by, with Retzlaff checking out.
You just see Parker take off here. He's 0.6 of a second away from the second place driver, Dylan Bates. But like I said, any caution that comes out, I might get a lot of people that disagree with me on it, but you have to make money moves when money moves need to be made. It's all fun and games to do hood rat stuff or all talk when you say you'll do it, but you have to deliver on the action. If you're going to do it, this is the time to do it. 1 lap to go, 2 to go, whatever on that restart, you've got to make moves. It's going to be interesting. Is Brandon going to make a move on Dylan? Can he put the bumper to him? It's short track racing, and if it makes anybody mad that it happened, just throw it out like a grain of salt, because it doesn't matter. You're on the short track in Nashville for bragging rights and for the next race, a trophy.
Exactly. And you definitely want to win when it comes to these types of races. Part history, the All-American eSports 400. Coming up to 16 to go this time by now. Retzlaff leads by 0.8 of a second. 64, you see him able to defend Serper now on Eric Tracy. Tracy's not giving up easily. The Tracy Motorsports machine has been waiting for that 64 to slip and slide around. Main pressure point, though, is that Peyton Hamlin. Right behind him, just about got to the quarter panel. So these drivers are in a battle while trying to defend at the same time from each other.
You can tell. I mean, we've been looking at the sloppy Joe Carr call all night long, but he's in a sandwich as, again, Justin, caution flag waves. And we're coming to a green flag situation with under 10 to go, most likely.
Oh boy. Get those bumpers ready, possibly. And guess who? It's Jay Blankman. He is disqualified for the rest of the evening.
Oh, goodness.
So he becomes the first DNQ of A2 as he spun around again for a 3rd time tonight.
Tell the fans at home that are watching this, get your popcorn ready. It's time to make history. Self-spin, though, but he barely nicked the wall. Not enough damage right there. It's sad that he's not going to be able to continue. Lane Kiffin told people when Ole Miss was playing Bama to get your popcorn ready. Get your popcorn ready on this one, Justin. They're about to be popping and shellacking at the fairgrounds.
It's definitely going to be entertaining to see how this plays out, to say the very least. I'm surprised you don't have a bowl of popcorn with you for the occasion. Yeah.
I would quote a great movie, Wedding Crashers, and yell at my wife to make me some popcorn, but I don't want to blow anybody's ear in there. Ma, the meatloaf! She didn't like it. I don't know what she's doing back there.
The funny thing is, I actually do have that waiting along as we have a 9th caution overall. Brandon Hughes did pop his motor this caution as well. In lead lap cars, want to go signal this time by the iRacing pace car. And the caution flag periods presented by iRacing iFlag visual flag system. The latest version of the iRacing iFlag visual system is better than ever and easier to install. For more information, please visit iRacingIFlag.com and use the code PROMIUMFAN for 15% off anything. A big thank you to iRacing iFlag for their support of Podium eSports. 11 to go, this time by for the Pro Lane Models for the All-American eSports 400. Green flag is out once more from Nashville. This is the best restart Bates has had in a while, keeping it side by side with Retzlaff. Retzlaff tries to slide up to the middle line. Wilkinson clips the apron as Derek Cross passes. Wilkinson blocks Langford all the way to the apron as they go through turns 3 and 4. Retzlaff gets clear for the lead.
Retzlaff avoided almost a disastrous moment there. Bates kept himself on the outside, but here comes Kraus inside and Dylan Bates for P2 on the inside of turn 2. They're going to make contact for a moment. Kraus is going to get loose. It's going to keep Bates in P2, but with 10 laps to go, you have to force the issue against Parker Retzlaff. No move yet, coming to 9 laps left.
They just took 9 to go. Now, this is the big part. What will these drivers do to get themselves in position to beat Parker Retzlaff? Sylvia and company are trying to fight hard for position behind them for around 6th or so. The rest of the competitors trying to sort themselves out. Sylvia forced to check up. Side by side sees Eric Tracy clip the wall with 8 to go.
They got to go. This is go time. 8 to go. I'm almost betting, if I was a betting man in Vegas right now, I'm putting down that we're going to have another yellow flag. But that was an excellent restart by Dylan Bates. He did everything but putting the bumper down to the front end on the side of that car. He has to stop the leader. And if I'm Dylan Kraus, I get another caution. He knows what to do. Side draft is not going to work. You have to make slight contact right here. Get to the back bumper. Get through the gears really fast. 6 to go when they cross this line.
I think you can find 2 people, but both of those people have to have that same mindset absolutely with 6 to go this time. Now, it's a matter of how this plays out here. Bit of contact behind, and the bet comes in for Terry Radford. It's Eric Tracy who gets the caution from getting hit in the quarter panel by the 64.
You can say we called it, Justin. You can say we called it. Yellow flag with 6 to go means that we are most likely going to have a restart with about 5, 4, maybe 3 laps left. And that's the incident that brought us under yellow. Kind of a slight issue, not too big, as Eric Tracy was able to keep it straight, but right there, contact with the 64. And that sideways action was enough for the iRacing sim to dictate that a yellow flag. And for Eric Tracy, not sure whether he's going to receive any downside to this apart from track position. Maybe some damage there on that Pro Late model. You're out on board with Jeffrey McConey. That was a close look, but Tracy goes around, and that's a yellow for the leaders.
And now, it gets intriguing. Lights are still on top of the iRacing pace car for now. See if they come off. This is coming up. Let's take a look at that driver wall one more time, including us. Hello. So far, no popcorn yet, but some gloves coming out to play, it seems, from Terry Radford. Question is, will the boxing gloves come out here, Terry?
Oh, I hope so. Man, I hope to see Evander Holyfield, a little Mike Tyson out here. Somebody come up. I'm dressed like the old referee back in the day. Let's get ready to rumble type stuff. It's going to be interesting to see, boys.
It's going to be intriguing to say the very least as well. But your predictions here as the lights are still on, coming to 2 to go, this time by.
Punt and run.
Kenneth, your counterpoint.
I don't think it's counterpoint. I think it's an agreement here. Bates, though, is going to put it to Retzlaff, though. He's been waiting all night long. You can tell he's been putting it. He's going to punt him. He's going to give him a move. If he doesn't, then it'll be an opportunity wasted because Retzlaff hasn't been really much on defense. You got to force him to put that playbook out.
So get that popcorn all set to go because we're coming to 2 to go this time by. And now, it's deep breath time. Two to
Somebody
go.
better cue.
One
Justin.
GWC available.
Somebody.
And this is it. This is it right here, guys. This is it.
Somebody better cue the Lionel Richie. All night long better be playing. This is Dylan Krause's moment. This is Dylan Bates' moment. Parker Retzlaff. It's one of their moments to shine right here. Is it going to be the dump and run? Are we going to see Parker just take off on this restart? What's going through their minds? If I'm right here, I'm thinking, man, that's a beautiful back end of Parker. At 42, I've looked at it all race long. I'm trying to cave it in.
Keep in mind, a couple drivers have already done that to their opponents. Langford amongst those with the crumpled back end is still inside the top 5 from his bomb from Wilkinson. Lights are out. Want to go until the restart. 2 laps to decide it from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway for the Pro Late Models for the All-American eSports 400. It's going to be wild, Kenneth.
It is going to be wild. These two side by side, and if Bates can get a restart here, Justin, like we saw the last time around, but putting more pressure, that could be the move that gets him this race win. We'll just have to see. 3 and 4 they'll go. Green flag awaits them.
All set to go. Bumping and banging. Green flags out. Final 2 laps from Nashville for the Pro Late Models for the All-American eSports 400.
Oh my goodness, great restart. Great restart contact. I knew it was happening. Come on.
Bumping and banging. Retzlaff holds on to the lead. How will Bates respond? Krause tries to get to the back bumper of the 91. Bates over the back bumper of Retzlaff. White flag is out. Final lap from Nashville.
Can Bates do something here? To the inside it would go. No move yet. Believe they're crashing behind them, but it's not going to matter. Final time through 3 and 4. Does Bates have an attack?
How will he try and send it? He can't get to the back bumper. He tries to get the run. Retzlaff holds on. He wins the Pro Late Model feature for the All-American eSports 400.
He was there. He could sniff the back bumper of that one. He was there.
And Retzlaff dominated once he took the race lead after the trouble for McCollum. But he celebrates here with our Martin Sports winning moment. Presented by Martin Sports. Founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago. Frozen region of Michigan's Upper Peninsula. Martin Sports strives the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need shirts for your office, jerseys for your local sports team, and especially designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has got you covered. Along with the shirts in our teamwear, they also offer gloves specifically crafted for sim racing. Lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. Use Podium to receive 25% off any stock car racing glove at martinsports906.com. You can also find them on Facebook at Martin Sports. Retzlaff comes away with the big checkered flag tonight. We'll talk about that and then some in just a few moments. You're watching Podium eSports live from the virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Welcome back to Podium Esports and its coverage. The All-American Esports 400, the Pro Late Models, have wrapped things up with Parker Retzlaff dominating. That's an understatement here from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. He held on over Dylan Bates by a tenth of a second with Derek Kraus in third position. Brandon Wilkinson rounding out top four with Steele Lankford in fifth, Jake Sylvia in sixth, Joey Mazowicz in seventh, Billy Gross in eighth, Hayden Hamlin in ninth, rounding out your top 10, Guillaume Hesnell Kevin.
And behind them from 11, Jonathan Smith will finish there. Eric Tracy, after an early incident, finished his P12. The 11 of Carden Cochran will finish in 13th. Jeff McConey, a nice rebound from what happened to him earlier tonight. He finishes in P14. It'll be top 15 for Richard Malagani. Then it's Brandon Hughes, Latham Joyner to P17. James Watson, Zach Coyer, and Miles Morse to your top 20.
Rest of the field ends up being Kenny Kibbe, Preston Boers, Presley Sora, Alex McCollum, Jay Blankman, all did not finish. Blankman did get a disqualification. But in the end, it's Parker Retzlaff who puts on a show and then some. He dominated to lead 122 of the completed 128 laps. Parker, first things first, a big victory for you. You start off day 2 by winning the Pro Late Model feature.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good start to the day. Let's hope we can just keep our momentum through the super race and hopefully end up in the same spot in the super race.
Keep in mind, in the early stages, it took a lot of work to get yourself in the right position to battle with McCollum, but then you had a car that was stopped on the outside wall. What was that reaction like to that point, especially since you led the rest of the way after that?
Yeah, I mean, me and McCollum, it's always a close race. There's usually some beating and banging short track racing, so I knew we were side by side, and I seen the lap car stopped up there, so I tried to give him as much room, and I heard that, I don't know if he slid up a little bit and got on my door and spun, but it was just good hard racing for the lead. I know we were side by side for a couple laps before that, but it was just hard racing altogether. It was fun racing with Dylan the whole race, and it was just overall a really good race when we were green.
And the prize that comes your way for the Pro Late Model race is an iRacing iFlag. How do you feel about winning that prize to help you with your sim racing?
Yeah, that's definitely cool. I'll set it up and look into all that stuff and getting it all set up for hopefully use it in all my the pro races coming up here soon on Podium. So I just have to thank Ponzi, EcoTrax, Iron Horse Loggers, my parents I know are watching, Ari for always watching all my races, and just everyone who supports my sim racing and real racing.
Congratulations on the victory tonight, Parker.
Thank you.
That's Parker Retzlaff, your winner of the 2021 edition of the All-American Esports 400's Pro Late Model feature here from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. The runner-up is last year's winner. Dylan Bates had to dodge a lot of cars, let's put it that way, to win last year in the final laps craziness. This year, he ends up finishing secondary.
Yes, sir. Last year was definitely a wild one. I kind of expected this one to go the same way, so I was kind of buying my time there, but guess maybe I should have forced the issue a little bit sooner. Maybe something else would have happened.
I guess I'll go to that point right there. You had the opportunity, 2 restarts in a row. You were side by side with them. You got 2 incredible restarts. What kept you from putting the door down on him, or potentially when you got behind him, sending it in there? You were oh so close, but was it just a respect thing?
The car really had no grip up top. For me at least, I had no rotation up there, so it was really hard to enter on the top, keep your track position, and drive across their door, like you said. And on that last one, Parker did wash up a little bit, and we made a little contact, which no harm, no foul. I mean, that's part of short track racing, especially here at Nashville. And Parker worked hard and led that whole race, and I'm not going to dump somebody in the last lap for that. So he ran a good race.
All right, so you race here in the sim. You're going to race here in real life as well. How does it feel to race on such a historic racetrack in these amazing cars? And does the iRacing side translate to what you're going to feel in your actual car come the All-American 400 next weekend?
Man, I love this place. There's nothing like racing at Nashville. It's my favorite place to go race. I'm really looking forward to getting down there for the All-American 400 again. Comparing this to real life, absolutely. I mean, putting yourself in a racing position like this, where you're around other cars and you got to make smart moves and smart racing decisions. That's where it helps the most, in my opinion. That's what I tell everybody, at least. Just keeping your head on straight and trying to make the right moves, and that's nothing helps more than that.
What are you looking forward to most? You looking forward most to Kid Rock being the Grand Marshal, the feel, the atmosphere of the fans, and is Kid Rock going to do a concert by chance?
I think he is possibly up on the Midway. I think I heard that, but man, I'm just most looking forward to getting in that race car and running 100 laps.
Well, if you get to meet him, can you do one favor for me?
Oh boy, what's that?
Can you ask him that the Macho Man said snap into a Slim Jim?
Okay.
I appreciate it, Dylan. Congratulations on second place. Justin, an excited second place. He's more excited than I would be.
Once again, I'd like to thank him, along with Parker Retzlaff, for the time to speak with them after an exciting pro late model race for the All-American eSports 400. Funnily enough, you mentioned the mom, where's my meatloaf? I actually brought a plate of meatloaf here to munch on here, but it was a pressure-packed race this evening for the pro late models. A lot of intense action, a lot of good action overall, but a dominant performance. It's one of the top stories, Kenneth.
Yeah, it definitely does. Parker Retzlaff just absolutely put on a clinic. I mean, we expected maybe some Jarvis to contend, the McCollums, the Bates, but even then, Retzlaff just kept his composure. He kept himself steady, and he just displayed, hey, I'm the fastest car, and I'm going to win. But we still got more racing left. The super late model races after this, so there's a lot more to come after the pro late model. It's kind of like the Captain It's Wednesday sort of meme. It's kind of like that. We're kind of almost done. We're not just quite done. There's still way more to come. It's going to be so much fun. And Retzlaff's going to be in it too.
Well, it's a Sunday. I'm not sure where the Wednesday comes in that, but you, Terry, on that. That field for the Supers is going to be stacked. Some of the drivers who just competed in the pro late models will be back. McCollum, Ryan Matthews, Dylan Bates, Logan Helton amongst some of the top starters, Parker Retzlaff, Landon Huffman. The field is stacked. You have a lot of big names looking to etch their names in the history books for the Supers.
Well, it's like the S-Rock series. If aliens came to Earth today and said, I want to get on an iRacing sim and give me your best, you're plucking them from that field. You're plucking them from the S-Rock League. Those are the cream of the crop, as the Macho Man says. Those are the people you're looking at to just go out there and just give it all they got. You saw Parker do it here. Parker did what he needed to do. He got comfortable, took the lead, drove away. He's got more competition in the next one, and always the cream rises to the top. So I will get my popcorn ready because it's showtime for a guitar.
Finished last year with popcorn filled and then some. More coverage for the 2021 All-American eSports 400, presented by Martin Sports, is coming up. This break, you're watching Podium eSports, live from the virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in the heart of Nashville, Tennessee.
Want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
My boy Jeff Brown at iRacing High Flag sent me this thing today, and it is f***ing bad. All right, custom 3D printed iRacing iFlag, their newest version. Got my name on it, my Twitch channel, my logo. So yeah, for those of y'all don't know what iRacing iFlag is, this thing has a little USB connection on the bottom. Also, the cool thing I see that he added was this little, this is the same thing that you would use for like a webcam or a microphone in the bottom. And then it plugs in through USB, and it gives you, whenever there's a flag or anything like that on the track, it will flash yellow, green, black, meatball, whatever. So there's that. And I got this little custom stand for it. What I want to do is I'm going to find me a little microphone type stand. I'm probably going to try to mount it over here where it flashes, or I didn't realize this thing was going to be as big as it was, but I'm at least going to put it over here on my desk next to my keyboard so I can tell when we have caution flags and stuff like that. One thing I want to check and see is if you can see it through that camera over there. I got to find somewhere where I can mount it to where you guys can see it. Obviously, it can't go over the cup holder because my cup holder is important. We'll probably put it back here. Can't really see it there either. I'm gonna find somewhere to put it where you can see it on the camera. But it's actually pretty cool. Love this thing. I'm gonna get it set up before tomorrow when we stream. I didn't get time to set it up tonight. I will say that these things are great because visual cues. I'll work off of visual cues, and this is actually a split second faster as far as like, because it'll give you car low, car high, yellow flags, blue flags. I don't get those much. All that. It's a split second faster than what you'll actually get from the sim. So I mean, the little visual cues can help with your reaction times and stuff. But these things actually are pretty cool. And you can actually get custom made 3D boxes with them now. Use promo code STILLHORSE, save 15% at iRacingIFlag.com. So just wanted to give Jeff Brown, all the guys at iRacing iFlag. This is one of my OG sponsors, by the way. One of the first sponsors I ever had on here. So thanks to Jeff. And man, it's honestly, it's just really cool that he took the time out to 3D print me a custom little stanchion here for it. So that's just dope. I love it.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to Podium Esports and its coverage of the All-American Esports 400, presented by Martin Sports from iRacing's virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. My name's Justin Prince. Alongside me the booth is Kenneth Bueno and Terry Radford as we, just a few minutes closed after an exciting pro late model race that's seen Parker Retzlaff come away with a big victory. These drivers have had some fun throughout this evening. Remember, the winner of that pro late model race came away with an iRacing iFlag. Their victory prize for winning that pro late model race. We're pleased to be joined by Jeff Brown from iRacing iFlag. Jeff, first things first, thank you for taking the time to speak with us.
Hey, well, thanks for bringing me in, guys. I appreciate it. I know how busy you guys get with broadcasting these races, so yeah, I'm delighted to be here.
Now, first things first, a lot of support brought in by you for this event. How does it feel to be a part of the All American Esports 400 in its second year?
I tell you, it was nice when you guys asked me to be a part of it, and I was more than happy to come on board with you guys. Just the excellent job that you guys do. I mean, broadcasting these races and how everything looks. You guys do a great job with it, and I I was very happy to come on board with you guys, and I'm glad I did. And hopefully we'll see uh, teaming up with you guys here in the near future with some more races. So I've enjoyed it that much. You guys did a great job.
It was an exciting race to say the very least, and of course, the race winner from the Pro Late Models did come away with an iRacing iFlag in turn. Tell us a little bit about iRacing iFlag.
Well, we've been around for about 3 or 4 years. We started off real big on the dirt side of iRacing. At one time, we had about 10, 14 drivers that we sponsored. A few of them made it to the Morton Building Challenge, or not challenge, but the races on for iRacing, and we were happy to get involved with that. So we've been doing it for quite a while. I pretty much started this stuff, out of my basement of the house. I wanted to come up with a better product. I mean, there's been iFlags out there for a little bit, but I knew that, I could probably make some changes to the base and all that stuff and make it look better, make them brighter. So here in the last year or so, we've really stepped that up. As far as I know, we pretty much make the brightest one on the market right now, which it can be good and bad. As long as you're not staring directly at it when you're racing, you'll be good. But you'll definitely know when any flags come out, when there's a car high or low of you. When you're coming down the pits, it'll tell you if you're coming in too fast, too slow. I mean, it really does a lot, especially with people that need the visual stuff too to help them. I know a lot of guys when they're racing, it gets pretty intense out there, and so it helps when that the LEDs flash off and it kind of breaks some of that. Okay, there's a yellow. I need to slow down. And it does come out like a split second before the yellow flag does on iRacing, so that does kind of help a lot of drivers. But all around, I think it's a great product. We also do the pit board too as well. A lot of guys like it just for the accuracy of the fuel that they're burning and all that stuff. So we sell products that we do the best we can to help the drivers. That's what we're all about here at iRacing iFlag. Is our customers are number one, and that's why we put so much money back into the sim and the community. We probably put about 70% back into the community of iRacing through sponsorships, charity races, things like that. So that's kind of us or me in a nutshell, anyway.
I was about to
Just
ask.
trying.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, we just try to make the best product we can at the best prices that we can, So we're not out to make huge money, or anything like that. That's never been a goal from the beginning. It's just supporting the iRacing community and getting this sim to grow. So
I was about to ask about that with the 70% that goes back to the community with supporting drivers, race teams, painters, broadcasters, events, charity events, all of that throughout iRacing and its community. What's that like being a big part of the growth of it overall, especially with the brand?
Well, I think it makes you feel good. I mean, it's what it's about, at least my part of it anyway. I don't think, there's nothing wrong with making money off a product as long as you're putting it back into something that's making you the money. It's wrong, I think, when somebody builds something out of a, like a sim like this, and then they don't give anything back. It's wrong. Yeah. So from the very beginning, that's what I've always done and what I've always tried to keep doing. And so far, it's worked out real good. We sponsor some pretty big races, on the dirt side. I just started kind of branching off here to the asphalt side. And that's, one reason, that I know you guys are Podium has been pretty much the premier name on the asphalt side. I've watched you guys here for quite a while, and would love to, start getting involved with you guys here on the asphalt side and see what we can't do to help push and support the asphalt drivers out there.
I'll ask you one last question as well. What else should, or rather, what is in development from your respective company, especially with all the support you bring in? What is the future like for iRacing iFlag?
Well, I guess the future would just be to continue to help the community. I think we're doing pretty good right now, and as long as we can get iRacing to keep growing, get some drivers involved, do what we can to help, with people in need. Obviously, we're not a multi-billion-dollar company or by stretch, but I mean, not even close to that. But I do what I can to, like I said, when it comes to supporting the drivers, the painters. That's why I've switched painters, because I have my corporate cars that we have out there that we let some drivers run. But it seems like about every year I try to switch it up with the painters. We also try to do cross branding, like Jeff McConey's, go grab them setups from him. Jeff's a great guy. He puts out some great setups. So we do what we can to help, other businesses too, when it comes to the sim sport as well. So I think that's the big picture right now, is teaming up with more of the other people that are supporting the community, because there are a lot of good guys out there like Jeff and Martin Sports, and things like that are out there trying to help the community, and of course Podium and things like that. So that's kind of what our future, or at least what I want to do with iFlag, is become more involved with the asphalt side.
On that note, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to speak with us, Jeff, and thank you for supporting this major event with the All-American eSports 400 for 2021. Thank you for the time.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
That is Jeff Brown from iRacing iFlag. He is the owner of iRacing iFlag. For more information, go to iRacingIFlag.com. And remember, use the promo code PodiumFan to save 15%. Next up, standing by with Scott Martin of Martin Sports, Kenneth Bueno is now joining with him.
Here with Scott Martin, of course, part of the sponsorship for this All-American eSports 400. You can see, obviously, the code Podium for 25% off. But Scott, I want to ask you, just because you've had a heavy involvement over the past couple of months with very large sim events, you've been sponsoring them, you've been taking part in them. So how has it been from your side, obviously as a company that aims to provide an immersive effect for sim racers with your gloves that you provide?
Well, I think that what Jeff just touched on with the iRacing flag and his company, it's really, we're a community, and we're nothing without the drivers representing our product. So when we get positive feedback and people like Macho Man talking about us on the broadcast, there's a sense of pride that I think that we all feel, that we know we're doing the right thing for the community, and in return the community is embracing us and it's allowing us to create jobs. It's a really cool circle, man. It's good to be part of.
And of course, just like the iRacing iFlag business, so you guys yourself, like you said, part of the community. And as esports continues to grow, what's been the most interesting part of being part of a sort of a facet that starts to grow kind of exponentially over the past year with the whole pandemic and everything going on with iRacing, from a business side of thing and the community part, for with the growth of esports? So what's the approach looking forward with the way things have gone?
Well, a lot of that is, I'm not a boomer, but I am 48 years old. So, one of those Gen Xers, and you guys are doing a lot of things in spaces that I've largely ignored, the Twitter universe, Instagram, even Facebook to an extent. So for us as a company, it's really bringing in younger people to help us navigate how to use these different mediums. And we've been very well received in it. And I think that, again, that's part of the community. They're real big on, we've got our own Discord server. A lot of people go there. We didn't even have a Twitch account until Shenandoah Shine's Booty Banjo set us one up a couple months ago. So, the community, it's really neat that in this space you see a lot more of the business owners trying to help other business owners become successful. And that's what I like about the whole iRacing thing, sim racing, I should say.
Well, that all comes in together for the All-American Esports 400 tonight. A lot of drivers representing your brand either on the banners or on their actual cars themselves via sponsorship. So to see this happen at such a large short track sim racing event, how excited are you to see the drivers go out and put their best here for 300 laps in the super late models?
Oh, I mean, are you kidding me? This is amazing. Just to have our name on some of the cars that you're going to see them on tonight. Jeff McConey runs it. We got Landon Huffman running it. So we got our own guys with Bladen Edwards is in there. The Tommy Watson Racing was doing it. Derek Rice yesterday had it on his car. Jordan Spoon. I mean, we are all over the place. There's so much pride that we get from that. Like my 13-year-old kid, he watches it. My wife, she watches it. And it's almost a vindication for us. We work very, very hard to build this brand and to be so well received and part of what really is one of the largest events that we've seen, man. It's a good time. And you guys are banging it up tonight.
Well, Scott, we want to thank you, first of all, for taking the time to talk with us up here in the Podium Esports booth. And we want to wish you the best of luck on what's going to be, I think, for all of us, an exciting night of what was pro late model racing, and now it's going to be a great night of super late model racing. So we hope you enjoy the show as a part of the sponsorship of this event. And, of course, so we wish you the best of luck for all the endeavors that's going to take place with Martin Sports moving forward on the iRacing platform.
Well, thanks, man. We're excited to see where this goes working with you guys, and really excited to see how this next race turns out.
It's going to be a lot of fun. Scott Martin, the owner of Martin Sports Gloves. Of course, again, you could use code PODIUM for 25% off right now on their website. Beautiful partnership working for the All-American Esports 400 tonight, Justin.
Great speaking with him and great to hear from him as well. One of the drivers who has put in a lot of commitment for this event, all the way from France. It's Guillaume Hesnaut. He's now standing by with Terry Radford.
I'm not going to try to butcher this name, but welcome to Podium, all the way from France. Very early in the morning over there. How are you awake?
I have no idea how I can still be there, but I guess it's the coffee and the adrenaline. I'm so happy to race on this race. It's really great event, and I always want to be part of the short track family on iRacing, and now it's a great opportunity, and it's really interesting to see the difference with what I'm racing usually.
So, obviously, hailing from France, the love capital of the world, as they say, you're racing at Nashville, the fairgrounds, historic place. You go from country music over here in Nashville, Tennessee, to I don't know what France listens to, but it sounds good. The music is phenomenal. It really speaks to your soul. What do you do? Like, what do you feel like is going to happen as you progress in this race? Is the line going to change? Do you have to be aggressive, or can you just kind of chill out?
I think the most challenging part will be to avoid the accident at the start. I think we should have some cautions during the first part of the race, but I feel confident about some long green flag runs, so I will have to be very careful on my tires and be intelligent in order to avoid any problem this time.
So what time is it there right now, and how many energy drinks did you have to consume to be up racing this right here?
It's 1 hours on 14, so AM. So no energy drink, only one coffee. Really, I have no idea how I'm still there, because it's the third consecutive night I'm racing, and I didn't sleep a lot the last few days. So yeah, I'm really tired, but I'm so excited for this race. I wait this race since the start of the week, and it's just fantastic to be qualified for it, and running with some racer with a lot of experience.
Well, best of luck. I'll leave you with the little French.
Bonne chance dans la course et nous vous aimons.
Have a good one, my friend.
We love you too.
Yeah. Have a good one.
Thanks.
That's Guillaume Hesnode, and I think I understood most of that. That was an interesting decision to bring that on in. And now let's bring in another driver who's got a lot of real-world racing experience amongst him as well, in Derek Rice. Derek, first things first, thank you for joining us for tonight's action. How are you feeling about this evening's super late model feature?
I think it's going to be awesome. These guys, I'm watching the lap times right now. I mean, this is literally the best short track racers and some of just the best iRacers in general on the service coming into this race. I mean, watching qualifying the other day spoke for itself. They were all within a tenth. This is going to be exciting. I cannot wait to see how this turns out.
Now, talk us through tonight from your perspective, because this is a stacked field of competitors. You have Alex McCollum, Curtis Critchley, Dylan Bates. We've spoken with Hesno, for example, Landon Huffman, Logan Helton, several more. And of course, you raced all the classes last night for this respective event. What's it like seeing that now for the super late models, this stacked field, and knowing you've raced against some of these drivers tonight?
You know, it's one of those things. I think patience is going to be a virtue, and virtue is going to be the key to being able to have that guitar by the end of this. I mean, these guys, they rarely make a mistake. If they do, it's not even really worth even calling it a mistake. So to be able to see these guys, especially the ones that I feel ran last night, I'm not going to say they have much of an advantage, because being able to go on the quarter mile and then the 87s around here, I feel like they couldn't really tell much, but they are definitely getting the laps in this practice session right here, and a lot of them are looking really good. I think the key to this tonight is just going to be, you know, who can be the most patient and come out on top at the end. But I would like to see, and I'm very curious to see when we get later in the run, how passing is going to be as the intensity rises up and as everybody becomes more on a level playing field. Everybody's on this outstanding Makoni setup shop setup. So there's really no huge advantage. It's really going to be the driver that wants to get up on the wheel the most is going to be strumming the guitar at the end of this thing.
It's all going to be very interesting to say the very least. By the way, some of our fellow broadcasters really enjoy the look you've brought on for tonight's action. Others, not so much. But overall, it's definitely going to be a fun night of action. Who is your pick? Curious on that to be amongst your favorites this year, since keep in mind the top three are all not returning this year from last year's race.
You know, I don't know. Landon Huffman is always really good. He runs supers more consistency. So if I had to give a tip of the hat to somebody, I I would say Landon, but at the same time, Alex McCollum looks really good as well. So it's a tough one. I'm gonna go Huffman.
Who else is going to be someone to keep an eye on we haven't really talked too much about or may not expect based on what you've seen and how they performed against you?
Let's see. I think Presley's going to be a good one. Presley Sora. He's not far off on the time charts right now. He got him a couple of wins last night. We know he can drive. He is always outstanding. Every major race we run with Presley, he's always up there in the front. So I think if we're going to have a dark horse and one that at the end of this 300 laps might be there towards the end, I could definitely say Presley Sora.
I'm very curious to see how Presley does as well. Anything else you'd like to add, Derek, before we let you go?
You know, we definitely just have to put a huge thank you to William Hill for putting this on. He has really put a lot of time and effort into this, and so has everybody at Podium Esports and McConey Setup Shop to really bring this event. And having Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway acknowledge this event is just huge. And all the partners that came on for this, I just want to say a special thank you to all of them. Scott Martin with Martin Sports. Everybody's just been so phenomenal to make this what is, in my opinion, the biggest super late model race on iRacing probably ever. So just thank you to all of the people who contributed into making this happen, and thank you to William Hill for putting it on.
Thank you very much for your time, Derek.
I'll see y'all.
That's Derek Rice, looking very fly in his racing seats after competing in last night's action. Now, one of the drivers who was up and down the pylon in the Pro Late Models and is also a big supporter of this event this year is Jeff McConey. Jeff McConey is now joined alongside Kenneth Bueno.
Here with Jeff McConey, the man who makes the setups, as we call him, or maybe the setup god. I don't know, whatever nickname you want to prefer here, Jeff. But nonetheless, we saw you kind of up and down throughout the Pro Late Model race. So we talked with you a little bit on just how the night has gone. So walking out of what was a tumultuous Pro Late Model race, what are your expectations now as I believe a spectator here for the Super Late Model affair?
Well, my expectation on it is that it's be a very good race. I'm very excited for it. I'm hoping that some of the McConey drivers will have good races there. I know Presley Sora is one of ours, and he's starting 36th, so he's going to have to work his way all the way up through the field. But a lot of our drivers are out there. It's going to be a really fun night. I'm excited to watch this race. I'm at the Walmart right now. I finished up the Pro Late Model race, went to make dinner, and then realized, well, I don't have any ketchup. So I live 5 minutes from a Walmart, and I got over here as quick as I could to try and save dinner.
You know what? If you're gonna get ketchup on the way there, I hope you buy some popcorn on the way. I think we would all need it, including yourself, for the Super Late Model race at 300 laps. But let's talk more about your business, McConey Setup Shop. I think I've seen it everywhere on Twitter since it started. And you've done a great job of putting your business out there in terms of sim racing events, in terms of sponsorships for drivers. Wherever it was, you would see McConey Setup Shop. Even in the Coke Series, they had you for Richmond Raceway Esports, Jimmy Mullis and them, those drivers putting your logos on their cars. So as a business here, and specifically in this short track event, what has this meant for you looking for short tracks and, of course, kind of in your wheelhouse with the way you guys make setups for these kind of cars?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I started McConey Setup Shop about a year ago, about a year and a half ago, actually, in March of 2020, which is crazy. Pretty much when the whole world came to a halt, that's when it started up, and we've just been growing day by day ever since. Really amazing. We've done a lot of work with a lot of different tracks. Had the honor and privilege of partnering with Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, now 2 years running. This is the second time we're building the setups for this event. We did the setups for the official virtual Snowball Derby, partnered with Five Flag Speedway on that one last year. So we've had the opportunity to build for so many different tracks for events like this. We've had the opportunity to work with so many different customers, thousands of customers, thousands of people that we've been able to work with and help out. Raised a couple $1,000s for charity, over $5,000. Started our efforts with that. And like you mentioned, up in the Coke Series, we got to work with Jimmy Mullis and Zach Novak, and they came on actually as staff members here at McConey Setup Shop, so they help out with coaching. You can book a session with them. What our goal with everything Obviously, with any business, goal is to make money so that the business can continue. But our goal alongside that is put as much money back into the community as we possibly can. I'm not going to throw numbers around, but our goal is to put as much money back in the community and help with events like this and sponsor different leagues. We'll sponsor anything from, just a random league. We'll give them the money they need to get broadcasted, all the way up to events like this, where we're putting in money towards prize pool. We're off different prizes as well from us, all different types that we do to help out. The fact that I get to sort of, in the simplest terms, play pretend race cars for a living is really, really cool, and the ability to help other people and put on events like this alongside the awesome team here with William Hale and everyone at Podium Esports and all the other sponsors as part of this event it's really mind-blowing. I say it all the time, sort of the luckiest guy in the world to be in this position and able to help out with events like this and work with all these amazing people.
You know what you said? You work with pretend race cars for a living, but I saw your sponsorship on William Hale's car not too long ago on his stock car at Short Track Racing. So maybe it won't be virtual for longer. Maybe you guys step into the real world. But nonetheless, Jeff, for this race, I know necessarily you're not going to be behind the wheel for this one. You're going to be watching with your eyeballs on what's going to be an exciting All-American Esports 400 Super Late Model feature. Are there anybody that catch your eye? I know we kind of discussed the Parker Retzlaffs, the Alex McCollums of the world, but who have you kept your eye on as a part of a driver that can maybe play spoiler and can maybe show us a show here tonight?
Well, I know Landon Huffman just up and getting his all sorted out right now. He runs the Total Advantage team. We do a lot of work with them. A lot of people don't know that. We do their modified setups for them that they run within their team. We do a ton of work with Landon Huffman. He's one of our sponsored drivers, all around an awesome dude. So keep an eye on him. I really think he is. It's hard to call him an underdog because sort of everyone knows his name and knows how good of a driver he is. But I think he's going to show up and he's going to have a really good night. Keep your eyes on Presley Sora. Presley doesn't do a lot of official series racing, but Presley Sora sure does do a lot of when he competes in different leagues. He competes in different special events. He's starting tail end of the field 36, and I think that he is definitely going to be one to watch. He is one of the best drivers in iRacing, and everyone is going to know his name in a couple of years here. I can guarantee that.
Well, Jeff, no, you've got your players, you've got your favorites, and before we let you go, Jeff, to kind of wrap things up, is there anybody you want to thank? Any possible people that make things happen for you, or just any last words you want to give out?
Oh man, there are so many people that help make every one of these events happen. I have to say, William Hale, his work ethic for this event is second to none. He's put in the hours, he's put in the blood, sweat, tears, money, everything to make this event as amazing as it is. So everyone watching, go ahead and follow his page, William Hale Motorsports, on Facebook and Twitter and everything else where he's at. Follow him and just send him a message saying thank you for giving us an event we can watch, an event that we can all enjoy, an event that drivers can race in. Every driver out there should be giving a big thank you to William Hale. I got to give another big thank you to everyone here at Podium Esports. We do work with this whole team. I mean, every single day. Ryan Bauer behind the scenes, great producer, even better friend. So he's someone that's always making sure that these things happen, look good, and are basically TV broadcast quality. Everyone at McConey Setup Shop, all the builders, all the staff members, everyone there that makes it all happen. It's crazy. It's still a year and a half later hasn't sunk in that I'm at the point where I'm at, but we're lucky that we get to play race cars for a living and enjoy it. And I hope everyone enjoys this event tonight. It's going to be a great one. Thank you all for tuning in.
Well, Jeff, we want to thank you for obviously being a part of it all and taking your time with us up here in the broadcast booth. We'll wish you luck on your endeavor into Walmart. Hopefully it's a Heinz ketchup variety we'll be seeing getting bought. But nonetheless, Jeff, thank you so much for taking your time. And we definitely hope you enjoy tonight's event as much as everybody will. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Thank you guys up here. And yes, Heinz ketchup is the only way to go. So take that, and I'll hopefully have them on my car for the next race. We'll see if they're watching.
Hey, lucky number 57. That's where it's going to be, Justin. Jeff McConey, from Makoni Setup Shop here tonight. Obviously in Walmart, but he's definitely going to be one of the pairs of eyeballs out of many that are going to watch this spectacle here for the All-American Esports 400.
As these drivers continue to prepare themselves for tonight, the track is currently quiet on down for the time being. One of the drivers, though, who looks to make a statement tonight is Logan Hilton, who has shown great speed throughout his time on the iRacing service, made his play to fame during the California Clash about a year ago, and now he tries to succeed here on the short track tonight. He's with Terry Radford. Terry?
Logan, buddy, you're looking good in the hat. I enjoy the fan attack wheel there too. You got a beautiful paint scheme out there with Splash and Go graphics. Is that a throwback to some William Byron, or is that some Jeff Gordon, a little throw in there?
This was a paint scheme that Cosman made for me last minute, so I have a feeling it's based off of William Byron because he made a couple of examples earlier this year for it. But I think it looks beautiful, and I can't wait to get it on track tonight.
It definitely caught my eye. I know what it is missing, though. It's missing my face. Right there in the dead center of that beautiful number of the 63. My face would just be gorgeous. So you were 11th on the speed chart in that initial practice right there. Is there any opportunity that you see yourself maybe mixing it up with Timmy Holmes, Parker, Alex McCollum? Can you get up to those guys, and how aggressive you have to be to start this race?
Well, fun fact, Friday was actually the first day that I've driven this car and bought the track. So I think I'm starting 4th, and that's a big accomplishment for me. But I think I'm going to spend the race learning because I really don't know how to race around other people in this car. I got a little bit of practice, obviously, in that session, but I think I'm just going to play it cautious. And if I don't feel comfortable up front, I might just let them all pass me so I can save my car for the end, so I can use my experience gained through the race.
So you race over an MSRA, a show we broadcast over here on Podium. How is that season going? And do you see any similarities to driving these cars compared to what you do over an MSRA?
Not really. I had to really change my driving style for this car, but once I learned how to drive it, I am loving the way that it feels. And yeah, I mean, I'm having a lot of fun with it. I didn't think learning the car would be this fun, but it's something new, and I'm not complaining putting in the time for it.
Do you have any predictions of what's going to happen over or under on cautions? Who's going to stand out tonight that's going to really bring the fire to this show?
I honestly don't know. I don't know people's names that are good in this car. I see I think McCullum, Retzlaff, Holmes. Those are names that I saw. I'm not completely sure on who's good in this car or not, so I don't think I can give my opinion on that.
Well, I think you're going to do a good one. And quick question, because I asked this to somebody else just a little earlier. Believe it was over to Jeff McConey. What's a song that you maybe sing if you're in a tough spot, you get wrecked or something? Is there something that sings in your head? Some Drake, some Carrie Underwood, maybe?
I learned this from Road to Pro earlier this year. I got wrecked a couple times, so my go-to song if I'm not feeling too good is "Don't Worry, Be Happy," and I'll just hum that to myself.
That's a very solid song to sing. I'm a big Jimmy Buffett fan myself, but yeah, I could see a little bit of that going on. There's some reggae going on. Shout out to your sponsors. Anybody out there you want to thank? You got a lot of people potentially watching to see you come through the field and win this thing.
Well, first of all, thanks to Splash and Go Graphics for this awesome, beautiful number 63 paint scheme. Thanks to you guys at Podium for broadcasting this, Makoni Setup Shop, and all those guys that are putting this race on for us, Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Nexus eSports as well, and yeah, all my friends and family that'll be tuning in tonight.
All right, so if you win this guitar, what's the first song you're going to play on it?
I don't know how to play the guitar, but I'll probably learn how to play guitar if I get the guitar.
Well, thanks for being a good sport with me. Is that a Daniel Suarez hat, by the way?
It is a Daniel Suarez hat, number 99. Got it at Daytona earlier this year. I also got a shirt, but I don't know where it is right now.
Well, best of luck tonight in this event. We hope to be seeing you pretending to strum the guitar and not pulling a Kyle Busch on us.
Yes, I will definitely not be smashing it on the ground.
Thanks, brother.
Once again, that's Logan Helton. He'll be starting towards the front for the All-American Esports 400 for the Super Late Models. One of the teams and groups of drivers who made their way in is Mark Keatman Performance. They had 2 drivers attempt to qualify their way in. For them, ended up making it Carter Russo as well as Mark Keatman. Mark now joins us here in the broadcast booth. Mark, first things first, how does it feel to, on your first attempt qualifying in, to make it in for the All-American Esports 400 in the Super Late Models?
Oh, I'm absolutely stoked, no doubt about it. And to also have my teammate in as well in our first attempt, it's just a great feeling.
Now talk about that effort to get yourself right into this race and in turn get yourself to become one of those drivers racing with the best in all of short track racing on the service.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely taken me a lot of time to get where I am today, especially with my friends and family support. I started from the very bottom and now I'm here, which is just a great feeling. I couldn't be happier.
Now you mentioned you started from the bottom. For those who are seeing you for the first time, tell us your story. How did you get yourself to this moment here on short track racing for iRacing?
Yeah, well, I started on a laptop that could barely run iRacing and a controller, not really knowing what I was doing. A couple years down the road, I was able to finally save up enough money to get a non-force feedback wheel and some pedals. Started getting myself acquainted with the wheel and pedal setup, and then about March of 2019 or 2020, I was able to finally get a really nice set of wheels and pedals, and it's just been charged to the top since then.
So what is your game plan for tonight? Because based on the speed traps, you are among one of the final drivers to make their way in through qualifying pace. What would the strategy be like for you tonight?
I think for a lot of the race, we're just going to ride around and try to keep our nose clean. I definitely want to, make up some spots when I can, but I don't want to force any issues and put myself in a bad situation. I think we only get like 2 sets of tires, so we got to be really conservative with the equipment.
Overall, what are your expectations in turn then for your first appearance in this race?
Mainly, I think we have speed to be like a mid-pack car. I would just love to finish the race in one piece. That's all.
It's going to be interesting how things fare out. Anyone you would like to give a shout out to for tonight?
Yeah, I want to thank Hatch Designs for making this beautiful paint scheme. Mining Store, Hamke Race Cars and Parts for everything they do for us, and my friends and family.
Congratulations on making it to tonight's Super Late Model feature. Good luck for the race.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That's Mark Keatman, who looks to try and find his way from the back to the front. His teammate for this evening's event, as mentioned, was Carter Russo. Carter Russo qualified just outside the top 10. He's with Kenneth Bueno.
Here with Carter Russo, who's getting ready to start the virtual All-American Esports 400 here for the virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And Carter, I want to ask this first, just because there's history, obviously, behind the real-life race. There's now history being made from the sim racing side of things. And for you, just outside of the top 10, going to start this 300-lap feature, what is going to be the approach here? We've seen a lot of drivers go aggressive. We've seen some drivers get conservative over this time period. So for you, what is the game plan behind the wheel in order to ensure success in position and giving yourself a possibility of winning the whole thing?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely in the beginning, we're just going to ride around, just see how everything's going to play out and take care of my tires and just see how everybody's going to react to the 300-lap race we got going on tonight.
It's going to be a long one. Know that the tires are going to be a big concern, but the cars are something. I know that when iRacing introduced the late model, the brand new overhaul of the late model, and how that car looked, how that car performed, how it sounded. For you, spending time with this car and getting intimate with it here at this track, what has been the most notable challenges behind the wheel? Has it been power? Has it been suspension? What's been sort of the biggest challenge to keep this car planted and on its toes, especially given the fact that you're going to have 300 laps on tow for you tonight?
Yeah, definitely the bumps down there in 1 and 2, just trying to keep it, plan it going in the right direction, not, get it upset, and just throttle control and know where to lift and get back to it without upsetting the car and keep it pointing in the right direction.
Keeping it pointed in the right direction is going to be key. How about cautions? What are we looking at for potential carnage here as we take a look live on the feed? A crash out of turn 2 in practice. But what are we expecting carnage-wise? Are you expecting sort of a big stack 'em up most of the time, or do you think we're going to see a lot of clean racing here?
Well, I'm hoping for a lot of clean racing, but I was watching the late model, not the pro late models, and they look like they were kind of struggling, trying to keep it going. But hopefully, our race will be a little bit more cleaner than that. We'll be able to go some long green flag runs and just get the experience of being able to be one of the mini cars in this long mini car field.
Well, hopefully we see the latter instead of the former and see a very clean race all the way to the end and the checkered flag. And maybe we'll see you as a part of the top 3, or maybe even the guy getting the guitar. And speaking of prizes, I know Terry asked this earlier, but a guitar on hand. Do you have any plans for the guitar if you win this whole thing? Do you got plans with the tickets for the All-American 400? What's the motive there with the prizes that'll give if you end up winning this thing?
Definitely the tickets. Gonna try somehow, get out there. But if I end up getting that guitar, it's definitely gonna sit on my trophy shelf and just collect dust, as they say, just look pretty off the shelf.
Hey, maybe give it some polish. It's going to look good, I think, on the shelf if you're able to win the All-American eSports 400. But Carter, before we let you go, is there anybody else you just want to give a shout out to for making all of this possible on your end and making this feature?
Definitely McConey Subs for making this setup and everybody who put this thing on. Hatch Designs for making this hot rod for the All-American 400. And Mark Keedeman for letting me be a part of his team, and we ended up both making it, so that's pretty fun on our first attempt.
Well, Carter, we certainly appreciate the time up here in the broadcast booth. Want to wish you the best of luck, and obviously congratulations for making it. Wishing you the best of luck when we kick off the green flag and get it started for 300 laps here from Nashville.
Thank you.
That's Carter Russo getting ready just outside of the top 10 in qualifying, but nonetheless, he's optimistic to make a run happen, Justin.
Now, we talked about how drivers were shuffling about in qualifying. There was a top 28 cutoff that took place during the week for qualifying. Some of the drivers had to essentially race through LCQ events to be able to make sure they locked their way in. The first driver out via time prior to those LCQs was Oliver Cordell. He's with Terry Radford, who gets ready for tonight's action.
Well, Oliver, you're sitting in practice right now, 8th place with a 17.88. You're only 4 100ths off of the pace that the leader of practice had set. You got a fast car. How nerve-wracking was it getting into the last chance qualifier, but knowing that you're fast?
Yes, sir. I personally have had a fairly rough week. For those of you that didn't know, my dad has been in the hospital past 2 weeks with COVID. And this past Wednesday, he passed away. So I've been just struggling a little bit this week, trying to stay mentally prepared for this, and next weekend for the real All-American 400. So first laps I had on here this week was qualifying, actually. So didn't have much time to prepare. So to be about 2.5 tenths off first 3 laps, I'll take it.
Well, I'll tell you, I know you're racing with a heavy heart, and it means a lot that you're out here racing in the virtual All-American 400. It's never easy, but you're putting on a whale of a show. I mean, you have a fast car. I know you're going to be racing for him, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Appreciate it.
What is this victory going to mean to you, and how special will it be to walk across that stage with the guitar in your hand for your dad?
Yeah, it'd be amazing. 2 years ago, in real life, my grandfather passed away 2 days before the race, and I actually won that race that Saturday, first race I'd ever won. So that was pretty cool. hoping to recreate that moment tonight, but it'd be even more special since it's my father, obviously. But it'd be pretty cool, and I know he'd be proud.
Any special shout outs for your sponsors, for fans out there that are watching, that you just to have somebody to root for you? Why should we root for the 17? We know that you do have the speed. Can you take it to victory lane here tonight?
This race is long. It's going to be all about survival, and that's basically the key. 300 laps, 36 cars. It's going to be crazy. On these longer races, I usually try to survive the first half and then go get them the second half, and that's just what we'll have to do tonight. I got to thank all the people that have been praying for us, thinking about us this past week. It's been a rough week, but we're getting through it. We'll get through it, and hopefully be in victory lane tonight, and then be in victory lane next Friday for the real deal.
Well, I tell you what, you got a lot of people out there in the chat that are praying for you. Our thoughts and prayers are with you as well. Best of luck here tonight. We look forward to potentially talking to you at the end of this race as potentially a victor in the All-American 400, and we can't wait to watch what you do next week. Mr. Cordell, have a good rest of your night, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You too.
And happy hauler indeed for Oliver Cordell. We'd like to thank him for taking the time to speak with us during this pre-race coverage. Thoughts towards his family this tough time. Now, one of the drivers who also had to race their way in via LCQ competition was Presley Sora. And Presley Sora is a familiar name here on Podium Esports. He's shown a lot of speed, whether it's been in ERL competition, in some cases short tracks. Presley, first things first, welcome to the All-American Esports 400 for the Super Late Models.
Thanks, I'm ready to go.
On that note then, how was it like trying to qualify your way in for this event? Not just with the time, but also having to basically race your way in with a fairly stacked LCQ.
It was hectic. Yeah, LCQ was tough. I led for a while and making my way in. But yeah, it's a stacked field tonight, and I'm just happy to be in it. And I've got a long way to go up to the front, but I think you'll see me up there eventually.
So what's your preparation been like for tonight, knowing the difficulty of this track, but also with the difficulty of trying to maintain avoiding contact, let's put it that way, here at this type of track?
Yeah, it's a tough track. The line that you've got to run to be fast is really precise, and the second you miss it, you're losing a tenth at least, and that's the big thing in qualifying. Those guys that hit the line perfectly on their qualifying laps, they made their way in, and those who didn't had to race their way in, obviously. But yeah, I spent a lot of time practicing. I think I'll be pretty good in the race. I'm always better at racing than I am hot lapping, so yeah, I think as the run goes on, I'll pass more cars, and eventually you guys will see me up towards the front.
So you mentioned that difficulty there. What would it mean to you to be able to be one of those drivers who comes from the back to win the All-American Esports 400 for the Super Late Models and have the chance, in turn, to be at the real world race?
Oh, that'd be awesome. I think it'd be even better coming from the back than it would be starting on pole or something. I got 35 cars in front of me, so I got a long way to get up there. But yeah, I think that'd look a little more impressive if I won it from last. I would love to be able to go down there to Nashville next week, and that guitar as a trophy too. That is sick. That would be really cool to win that one.
That was going to be my next question. What would it mean to be able to have a custom guitar for yourself as that prize?
Well, I can guarantee I couldn't play it, but it'd be really cool to win. Those trophies are really cool. I know the NASCAR guys get a Nashville guitar, and they always look awesome. So yeah, that'd be a really cool one to win. That's honestly one of my favorite trophies. So yeah, I'd like to win that one tonight.
So I'm curious on this because the last person spoken to had mentioned they would learn how to play the guitar if they won the guitar. Would that be the same for you, Presley?
Oh yeah, I'd do it. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. if I've got a guitar, I think I probably have to learn how to play it, to be honest, and then I can actually use the guitar. So just look at it.
It's definitely going to be a fun night of action, to say the very least, with a lot of heavy hitters in this field. Anyone you like to give a shout out to before we let you get ready for the drivers' meeting in about 5 minutes?
Oh yeah, I got to give a shout out to Club Jerky. They're up on the hood tonight, and they sponsor me and everything. Same with Maconi Setup Shop and Martin Sports. They're new on my car, so this will be the first race, really. Or, well, I guess earlier when I flipped in the late model, but tonight's the first night with them on the car. So I want to do good with all of them. And then, thanks to William for putting this on and you guys for broadcasting. I know William put a lot of work into this event, so shout out to him too.
Absolutely. And by the way, Jeff McConey's, I think, watching from a Walmart, and Scott Martin's watching from home. Good luck tonight trying to impress the sponsors.
Yep, pressure's on. Thank you.
That's Presley Sora looking to handle the pressure well this evening for tonight's super late model feature for the All-American eSports 400. Just a few moments away from that drivers meeting, and the last of the drivers we'll have the chance to speak with prior to that meeting is Devin Landry. He's standing by with Kenneth Bueno.
Here with Devin Landry, the driver of the number 29 super late model, going to roll off just outside of the top 10 when we get to the green flag here to start 300 laps. Devin, I know that this race is going to be a good look, I think, from your point of view, because you're kind of in the middle of the field. There's a lot of drivers around you and a lot of stacked drivers around you as well. So how do you anticipate the start of this race and how you're going to set yourself into a tempo?
I don't know. I really think this race is going to have quite a few cautions until we can get spread out. It's definitely a long race, though. So I think a lot of guys will be riding around waiting for all the stuff to happen. But my plan is to just ride and try to keep track position as much as possible.
And track position, I think at a short track comes at a premium with these cars. So for you behind the wheel as a driver, how do you kind of balance the sort of aspect of aggressivity, being aggressive, giving the bumper and giving the door, versus kind of being calm and waiting back and waiting for the opportunity to arise? How do you balance that with your spotters or with just yourself behind the wheel as you manage this amount of time, 300 laps? It's a long race.
I think it's just going to be pretty much, I don't even know. I mean, I think I'm going to wait. I don't think I need to be really aggressive to fire off. Wait till like halfway to really start pushing the issue with people. I mean, obviously you get the accidents where you slide up into someone, you apologize, but nothing really major. I think we'll be making moves at the end of the race instead of early. Just try to stay up front as much as possible.
Well, staying up front is going to be the key, and if you could stay up front all night long, you could end up in victory lane. So for you, as of this being one of the largest esports events to happen across the iRacing service, how would it mean to you? How important would it be for you as a driver to take away this event to call yourself an All-American eSports 400 winner?
I think it'd be pretty cool. I mean, been on iRacing for 2 years, right? I think now, and haven't really won anything big, so this is a great opportunity. I can't thank the guys that put this on enough, and I can't wait.
You can't wait behind the wheel. We can't wait either from the broadcast booth. It's going to be so much fun. Devin, before we let you go, is there anybody else you just want to give a shout out to for making all of this possible on your run here for a guitar and 2 tickets to the real world, AAA or AA 400?
Ryan Kuhn Motorsports, RKM Setup Shop, Studio 10 Designs, Studio 10 Wraps, my bad, and my family at home watching.
Well, Devin, we certainly appreciate the time. I want to wish you the best of luck in this race, 300 laps, and of course, hopefully we end up talking to you at the end of the night.
Thank you, guys.
Been some interesting conversations, and some of the drivers definitely competing with heavy hearts for this evening's action. It's going to be intriguing how it all plays out here tonight. Give a slight check as this will now be the last driver. We'll get to speak with Terry Radford real quickly before the drivers meeting. Stand by with Luke Baldwin.
Luke, man, I like the onboard camera you got.
Appreciate that.
What's your shirt say?
Hold your line from Shenandoah Sean.
Yeah. Oh man, funny story. So I get requested to go do this S-Ruck League, right? I don't know if you're in it.
I don't think I'm gonna run that now.
Instantly went out to Shenandoah Shine to get an amazing shirt. It should be here in time for little sponsor plugs for you guys. So, are you going to be able to hold your line here tonight? That number 7. I see you with the wheel. You're really sawing at her.
Whoa. Yeah. I mean, that's the goal for sure. I think this new track temperature, it's definitely a little harder to drive than it was in practice. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna be able to ride for a while, keep my car straight, keep it clean, and until it's go time.
Well, I'm very proud of what this has got here. You got any predictions? Are you going to win this race?
Yeah. I'll say that now. My goal is to win this race. That's what I'm trying to do.
Pulling the Babe Ruth out, or as the people down here in Atlanta says, the Braves winning moment. You can go to the World Series here tonight and get yourself a guitar. Are you going to play any special tunes on it if you get it?
Thanks everybody for. I think maybe "Hey There, Delilah." That'll be a good song to play on the guitar.
Oh, what a good song goes. What you do to me. Oh, have a good one, man. Go to the driver's meeting.
Appreciate that. Thank you for having me.
That's Luke Baldwin, the last of the drivers we'll get to speak to before tonight's action. Thank all the drivers and sponsors who took the time to speak with us during pre-race coverage, I should say, for Super Late Models for the All-American eSports 400. And a lot of different mindsets and approaches we heard from this evening. I'll start with you, Kenneth. Tonight's going to be a fun race, and it seems in turn a lot of different expectations from the front of the drivers to the middle of the pack to the back of the field. Your thoughts on what we could see tonight?
I think we're probably going to see a lot of patient racing, Justin, to start. I know, of course, these guys are close quarters. There's going to be contact somewhere, no doubt. But I think with the consensus of drivers, a lot of it's going to be patience. It's a 300-lap race. You need to survive in order to get all the way to the finish. So if drivers can do that first, put that as their first priority, then they can be aggressive later. I think that's what we're probably going to see. Cautions, they're going to exist. Probably don't think there's going to be too many, but I think we're still going to see some along the way. It's going to be a nice balance, I think, nonetheless, tonight.
What about you, Terry? What are your expectations for tonight?
Somebody's going to come out here like the Rhinestone Cowboy with some new jewelry, have something on the wall, strumming in their hands, whatever they want to do with the guitar. Or they're going to leave here like the great movie Urban Cowboy with a bloody nose, some crushed feelings. I expect to see full metal mayhem around Nashville Fairgrounds. A lot of bent sheet metal. Potentially a lot of hurt feelings, but if your feelings get too hurt, you can always head over to McConey Setup Shop and get a victory.
Decent plug there. On that note, we'll take a very quick break. The opening ceremonies coming up in just a moment. You're watching Podium Esports for coverage of the All-American eSports 400 presented by Martin Sports.
Boy Jeff Brown at iRacing iFlag sent me this thing today, and it is f***ing badass. All right, custom 3D printed iRacing iFlag, their newest version. Got my name on it, my Twitch channel, my logo. So yeah, those y'all don't know what iRacing iFlag is, this thing has a little USB connection on the bottom. Also, the cool thing I see that he added was this little this is the same thing that you would use for like a webcam or a microphone in the bottom. And then it plugs in through USB, and it gives you, whenever there's a flag or anything like that on the track, it will flash yellow, green, black, meatball, whatever. So there's that. And I got this little custom stand for it. What I want to do is I'm going to find me a little microphone type stand I'm probably going to try to mount it over here where it flashes, or I didn't realize this thing was going to be as big as it was, but I'm at least going to put it over here on my desk next to my keyboard so I can tell when we have caution flags and stuff like that. One thing I want to check and see is if you can see it through that camera over there. I got to find somewhere where I can mount it to where you guys can see it. Obviously, it can't go over the cup holder because my cup holder is important. We'll probably put it back here. Can't really see it there either. I'm gonna find somewhere to put it where you can see it on the camera. But it's actually pretty cool. Love this thing. I'm gonna get it set up before tomorrow when we stream. I didn't get time to set it up tonight. I will say that these things are great because visual cues. I'll work off of visual cues, and this is actually a split second faster as far as like, because it'll give you car low, car high, yellow flags, blue flags. I don't get those much. All that. It's a split second faster than what you'll actually get from the sim. So I mean, the little visual cues can help with your reaction times and stuff. But these things actually are pretty cool. And you can actually get custom made 3D boxes with them now. Use promo code STILLHORSE, save 15% at iRacingHighFlag.com. So just wanted to give Jeff Brown, all the guys at iRacing High Flag. This is one of my OG sponsors, by the way. Like one of the first sponsors I ever had on here. So thanks to Jeff. And man, it's honestly, it's just really cool that he took the time out to 3D print me a custom little stanchion here for it. So that's just dope. I love it.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairground Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome to the All-American Esports 400 for the Super Late Model feature for tonight's action presented by Martin Sports here on Podium Esports. Pre-race ceremonies are ready to go from Nashville Fairground Speedway. It's time to head to your national anthem, sung by Rebecca Kimbry.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And now, with your command for the All-American eSports 400, it's the 2013 Nashville Fairground Speedway Pro Late Model Rookie of the Year, Corey Doozer.
Hey, I'm Corey Doozer, driver of the number 14 Pro Late Model in 2013 JEG Series All-Stars Tour Rookie of the Year. Thank you for tuning in to the All-American eSports 400 presented by Martin Sports. Gentlemen, start your engines.
A great command, and now it's time to look at your starting grid for the 2021 edition of the All-American eSports 400. Alex McCollum set the fastest time in qualifying during the week. He'll start alongside one of the top contenders from last year, Ryan Matthews. Dylan Bates, the 2020 Pro Late Model winner, starts in third, with Logan Helton, in fourth. Timothy Holmes starts in fifth today, with Jacob Harberts rounding out your top six today, Kenneth.
Famed iRacing short track racer Landon Huffman will line up the inside of row 4 with our Pro Late Model winner just a couple of moments ago, Parker Redslap. He'll start in P8. Thomas Axum in the 13 machine will line up the inside of row 5 with Eric Myers to your top 10, before you find Devin Landry in the number 29 machine and Steele Langford outside row 6, P12.
Ryan Gavel's going to start on the low side of row 7 with Carter Russo out there on his outside. Jake Silva in at row 8. Luke Baldwin, Peyton Hamlet, and Trayton
Lapsevich. It's Lapsevich, the famous Canadian driver who was a contender in several series this year. Latham Joyner starts 19th with RS Center in 20th. Tyler Davala starts 21st with Curtis Critchley 22nd. Guillaume Hesnot comes from French 23rd. Jonathan Smith rounds out the top 24 at Kevin.
And behind them, you'll find Jay Jensen, Preston Boers to line up row 13. It'll be Eric Tracy, Mark Keatman to row 14 and P28. Riding on your top 30 for tonight's 300-lap feature, Oliver Cordell in the 17 and Bladen Edwards in the 72.
That's right. Joey Mazowicz. I got that one right this time. Jeff Dillon, James Watson, and rounding out in row 18, Presley Sora.
That's a look top to bottom at your running order for the 2021 All-American eSports 400 for the super late models. Your weather conditions for tonight. It is 73 degrees Fahrenheit air temp, 74 track temperature, overcast skies with the in-sim time just past 3:30 p.m. So fairly cool on October 31st, 2021, here from Nashville Fairground Speedway. And remember, your winner for tonight's super late model race secures $250, a custom guitar, and 2 pit passes to the All-American 400. Final thoughts, Kenneth, before we take the green flag here tonight.
Well, this is going to be a fully stacked 300-lap feature. We've got guys like Alex McCollum, Parker Redslap, Logan Helton, all big names. Landon Huffman, a bunch of guys in this race, Justin. We should expect some fantastic racing with these cars. So much power. These guys are going to be on edge every single lap.
Already $100 secured tonight for the super late model pool for Alex McCollum. And now he looks to start off on the right foot. Green flag is out. We're underway from Nashville. And a strong launch from McCollum off the corner, side by side for second. Matthews and the LeDuc Matthews Racing Machine clears for second, but the caution is out of the back. We're under yellow for the first time tonight, and it involves several of the drivers in the late 20s throughout the 30s.
Well, that's a big mess near the rear of the field, Justin. You take a look at it, and I said before tonight we were going to expect some cautions. Well, probably not on lap 1. There's a car right there. That was the 23. Jonathan Smith went around, and then not much space for anyone else to go. You see the 10 machine, that's Travis Wright getting collected into it. You see the 39 machine, James Watson into it. Right on board here with Wright. Looking here side by side, doesn't seem to be too big of an issue, but then you'll see the car go around, and there's not much time to react to these very fast late models. Trying to thread the needle, but just barely got hit.
And a tough break for Presley Sora, who, remember, started shotgun for this race. He was the last to the scene, and he ended up getting that car who bounced off the 23, ricocheting down the track into his path. So we're under caution already for the first time tonight for the All-American eSports 400. Yet, tonight's action for caution flag periods presented by iRacing iFlag visual system. Latest version of the iRacing iFlag visual system is better than ever and easier to install. For more information, please visit iRacingIFlag.com and use the code PODIUMFAN for 15% off anything. A big thank you to iRacing iFlag for their support of Podium Esports. Several cars already having to get repairs done after a lap 1 back straightaway incident. And of note, one driver has already picked up 2 strikes as a result of that caution flag. Jonathan Smith has one for the wreck, one for not holding their brake steering.
That's a tough break, and on flat 4 of the race, already having 2 strikes, it puts them behind the 8 ball. They can't be as aggressive as they want to be. As we look at here at some of our onboards, guy there on the bottom got Ryan Gavel.
Ryan Gavel, you can see, very focused. Here, that's some of the others. You have one on their cell phone, please don't drive while texting, and one with a VR headset on. So various different perspectives, lighting, and steering equipment utilized by these drivers tonight. That's again, it's Alex McCollum from Ryan Matthews, Dylan Bates, Logan Helton, Timmy Holmes inside the top 5. There's one also, our thing to note, Preston Boers missed the start for tonight. Carter Russo had technical issues off the jump as well. He's 3 laps down. Travis Wright just pulled off. He's now 2 down. As we take a look from Logan Helton, he's the one with the VR headset, Kenneth.
Gotta love it. Just how immersive the VR technology is on the iRacing platform. And you said it, just the differences between drivers who maybe just like the typical wheel and pedal setup, whether it's a cheaper wheel, whether it's a more expensive rig. And then you got guys on the VR headset. They don't even need a monitor to go racing on iRacing. So Logan Helton, preferably with the VR headset on, and with the position right now, P4. No, it hasn't been the largest drop to the field because of the yellow early, but we'll see how he does.
By the way, the driver who was texting and driving has just been warned by race control for that as a result. Green flag is back out. For the end of lap 6 and the start of lap 7, McCollum this time is clear through the corner. Matthews is also to the bottom along with Dylan Bates. Much better start, Terry, to this one.
Yeah, it's a better start than what they had there. You saw a little wheel spin on the initial start of the race, but top 3's broken away. You see the battle for 4th heating up right there. Starting to go up there, you see Logan Helton. He sits on the high side. A little different aspect to what we had on the initial start. Now you got Jacob right there as well in that 80 machine. Look at what Landon Huffman sees as he's trying to get around the high side. The 67's down there on the bottom. He very closely almost spun that one around.
And he's someone, Kenneth, who knows short track racing. He's competed in real world events, including the Camping World Truck Series for NASCAR. He's also made a few starts in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series as among one of its first competitors, and as well has Total Advantage Motorsports, as well as the Academy he runs short track wise. As we take a look at one of the other battles going on around this pack.
He definitely does, Justin. Landon Huffman's also been the pioneer, sort of advocating and putting his voice out for the Hickory Motor Speedway. He's a fan of that track. He's been in love with that track. He was super hyped, Justin, when it came out in the iRacing service. So if there's anybody on the sim who knows about short track racing, then you can easily refer to the 75, that driver right there, Landon Huffman. Here's a nice battle, though. Ryan Gavel trying to look to the inside. And I guess I talked about many of the approaches before we got started. Some drivers want to be aggressive, some drivers want to be conservative, but Justin, caution on the racetrack, not going to have enough time just yet to make the strategies work.
And I think the driver who just took off in their teleportation device is now the potential cause of this one. Already, Jeff Dillon has pulled off the circuit. He was in 27th position prior to the caution. And, well, just take a look. And then bye-bye. Second time Presley Soares been in the wrecked area.
Yeah, it's tough break. I mean, you see what happened here. He really does love jerky, and big into the wall, kind of smushed like a pound of jerky. He should be able to still continue here. Not a whole lot of damage, not smoking or anything. Little caved up on the front, but the arrow really doesn't mean much in these cars. You still just be able to plant the nose and get through the center of the corner. He should be all right.
Very tough time right there. I'd like to take the time to ask if your business is interested in partnering with Podium Esports. We have space available for you. Podium Esports has the plan for every budget and can custom tailor solutions to suit your business's needs best. For more information on the wide variety of partnership possibilities, send an email to admin@podiumesports.com. Second time tonight, Justin Prince, Kenneth Bueno, Terry Radford with you for tonight's action. Second annual All-American Esports 400, the iRacing virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And now, 2 quick caution flags so far, boys. I know you have some popcorn to your side, Terry, but the question is when we'll get to use it.
Right now. Some good popcorn. The show's entertaining. It's got good butter, good salt, and all the fans at home, if you ain't eating popcorn, you're wrong. This is Orville Redenbacher popped in a thing. My wife made it for me. And I think I'm breaking the fourth wall, but this popcorn is delicious.
Don't worry, the fourth wall's been demolished for about 5-10 hours or so. Give or take. Was not expecting that, let's put it that way. By the way, Presley Sora just rolled his way off the pit lane after getting significant repairs done. The drivers are rolling for the green flag this time. To start lap 16, Alex McCollum, a great jump. Dylan Bates, this time a great contest on the 51 for second. He nearly clears on by Matthews through turn 2 and does.
Bates going to be able to head for P second, but here comes Ryan Matthews back to the inside. We saw him get beat on the top lane. Now he goes for the inside lane and maybe getting that approach as they head for the bumps in turn 1 and 2. They're side by side, a couple rows deep as you look even further back with Jacob Harberts and Logan Helm. They're in a battle of their own, but it is still side by side between the leaders, only allowing McCollum to walk away.
Keep in mind, McCollum, one of the top short track racers in the history of the platform, made his way to the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series as well. Or so ago. Side by side battling Logan Helton, the youngster, against Landon Huffman, the short track veteran. You see him just laser focused, Terry, on that middle line, giving a lot of space to the 75 as well, but he weeble wobbles this time off the corner.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see the high line sitting here the way it is. I was expecting it later on in the race. I wasn't expecting it this early. You see what Logan was able to do, or Landon was able to get to the high side. Logan, the 91 just slipped a big time for the 91. That was a big moment, but he was able to save it. And Parker Redcliffe, he's trying to get himself up there, and this is dangerous territory for these two drivers going side by side on a slick racetrack.
Guess what? It wasn't just a little weeble wobble from that machine, the 91, Dylan Bates. He got moved out of the way. Going into the corner by Jacob Harberts. Is able to hold on to it to avoid potential trouble. Side by side, meanwhile, it's Parker Retzlaff now battling with Logan Helton. And Retzlaff, the winner of the Pro Late Model race, trying to use that middle line. And keep in mind, these cars can drive differently. Some of those cars now are damaged as the caution flag waves once more. This is the third time tonight. This time it's down the back straightaway for Eric Tracy, getting turned around by Oliver Cordell in a stack-up according effect.
Another incident here on the racetrack, lap number 22. You see right there, contact with the 17 out of that second corner, and it's kind of a simple spin for the number 22 of Eric Tracy. Not necessarily a huge damage-filled situation, but obviously one that's going to hurt him track position-wise. Take a look as they're coming through the 18 degrees of banking right about there. He's going to wobble right there. There's a bump out of the exit of turn 2. Then his car gets way out of shape, collects the 17, and of course, really the 17, not much time to react. In turn, turns Eric Tracy around, and Eric Tracy going to be the cause of, yet again, another yellow.
Quick yellow now the signal as they just took 2 to go this time by. Here's a look from above, and it's so difficult to paint that line, Terry, without having a touch bit loose, especially with the cooler track tonight.
Yeah, that's just hard racing. You see him trying to get to the bottom, trying to pin it down there and painting that yellow line. But when you're on the bottom of one of these cars, it takes the air off of it. They're so unstable. And I really wish that I had a cam on board with him just to show what the wheel that he was having to use right there. When you get back in the gas, you're instantly having to get it straight. You're turned to about a 10-degree angle, and then you instantly have to get straight before you enter back on the gas. And for him right there, he just let the back end sail just a tad bit, and then, you know, he's around because it's hard to check up that quick. So tough break for him, but I'm sure he'll rebound.
Here's a look from Guillaume Hesnot now, and from his cockpit view as well as his cam. Currently, he's in 21st, up 2 spots. Your biggest mover overall, the +6, Mark Keepman, 54. Green flags back out, racing again from Nashville. Again, McCollum clear into turn 1 with Ryan Matthews this time going into serve in second. But watch the 80, Jacob Harberts. He is on the move. He wants to pass by Huffman, but Huffman passes him instead.
Huffman going to take the position away, and in this sort of case, Justin, you're going to be looking at a lot of give and take. Some drivers are be like, okay, I'll give you this position for now. I'll try to take it later. Or some drivers going to be like, nope, I'm not going to let you merge in front of me. I'm just going to keep my defense where it's planted. And you can see Harberts really didn't want to rush it, didn't want to stay side by side and slow himself and Huffman down up at the front of the field. So let him by for the moment. He'll attack later. He's still within close proximity, so it's not like the pass can't be completed. But for Harberts right now, he's going to stay single file and going to hope to stay clean, get ourselves a first long green flag run.
And here's the thing when it comes to the tires tonight, Terry. Drivers were told in the drivers' meeting that they can only take 2 tires per stop. So either a right side set or a left side set. They can't come down twice. So it's not just as simple as, okay, I'll take 4 sets of tires at about lap 100. You have to plan this out properly of when you use the rights and then when you use the lefts.
And this comes to just pure race and knowledge for these guys. They have to know when to do what they got to do, and just taking 2 tires in these things, you're going to tear the right side or the left sides up more than you're going to tear the rights. You're digging down into the corner right here as you're watching the driver go through the corner. He's just bouncing up and down. You see this on board right here with Luke Baldwin. He comes into the corner and he's just going to plant that right or the left front right into the track. He's just going to tear that up as he accelerates off the exit of the corner. They're going to come down and probably change the left sides first, and then you'll change your rights and hope that you don't slide these things, because it's going to be a long night if you do.
Especially more so, Terry, between the time you take, say, the lefts compared to the rights. As mentioned, you can't come down twice during the same caution period for tire changes. Look at this entry, though. He's barely moving the wheel on entry.
This is a smart line that he is running. You just see, I wish we had his throttle control, a camera on his feet, because you see it's just a shallow entry. He dips it down on the front straightaway and just barely puts it into the corner. Ooh, big slide right there. Got just a tad bit loose, but just look how he comes into the corner. This time he goes in turns 3 and 4. He's going to ride the middle line, trying to clean up what he did in turns 1 and 2. But if he gets it clear, look, he just bounces it on down as he's going to let the car get around him. He's doing it smart. He's not wanting to arc the car as less as possible so he doesn't tear all the tires up. Just look at the shallowness of the way they're coming into our corners.
Luke Baldwin, by the way, lost a spot in all of that to 20th position. So now, settle on down for that position battle. Meanwhile, Alex McCollum, he's trying to build up a gap amongst the pack. He leads by more than 0.6 of a second right now over Ryan Matthews. And don't forget, Ryan Matthews very quick when it comes to the short track scene as well, especially when it comes to the supers. He's looking very quick so far, and remember, he was one of the favorites last year, Kenneth.
Yeah, he definitely was, and so far proving that he's still a heavy contender, a heavy hitter in the boxing ring tonight from the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. He currently still runs second, and he's still running even with the race leader. He's not necessarily too far off. He's not too close either. He's just kind of in that sweet spot to keep himself over in P2. And as you run on board, look at the way that wheel moves. Very smooth, very consistent. That's how you have to manage a driver's track. No matter how hard it is, no matter how demanding it can get, if you still keep your composure, you still stay calm, you're going to probably get the best out of this.
Caution flag is out, and he'll get a chance for a breather. Steele Langford has gone around on lap 36, coming to lap 37 for him. Devin Landry just gets to the quarter panel this time, Terry, right there.
Yeah, just got right into the back end of it. Goes around, and that's one of the tough things we talk, how quick he was on the brake, but he did slide them. So he is going to need to change those tires out. Now it's just a matter of which one he's going to take.
And that's going to be a big decision, to say the very least. Now, again, Speed Lab machine going around right by the flag stand. That's Barney, his favorite flag. For one. See what the decisions come into play now, as we're not towards lap 50 quite yet. That's going to be also the tough part. You don't want to end up taking the tire sets too early in turn.
No, you definitely don't. And with the message that we got from race control, they say there's going to be a potential competition caution at lap 66. So if you thought tire strategy was going to be really big if we stayed green, it's going to be even bigger when you get a competition caution at that point in the race. So we'll just have to see. But I think right now it's going to be too early for drivers to make a call. You're only 39 laps in. There's still so long in this race lap to go. You're not even in the triple digits yet. So I don't think any of these drivers are worrying right now about putting tires on their race cars and maybe getting the best out of the rubber. They're going to stay with it for now, hold those tire sets until the pit crew, hey, don't put them on yet. I'm not coming in.
Only Langford came in this caution flag, by the way. But so far, Terry, your thoughts on how things have played out already on lap 40?
I mean, 40 in, we're 3 cautions deep, and a lot of aggression heating up early. A lot of people wanting to play the guitar at Nashville Fairgrounds, and who could blame them? You got so many great things you can do. You can play some Slayer, you can pull out some Motorhead, some Motley Crue, some Toby Keith, Kid Rock. You got all sorts of stuff. Who knows what they're going to do, and how sick is it to get a guitar? I want to win the thing. Heck, I almost want to just jump in there and race now.
Did you try qualifying?
I ain't that good.
Okay. Then there's step 1 miss. By the way, 4 cautions.
4
so far.
I'm off 1.
Yes. So, should go signal this time by a racetrack, by the way. So it's been intriguing turn, Kenneth. It's all gone to play. Who's caught your eye so far tonight in terms of how they perform? We've seen a lot of the front runners, but also some good battles mid-pack.
There's been a lot of guys throughout the mid-pack that I've been kind of looking at, and one of them I've seen is Latham Joyner. I mean, he struggled in the pro late model race, but he's kind of picked things up. He's in P16 right now, so there's still a lot of work left, obviously, but that doesn't say that he doesn't have time to make it happen. I've seen Latham Joyner in a handful of other leagues do well on the short tracks, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's doing well here tonight. He's going to continue to be on that upwards projection here for the rest of this race. We'll see how he does, but from P16, P17 on the grid, not too bad comparative to a lot of other drivers.
By the way, you aren't seeing things, that is called a driver forgetting about their spec map. His car comes to Latham Joyner. Interesting. And the white sheep, it's dressed up as a ghost, let's put it that way, for tonight's action. Since after all, the All-American 400 in the real world takes place around Hall Week. Coming to the start of lap 43, Alex McCollum has led every lap, and now it's time for Ryan Matthews to pull some games on the high side. He tried to jump in front of McCollum, but McCollum still pulls to the inside through 1 clear.
Tim go 2x2 for 3rd, but it's not. It's a race of attrition, and you see the 80 of Jacob. He's up on the outside of Landon Huffman. Good short track racers right here in 2nd or 3rd and 4th, trying to get around him. Parker's making his way to the front too.
Trouble in the back of the field. Caution flag waves. Braden Edwards amongst them. Hesnode has also spun around. And the caution is out again, so one of the Total Advantage Motorsport Academy drivers involved in this incident in the battle amongst the 20s.
And just again, Justin, an instance of the drivers in the mid-pack trying to fight for as much as they can. Right there, a huge hit from the 22, or the 72 rather, the outside wall. This is probably the biggest crash, or the most violent that we've seen so far here tonight. Right on board with Edwards in the 72 machine. He's going to rock the inside. There's going to be contact here with Hesno in that 68, that white Toyota Camry. I believe that's Chevrolet Camaro. Actually, no, it's Camry up at the top. That band 72 right directly into the outside wall. Goes up on its side. And luckily, we do not add 1 to the flip counter so far. We've had a total of 0. So at least for this point, we've been saved on that account. As Matowitz right there, what a save that was to keep it off the contact.
Just missed it, by the way. Getting some great onboard cameras here tonight, as that is the Doki Doki Literature Club car that slammed into the brakes. By the way, that's the same driver who had Terry's face on his car for the Pro late models. Quickie Yellow called once more. As several cars getting damage repairs done, there's a look at that very pink car. He definitely went on out and having the fun tonight for this car.
It's a beautiful car.
What's it missing though?
Are those
my face?
Yes. You have the same thought. He's off and away and stays on the lead lap as well as Edwards. For some repairs, we'll see how Edwards drives though after riding the wall and nearly going out of the ballpark, which would have been the first time we've seen that in the history of this event. Want to go this time, Kenneth?
That's a nice car with Twitch emotes, I think, or at least they look like Twitch emotes to me. So I'm not sure whether they are. I'll maybe get confirmation when the race is over, but it's going to be a good restart here. I mean, Alex McCollum, Ryan Matthews, these guys have been putting up a show up at the front of the field. So who's to say they're not going to continue that as the pace car rolls down? It'll be McCollum and Matthews to the green flag.
That's going to be a long story to talk about. As the green flag waves, McCollum with a big jump this time. The top three single file. Harbert's the first one stuck on the top side. But look who's coming. It's Parker Retzlaff, who knows how to pass cars in the midst of the pack. He looks to clear for fourth and does.
I know the leaders, that's the one thing they don't want to see in their rearview mirror is that 2 car coming, or the 42 coming up through the field. Parker's been doing fantastic.
Harberts gets spun around off of turn 2. A big stack up the corner. Several cars slam up the track. Dylan Bates just rolled up the circuit into 2 more as they still are crashing at the back.
That's a big one on the back straightaway, and it involved Harberts, and we saw him on the outside there. A bit of contact and sent him around, and obviously one car just creates a domino effect. Everybody starts to pile in as you watch here. Coming into 1 and 2 doesn't seem to be the big problem right there. 13 comes up the track directly into the 80. He goes sideways, and there's really not much he can do. Bates also gets collected in an attempt to avoid everybody else trying to hold on to the binders. There's a 17. He was also trying to get out of it, got into it a little bit, and then got a piece of that right after it happened. But probably the biggest crash so far, Justin, we see here tonight, the All-American Esports 400. Not a good sight for many of these guys, as Cordell was one of the ones involved.
Onboard cameras presented by Cold Beer Cameras. Uniform Cordell towards the back. And that's a near track blocker there. Dump brakes there, and some drivers asking about damage repair. By the way, it's Thomas Axum who gets the EOL from this, one of Ryan Coombs' drivers. Ends up triggering the big one for the super late model feature.
51 laps into this, and we're on, because this is caution 6, right? Make sure I'm counting right. I'm counting on 2 hands here. I hope the fans brought plenty of popcorn, because this could potentially be a long night.
Correct on the count, by the way. Several cars getting repairs done with this one. Harberts, Langford, Smith, Sora, Bates. On with that 64 car. Amongst those taking significant repairs during this caution flag period. As well, keep in mind the highest driver who has had to come in for any type of service so far tonight is Mark Keepman, up 15 positions, and was the last driver who qualified in on time for this event, 28th position. Ben pacing here for the All-American Esports 400. Kenneth, this is going to be tough for some of the drivers now to try and bounce back from after so many hard licks there.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one, especially given the fact that these guys don't have fast repairs tonight. I mean, we talked about it in the pro late model race, the fact that these guys cannot just go down pit road, get that check mark box checked, and then have a clean race car like it just rolled off the trailer all the way to the very end. They can't. They have to deal with all the damage that they have from the drop of the green flag. So whatever dents you get along the way, you're going to have to come down pit road and take that time in order to fix it. So it is going to put a lot of drivers on the back foot, especially guys like Dylan Bates. He was super strong in the pro late model event. He seemed to look strong here in the super late model feature. And for now, unfortunately, Bates is going to be caught all the way at the back, and he's just going to have to really recuperate, although he is 2 laps down.
Apologies just came over the radio. Result of that caution flag, by the way. Enjoying what you're seeing? Don't forget the All-American 400's real-world action takes place from October 29th to October 31st. Sport Championship Friday. That starts 6:30 p.m. with the limited late models, street stocks, pure stocks, front runners, legends, and bandoleros. Then the All-American Saturday features both qualifying and several other events, with the All-American 400 taking place Sunday. To catch the action, the straight. We're back underway for the virtual racing for the All-American eSports 400. Another good launch for McCollum, but Landon Huffman, he sees a chance to move up to second. He's got an eye on that car that leads the pack. He clears for second.
He's going to clear for second right here, but he's going to bring Parker with him as well. He's going to move Parker into the third place spot. No challenge from the outside as he's going to get right on around. You see what Logan Helton's seeing right here. Look at the intensity he's having to drive through. He knows he has two cars in front of him that are side by side. They're racing as hard as possible. The air can get taken off these cars. You'll see a little slipping and sliding on the bottom like we saw in the last caution. They're going to have to hold it up here as he keeps going through the bumps. Oh, big slide there for him.
A little bit lower that time down the straightaway, giving space to Peyton Hamlet. Hamlet still holds on to the quarter panel, but wobble nearly to the wall. Check out who's charging the pack, though, in all of this, Kenneth. Remember the driver who finished in fourth last year, Traden Lapsevich, who has since competed in the NASCAR Pinty Series, competed in several eSports series, including some of the top short track series across the platform. Also, one of the top contenders from APC Elite Series action across the province of Ontario. He is on the move. He's up 12.
Yeah, it's been a solid jump up to the field in the first 59, and you think that with the yellows coming out, it halts that progress of gaining all these positions, but that really hasn't phased Lapsevich all too much. He's been able to carve way through the field, and now in the top 6, maybe cramming into the top 5 if he can get around the 67 up in front of him. He's going to have a really nice shot at the front of the field and maybe an attempt to get away from all the chaos as everybody starts to separate.
Landon Huffman, meanwhile, he's looking to compress things between first and second, 6/10 nearly behind Alex McCollum currently. And for Landon Huffman, he's definitely dialed on in, matching times with McCollum currently.
He's still matching times. You've seen him come across the line. I mean, they're right smack dab on the money with one another. The entire field's very close. I mean, just from first all the way to 20th place position, they're within 0.4 of a second of one another. So it's a very tightly contested field. Now Huffman's just going to have to go up there and get to the back bumper of McCollum and see if he can make any magic happen.
That's going to be the tough part, getting up there. We've seen throughout the history of this event so far in the past couple years, and as well as sometimes the real world action, can be tricky to reel in the leader. See some shuffling amongst the board, by the way, as we see the beautiful aerial coverage for tonight's action from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. Amongst those getting shuffled about is the mid-pack. Mark Keaton, as main heat men, I should say, is up 16 now inside the top 12. Jay Jensen, who is among one of the first drivers who pit, is right behind him as well. These drivers both had to come in during the first caution period of the race, fix a bit of damage on their respective cars. They're already both up double-digit positions along with Derek Tracy.
Yeah, Justin, you're going to see a lot of drivers, I think, mismatch position, especially behind the top 10. Obviously, we have the big guys up at the front, the McCollums, the Huffmans, the Red Slaps, all those guys up at the front, making their separation and making their case known. But you're going to see a lot of mismatching around the midfield. You're going to see drivers that were probably wrecked a little bit earlier on, maybe starting to creep up to the field. Maybe some guys are falling off in pace as the laps continue to wind down. There's just so many things that go into account, especially in the midfield where usually everybody's compressed in and usually everybody's together all in one place. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch those midfield battles. There's actually a couple of them happening just inside the top 20.
Absolutely, especially with this being one of our longest runs, if not the longest now, of the race so far. Looking towards the front, Retzlaff and Matthews, 3 and 4 currently. They ran within 2 1,000ths of a second each other last time, as another incident we are hearing has happened around the racetrack. Still green, however, from that respective situation. We're hearing this is 72, who, remember, rode the wall before. He's now out of the race.
now you're seeing what Matthews has been able to do. He stayed right there within spitting distance of the 42. Nobody could really stay with him in the race prior. Parker did a good job stepping away with the clean air that he had. Now he has to rally himself. He has to know, okay, I'm 70 laps into this race. There's a lot more to go. There's 230 laps remaining here. Just be patient. Alex McCollum is trying to rebound. He got wrecked earlier in the race, and now he's got to come back. He's leading this one, been dominant so far, and holding off some really good short track racers behind him.
He absolutely has been so far, but don't discount Huffman at all. There's a reason he's so quick on the platform. No matter what he drives, he races a lot on the surface. Of course, windshield deep, a big part of what he does as well. Big supporter of short track racing across America. Currently, he holds on still to second position. Right now, he's lost more than a second now to Alex McCollum. Timmy Holmes, meanwhile, has stayed very quiet in this race. He remains within this grouping just about by a few car lengths, along with Trayden Lapsevich, 67. Riding right where he started, 5th position still.
And I think, Justin, if you're a driver like Timmy Holmes, you started 5th, you're currently in 5th, and that's where you stay. I feel like that's where you want to be in a race like this. It's so long, it's so demanding. You want to kind of keep yourself stealthy. You don't necessarily need to put yourself in the spotlight and say, hey, I'm here. You could just have yourself there the whole time, and then you could show up later in the race, and everybody's like, oh, where was he? Where was he the whole time? And he was in the top 5 throughout the entire race. So if Holmes can keep this up from where he started, I think he can be one of the stealthiest drivers that we'll keep an eye on for the rest of this race. Here's a nice look, though, Justin, at Guillaume Hesnov, the 68 driver, the Frenchman, currently driving late into, or actually really early into the morning on the French side of things. He's in a nice battle just inside the top 20. Mentioned that there were some drivers battling within the top 20. Hesnov is one of them, trying to catch up to Jacob Harvitz in the 80 machine.
Starting to get a little bit choo-choo train for the time being, let's put it that way. But this is now where the comers and goers really will come into play, Terry. We mentioned tire wear could be pretty critical here. The fall off is already about half a second for much of the pack. Some of the drivers back here are starting to slip back 7 to 8 tenths per lap compared to these cars up front.
Yeah, this is tire conservation mode for a lot of these guys. There's no sense in racing this early. You'll really put your cards on the table when you get down to about the 50 lap mark. You should see the 42 go up the racetrack. He's going to go ahead and just let the 51 go. There's no sense in racing Ryan right here. No sense at all. He's having a good time just getting a rhythm, get around, wait for that first pit stop, and then see what your car can do. You're settled into a nice rhythm in the 4th place spot. It's time to relax, and then you'll go in and change your tires and come out and really put it on the table when the money's going to get paid.
Don't forget, remember when Jesse Aluji's series, ERA action, started things off with racing at Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway? Guess who won? Parker Retzlaff. Guess who used the bumper for that? Parker Retzlaff. He knows when to pick his spots. Curtis Critchley, one of the CGE drivers, meanwhile, over the damage, check that Fine Motorsports now. It's his respective camp. He looks to ride alone, and he is running with the racing in memory of James Oakenstern on his back bumper for tonight. That's part why he's running the black and gray scheme here this evening.
And definitely condolences to them.
Go ahead.
Oh, definitely condolences to them, but watch his move up to the field. 22nd to start, and even with the damage on the front end of his Super Late Model, he's moved up to the edge of the top 10, and maybe 2 more spots on the table here with Eric Myers and Peyton Hanley going side by side for 8th. So it's been a tremendous move up to the field for Curtis Critchley, and even with damage, hasn't phased him too much as he rides a very interesting line, tried to dive in at 1 and 2. He's got the direct opportunity to give a shot to Myers here in the 96 in turn 3.
Those wondering about that respective name of the back bumper, Oakenstern had passed away September the 8th, 2021, just at the age of 22. Someone who joined short track racing and loved dirt track racing. A fan of Waterloo Siskins Jr. B. Honky. Spent time with his friends again. Thoughts going to the family of the Oakensterns. Thoughts. Curtis Critchley. Looking towards the front. Timmy Holmes now starting to reel in Retzlaff. Retzlaff is really starting to fade off a little bit. He let by Matthews before, and now they're getting ready to reach traffic as well for the first time tonight.
This is the crucial moment of this race. You see Holmes catching him, and as the tires do start to fall off, you're going to see these speeds drop down. Parker ran an 18.09 was his fastest lap. That last time he came by was an 18.55, really starting to slow the speed down. But caution flag comes out and saves them.
The caution's out, and unfortunately some of the drivers involved were some of your big movers. Mark Keatman amongst those who was stuck towards the bottom of the track. We're under caution. That was in the battle for 11th. It's Latham Joyner who got hit by that 54, but the 54 gets the worst of it and then some.
Yeah, watch it here going into turn 3. This is where the problem arises right there. Middle corner speed better for the 54 of Keatman, but just not enough to really get away or keep his nose away from anything else as he gets into Latham Joyner there, and he gets around. And then the car behind him also got a piece, the 02, as he was trying to avoid. See right there with Jensen, bam, nowhere to go, just hard on the brakes, doing as much as you can. But unfortunately, Keatman is the ultimate victim out of all of this.
So caution is out once more here at Nashville. And guess what that means? Pit stops, scheduled ones for the first time for much of the field. McCollum leads them down. Matthews harbors RS Center, while Jake Sylvia did not elect to pit during this lap. So here comes that strategy game. Do you take lefts or rights? And as you see, it's about a 50-50 split. Some are taking lefts, some are taking rights, and some are just getting damage repaired.
It's interesting. I wish we could pull a driver. Just somebody to ask them what was their wear, how much are they giving up? When we're seeing the speeds fall down. Oh, sounds like we're going to get Luke Baldwin here.
Luke Baldwin amongst those drivers. Up their service, 21st position. Dial up Luke Baldwin. Luke, you have a copy?
Yes, sir, I got you.
What was the tire wear like for you prior to those pit stops?
It felt pretty good. I was maybe just a little tight coming off the corner, but I was just riding there trying to stay out of trouble.
So how has it been for you so far tonight, as you've been battling amongst the hornet's nest, it seems?
On restarts, it gets a little crazy, but it seemed to settle in within a couple laps. And that long run, I was just able to separate myself with the group and just able to ride, keep it out of trouble, make myself have plenty of time to react.
Just confirm, by the way, on the tires, just curious of the percentage total.
I've got 86 on the right front and 85 on the right rear.
Pretty good numbers, to say the very least. As we're under this caution real quickly, tell us a bit about yourself and how you got into racing, especially since I know there's some viewers asking about your relationships with various family members, especially with the Baldwin last name.
Yeah, I'm from Mooresville, North Carolina. I got into racing because of my dad. He now runs just a lot of short track stuff with modifieds, but he used to be a crew chief in the Cup Series. He owned a Cup team for a good amount of time.
Gonna be lining
up. Yes, sir.
Tony Baldwin. Yeah. No, that was the big question in regards to that. But we're coming to restarts. Thank you very much for your time, Luke. Good luck the rest of the way.
No problem. Thank you.
Luke Baldwin currently running inside the top 20, 17th position on the racetrack. Now, there were the question marks on that one. He is also racing short track events in the real world as well. A lot of big names as talked about, a lot of alumni as well for the real world racing and family members. Some of those family members are on their feet for the green flag this time. It's Ryan Matthews who leads into the green flag. He is the only driver in the entire field who has not yet had to pit for damage or tires. And now some of the drivers are spinning in the back. The 96 against the wall, Eric Myers, still Langford also in big trouble.
It's another big one out of turn 2, Justin. This time, I think less cars involved, but we saw Langford in an incident earlier. Prior to this, Eric Myers in some trouble here. He backs it into the outside wall at the exit of turn 2. We'll see exactly whether there was help along the way or whether the drivers got loose. We saw in the Pro Late Model race that a couple of drivers got loose in those bumps, especially on the inside of the racetrack. And I think right there made some contact. That might have been Logan Helton that he made contact with and sent him around. And I think the 33 machine of Langford also had an incident on his own right on the bottom side of the racetrack. Take a look just behind that very colorful 32 machine. We'll get tight 3 wide where Logan Helton is, and then Langford gets turned down on his own accord.
Helton avoided, I should say, some damage. So a quickie yellow. Now brought up this time, approaching 200 laps to go. Myers spun around that situation. Getting ready for the restart. Langford expected to get a wave around. It took him some time to get back going. But I'm curious how the tires hold up in all this, Terry. Especially for Matthews, since he hasn't been down to pit road at all. You have Harbert, who, keep in mind, has been down the lane for some repairs. So the 051 definitely playing a bit of strategy here compared to the rest of the pack.
Well, I like that they're playing the strategy. It's a good gamble. I mean, listening to Luke over there talking about his right sides, you know, he changed his lefts. So a lot of different strategies playing out. I think somebody said that I didn't know what I was talking about on that one. It depends on how you drive the car. We had a guy yesterday that never did anything to his left sides because his rights were wearing down the most, and vice versa. So it's a mixed bag of what to do as we go back green here.
204 laps to go this time. Green flags back out. Ryan Matthews leads them to green. Alex McCall rides inside row 2, trying to pass by that wounded number 80, and another car gets sent. It's Jay Jensen this time to the wall. And he gets slammed hard in the door by Devin Landry. Now a quick caution. And for Devin Landry fans, might want to cover your eyes.
Yeah, we talked to them just before the race began, and actually right there on the restart, had a bit of issues with guys stacking up. I think that may have been sort of a precursor to the incident that we saw at a turn 2. And right there, you see the car goes around just in front. That's the O2 machine of Jensen. And then Devin Landry just almost gets collected in it. Has enough time to stop on the brakes, being able to stop that super late model, but it's obviously in an avoidance of this. The O2 getting turned right there on the bottom side of the racetrack. And then Landry just comes through, stops at the right time to avoid any significant damage, but of course track position going to be lost in all of that as well.
He took the time of having to slam the brakes and being parked next to Jay Jensen's window to say hello to him over the radio as well. So, on the bright side, one of them's happy.
Hey, they're greeting each other.
We currently pace under caution. Give a shout out to the presenting sponsor of today's action, Sports. Founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago in the frozen region of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, Martin Sports strives for the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need shirts for your office, jerseys for your local sports team, or specifically, especially, apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has got you covered. Along with the shirts and other team wear, they also offer gloves specially crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded palms. Use the code PODIUM to receive 25% off any in-stock racing glove at martinsports906.com. You can also find them at facebook.com/martinsports. Ready to get back underway? Let's try this again. Matthews brings them back to the green once more. 200 laps to go from Nashville.
Took a while to get things started, but so far, it looks like Ryan Matthews has the advantage out of turn 2. Harvick's going to get swallowed here by Alex McCollum, and now the question arises, Justin, how long will Matthews last on the oldest tires in the field? Will McCollum and these guys just send him through the rear of the pack? Caution. Or were they able to put this through as the caution flies again?
And this time it's Presley Sora who gets spun around as a result of a checkup. Curtis Critchley bobbing around loose off the corner, and that checked everyone up. Sora gets a little bit of help from behind.
You see him coming down to the corner right there. As soon as he comes off the exit, loose and then checking up behind him, nobody really could slow it down. Tough break for the jerky car. Yeah, doing the right thing. Sometimes doing the right thing is the worst thing. I know the quote, Brad Keselowski at Daytona and Talladega is the moment you check up, nobody else wants to do it. Sometimes it's just best just to keep her flat-footed.
It's an interesting discussion to get into, should say the least. Again, it was Joyner who got the bump in that regard. One car did get a little bit of scrape in that housekeeping. So under caution, just past a third of the way through the action now, as Terry seems to be in a fun mood here.
The feet propped up. I was sitting over here with the mic out. I was holding it like Pat McAfee, just channeling my inner wrestling side. Oh yeah, we should. Yeah, let's have some fun here. So yesterday you guys missed the greatness. So we put the cat on. We get this awesome belt out. We'll hold one of these up here. Somebody's walking away with a cool guitar, but your boy has got a pretty dope title belt on his shoulder with the Macho Man's face on the side. Tell who the Macho Man is.
I dare you to go to the real American 400 with that outfit and see who responds. Go up to Kid Rock with it.
Yeah, I took it to Darlington. We went out there in Atlanta too, and
you took it to somewhere already.
Oh yeah, I took it to some races, and I tried to I got Eric Almirola to laugh, but that's about it.
Race cars are ready to get back on the loud pedal. Green flag's back out. 195 laps to go this time. As McCollum tries to gets to the quarter panel, but nearly gets loose off of turn 2. Back single file for the top 2. As Retzlaff tries to find his way around one of the Duke Matthews Racing cars. The 80 trying to clear himself as McCollum tries to take his lead back.
You got to think, Justin, here that the 6 on McCollum here is trying to be a little bit patient. He knows that Matthews has the oldest tires in the field. He knows that he's got usually the best speed out of the guys in the top 3 or 5. So you think he's being a little bit patient here, trying to find where the weakness is out of Ryan Matthews' driving style and then try to exploit that from here on out. But the top 2, though, have pulled away. It's still a nice tip battle between Retzlaff and Hartford's. Retzlaff still not able to get clear.
To the point where they've lost nearly a full second, and one of the drivers checked up on all this, youngster Logan Helton. Roots up to fame with the California Clash. That helped earn him a spot with Nexus eSports, and now he's trying to bring the Splash and Go graphics car forward as he nearly snaps it around.
Man, that was tough. You see the hands working in there. That Fanatec Oil's really getting its money as he comes around here. Sitting in 8th place, trying to fight there on the bottom. He has the guy on the outside, and the guy on the outside is doing a fantastic job, not pinching him down, staying right there about half a car lane up, not trying to create any controversy, any wrecks whatsoever. As Logan's going to get on by, he's going to go there, and they're still battling for 3rd.
This has now gone into where they've lost 1.3 seconds. Something's got to give here. Something, Kenneth. And it looks like everybody is trying to find a way, and now that something is not there. It's Eric Myers who goes around 96. The other way around. The second time tonight, he seems to be very much struggling after spinning around to the back. It was against the bumps this time. And then he got help, too.
And we saw it again. I mentioned it earlier that we saw a lot of those instances, Justin, in the Pro Late model race where drivers were oscillating on those bumps out of turn 2 specifically, and those cars just don't really want to stay planted. The car starts to kick out, and all of a sudden, you're trying to put the power back in. You don't have enough time to react to whip it back and keep it straight. And unfortunately for Eric Myers, he definitely had a rough moment out of turn 2. Got a little bit of help, but obviously that was just way after his car was already lost and he was already a passenger.
I'm surprised that just got put up there on the board. For Eric Myers, he gets an end of longest line penalty. Half of our producer apologize for that. As now we get ready for 187 laps to go. An interesting night, let's put it that way, so far.
Hell, I loved it. That was there's 2 ways to handle situations like that, and I guess I'm one of the people on the opposite end of the spectrum. I don't apologize for nothing. I mean, sometimes if you run out of talent, there's many times when you're up here in the broadcast booth and you go down and you go race. A lot of people tell me over the headset, Terry, you just suck. I get it all the time. It happens. I mean, I run out of talent 99% of the time, but you don't hit any shots if you don't take them. He took his shot, he come off the corner, and it happened.
I just get turned around the first time I try and defend anything. Not sure if it's me or not, so.
People don't like to lose to broadcasters. It's okay.
So let's talk about the race in turn as we get ready for the restart coming up pretty soon here. Matthews and McCollum so far the main contenders here. We are on iRacing. Follow this for more information on how to start your iRacing career. Be sure to log on to iRacing.com. 40% off for new memberships currently on iRacing. Enjoy the fun and join the fun here on the service. You never know who you get the chance to race against, whether it's son of Tommy Baldwin, whether it's Landon Huffman, whether it's Josh Berry, who now races in the Xfinity Series, of course. Lots of sim racing experience helped get him to where he was at, with years upon years racing against drivers like Dale Jr. One more pace lap here, either way. So there's a lot of opportunities to grow in the service, let's put it that way, and different routes you can take.
I'm just excited. I never thought I'd be calling races on Podium Esports. I really just thought that I would just be some low fish on totem pole that calls races for 10 or 15 bucks. But coming out here and getting to do stuff like this, I'm getting to call races for people like Josh Berry, Jesse Owuji. Huge benefits to come out here and do this. I highly recommend going to iRacing.com and getting yourself a membership.
Coming up to the restart this time by Ryan Matthews, Alex McCollum, 1-2, still green flag is out, we're back racing, and Harbert's with a good launch, this time from the inside. He now tries to pinch McCollum up. Remember, Harbert's, Matthews, our teammates who are on that bottom groove. McCollum trying to clear on by for second, just about done through turn 3.
You got to think here, Justin. You got to give credit as well to Jacob Harberts. Being on old tires, I know he's pitted earlier in this race because of damage and being involved in some incidents and some cautions, but Harberts has done a nice job to keep himself up at the front of the field as the caution flag waves again. We'll have everybody slow down, but again, still credit to the driver, the 80 machine, to keep himself intact with some of the heavy hitters.
I think the 17 was the trigger this time, guys, because we might have to take a look at this. Check that, it might be Latham Joyner along with Oliver Cordell here, because they all stacked up on the front straightaway against the outside wall, and then that's what led to what we've seen through turn 1 with Jensen. Joyner gets the end of longest line penalty. This respective situation appears. As a result of all that, let's take a look at this, and this is an intriguing one. It all starts off 4 rows or so in front of him, in front of Jensen. See right there.
Yeah, contact ensues because they checked up out of turn 4, not for any random reason though. The 27 and the 3 were in that battle, and then Joyner kind of gets put up into the outside wall, checks up to make sure he doesn't get the worst of that outside wall, and then gets into the 17. Cordell checks up, and then pretty much everybody else tries to maneuver around it, just can't do so. The 02 involved, the 7 machine also in it as well. And of course, the 3, 4, 5 cars involved in this. You take a look from the 02's perspective, just how righty the inside line is until everybody stacks up and you have nowhere to go but the inside wall.
He ends up hitting the commitment cone for the pit exit as well. Let's take a look. The cold beer cameras are. It happened all so quickly within 2 seconds. 1, 2, 1.
It's just hard to gauge, Justin, at a track so short. And I mentioned earlier in the night the fact that there's not much space here at the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, so whatever margin of error there is here, if there even is any, it's ridiculously small. Watch how Baldwin gets away from that, though, just barely by at least a couple of inches, maybe some centimeters that he gets away from that, but things just happen so fast and you don't have much space to maneuver that it can get really tough.
Why don't we talk with Luke Baldwin? Luke, you just dodged that. Or check that. We'll let him focus on the restart coming up here and launch along as the green flag waves.
And solid start here for the race leaders. Ryan Matthews is going to stay ahead of the field. McCollum is going to get the best out of Jacob Harberts for P2. But watch this battle all the way throughout. We talk about Luke Baldwin. He's all the way in the middle of all of this in the midfield. There is still a hornet's nest yet to be laid down, and they're still side by side, a couple of rows deep.
See how tightly they're racing here. The clouds starting to continue to creep on over the racetrack. It's Steed, 76 degrees Fahrenheit track tip, 73 air tip. throughout this race so far. We're quickly approaching halfway, and Harbert still holds on to third position now, as McCollum finally has cleared on by him.
Huffman's still right there on the back bumper of him. They've both been able to do a great job. You see the man on the second oldest tires in the field is doing a great job. Ryan Matthews still leading this race. You're not seeing a lot of slippage out of him, and you're also not seeing any lap time slow. I mean, he's running faster than the leader, and they're both running consistent lap times. So maybe the strategy is going to pay off for them, as Ryan Matthews with the clean air on the front end of that Chevy doing a fantastic job.
He's really making those tires work. Landon Huffman clear. Harbert gives him space. Parker Retzlaff, the next driver back, along with Traden Lapsevich. Remember, Retzlaff, Lapsevich do work together team-wise on the iRacing platform along with technical alliances. Here's the view from Huffman right now at 1 Rams, 8 ski. Looking to set sail to close up half a second to get back up to McCollum. All while Flash and Go graphics car of Helton trying to gain the 4 spots he's lost since the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, he's done a nice job to keep himself at least mostly clean. Saw him get a piece of one of the incidents earlier tonight, but even then, that car, whether it's Jeff Gordon inspired or William Byron inspired from Splash and Go graphics, it does look rather clean as he tries to get to the back end of Timmy Holmes in that 67. What I'm noticing right here, I think, Justin, is just again, when I mentioned to start this show, a lot of patience for these guys up at the front. They know that it's a lot of give and take here. It's a very long race. There's still a long way to go, so why are you going to try to push things early? Why are you going to go side by side? Why go 3 wide? Why push it as the caution comes out again? Maybe those guys near the rear haven't got that in the memo, but the leaders certainly have kept it clean so far.
It's Luke Baldwin. This time the caution flag, and I think he may have just gotten some door fed to him here. Luke, show the replay in a moment here on screen. What just happened from your view?
I mean, the 54 just kind of drove it in on the bottom and dumped me. I gave him plenty of room. He just sent it in there, I guess.
How bad is the car damaged here as we are seeing this now on screen?
I think I should be alright. Maybe a little bit of cosmetics, but I'm good on power and steering, so should be okay. Just kind of frustrating.
Good job in locking it up as well to avoid going in quicker into that wall. Let you get back to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke Baldwin, currently with a bit of damage from that. There is a strike now credited to the 54 as a result of that shut to the door. 13th caution of the race here from Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. The caution flags have been rolling through quickly here throughout the night. See, this is now a quick yellow scenario. For now, though, we'll take it to a quick side-by-side. You're watching Podium Esports, live from iRacing's virtual Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway in Nashville, Tennessee. This is the All-American Esports 400 presented by Martin Sports.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars, and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone, and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
Back green for the All-American Esports 400. Ryan Matthews still leads. He is yet to pit in this race. As now, Alex McCollum is just about clear to hold on to second in the battle with Landon Huffman. Parker Retzlaff, Traden Lapsevich and company continue to fight. Of note, Jacob Harberts did hit during that caution flag. That sees him now in 28th position. Kenneth.
Yeah, of course, he's going to have to pit at some point along with these guys. And you got to wonder when Ryan Matthews is going to strike pit road. I know we're coming up on halfway in tonight's 300-lap features. So for this point, when does Matthews decide it's the right time? Does he wait for another yellow? Does he wait for something and maybe a cue? Some drivers against the issues. What happens here for Matthews to take a trip down the pits, get some tires, and be on his way? But so far, it doesn't look like he's having too much trouble as Landon Huffman, you run on board with him, trying to get around Alex McCollum. They've had an issue getting around this 051 ever since he took control.
Indeed. Huffman definitely putting on a strong fight against McCollum. on one of the winningest drivers on the platform as Huffman gets a little bit loose off the right rear. First side-by-side you see in the backdrop, that's Logan Helton fighting alongside drivers such as Ryan Gavel. Very quiet tonight in that 51. Eric Tracy, R.S. Center, Jake Sylvia over Cordell, and now they're stacking up. Look at the wheel as they slide behind them. Center's been sent into the tire barrier, and several more parking it. One car just flipped over as well. You can see just how much there, Terry, on that onboard. How much wheel had to be put in by Helton right as they started stacking up. This is starting off the lap here.
Yeah, most of this stems from a lot of people backing it down in the center of the corner and on exit. You see what they're going to do is they're coming down here carrying a full head of steam. 68's going to try to back it up a little earlier. Didn't want to wash up and get to the 51. People behind him, once again, not checking up when the person in front of them does. And a lot of people might not understand that you go off to the person in front of you. If they're slowing up, you slow up. We're seeing a lot of stuff going in the wrong direction, but good on the 63 of Logan Helton for holding on to that car. This is starting to look like gameplay for NASCAR Ignition.
Let's not talk about that yet, because we haven't seen the leaders in the pits yet. Oh. James Watson, by the way, is the car who flipped upside down somehow. Look at this. Oh, my.
Oh, I love it. Oh.
Let's take a look at the barrel roll.
Little rodeo action.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, you know how I was talking about lap counter earlier, guys? Guess that's +1.
Yeehaw, boys. Yeehaw in the Music City.
And it took him about 2 laps for him to get rolling, by the way. He was stuck here for several laps because he then managed to get stuck here.
Good place to get stuck. Good view. Look at that. Look at those cars just coming through those awesome paint schemes.
You can see how many drivers got scared, though, because a couple nearly hit him.
Yeah.
James Watson not having a fun night all of a sudden.
No.
And a Ren machine.
Definitely not.
We're under caution just prior to halfway. Colm, Huffman, Red lap. Now your top 3. Several drivers elect to mix things up pit strategy-wise in this caution period. Helton, Matthews, Lankford, Keatman amongst those who have now come in for service.
Well, Justin, I think to retract your statement, the leader was in pit road. As Alex McCollum will take the lead now, but Matthews going for tires. I was kind of questioning the fact that when it was going to be time for Matthews to inevitably get his tire service, and now he's going to get it at around the halfway mark of tonight's event. And now the question arises, how does he get back up with the amount of yellows that we've seen? With the amount of carnage, will he be involved, or is he able to escape the madness?
We'll see how things play out here as a little bit of a laugh there, I think, for Terry, because Mark Keatman took the time to catch up with some of the best drivers in sim. Short track racing. He said hello to Ryan Matthews. Alex McCollum says hello to Barney as he leads once more.
Good start right there for Alex. He was trapped behind the guys that stayed out, and now he has the lead again, but Parker's starting to make a run under Landon Huffman. Huffman's going to be able to play defense right here. He's going to cut the nose just a little bit, go down in front of him, put him back to P2. Huffman's time for him to show what he's got. He sees the leader in his grasp. Now he has to put that Martin Sports Chevy up front.
Have to see how things play out. By the way, there was a bit of trouble towards the back. Langford having to dart around with several cars trying to make their way to the pit lane during green flag conditions, which is always a challenge at Nashville. Here's the view from Huffman, meanwhile. See the difference in line there, Kenneth, a little bit. Colm trying to take a little bit of an arc. He actually scraped the wall down the backstretch.
Yeah, he definitely did. I think just a case of just trying to push as far as you can. And McCollum, you probably wouldn't expect him to, as caution flag again waves.
And some tempers flaring once more as a result of this one. And a car got set upside down a couple times. Add more numbers to that flip counter. This is Tyler Davalo, who gets flipped around, and watch entering turn 3. Nearly 2.
And that's Helton involved in there as well, Justin. We saw Helton get a little bit of a tap from Eric Tracy in the 67. He got put near the rear of the field, and as a result of that, the 28 of Tyler Davala hits the outside wall. Helton tries to avoid, but by the time he gets there, it's not up way too much, and I guess he goes up and over. Flip counter number 2. I'm keeping it checked.
Producer's just screaming in my ear, man. Yeah, he's doing a big old barrel roll. I tell you what, man. The amount of fun I've had over the past 2 nights, that is wild. Look how hard he just popped that wall. That's tough.
Tough break indeed. Black flag this caution flag period as well. Give it to 7 Machine. Credited. Baldwin, check that. He now has that removed. Now halfway, just a couple laps away. Quick yellow coming to play. After 15 caution flags, Alex McCollum, right where he started, the race lead. With Parker Retzlaff to his outside, Brookback Racing from Nashville. Plenty of space for McCollum this time. Retzlaff tries to get to the middle line, can't get to the outside of McCollum. Both drift up half a lane for the exit.
That was an interesting restart right there by the 42 Parker Retzlaff, because if you notice that at turn 4, he was all the way up near the outside wall, kind of doing a dirt track style restart. Did not necessarily work out for him to get a position away, but them some momentum to try and do just that as they battle just behind them. I believe that's the 17 of Cordell. That's the 51 of Ryan Gavel. We've seen Gavel put a lot of space between drivers he's been battling with, so that's been a good thing to see so far here from Nashville as Gavel continues to defend. And a nice look out of Latham Joyner, front row seat of this battle right here.
And a black flag for the 3rd place car has just been awarded. Treyan Lapsevich, for changing lanes before the start and finish line, has been black flagged. He has to serve it under green. So Lapsevich, last year's 4th place finisher after being in contention on the final lap, has to serve a penalty under green.
It's a tough break. That is a huge blow to the chances of that 32. I don't know how to say his last name that well, but Trayton had a good run going for him. But what I'm most interested in is right now you see the 3. You see Latham Joyner. He sees the 17. And they're battling. The 3's been on the outside this entire time, just tearing his tires up. The Podium Machine coming to the front.
Brandon Lapsevich, by the way, rejoins, no joke, the same position in line where he was before. So that is near perfect. He actually is a couple car lengths ahead of where he was. He is in lucky dog position, meanwhile, first car lap down. So as long as he stays out of trouble here, he's fine, Kenneth.
First of all, great positioning to keep himself theoretically where he was on the racetrack in the running order, but this is also good for getting that lap back. Obviously, he's the lucky dog, so if the caution does come out, which we should expect it to come out pretty soon, then Lapsevich could have, obviously, the lucky dog. He'll get the lead lap back, and then he'll be on his way. But if he can have the speed, maybe muster some of it to get around Retzlaff and McCollum, and he'll be in a very good spot to hold the lead lap position and then try to reset if a yellow comes out. Nice job from Lapsevich.
Speaking of which, Latham Joyner's going to burn it out. Caution is out. Joyner got hit hard entering turn 1. He overcorrected hard into the outside wall. Meyer also involved in this incident. With that, here is your social media manager for tonight. That's Eric Messer, who's now drinking to another caution.
Cheers.
Cheers indeed. He's having fun tonight. We'd like to thank him for all the work he has done for all this, Terry.
Yeah, man. Cheers. I don't know what he's drinking. I got the Bud Light Platinums going on over here. I did hear from a doctor once, a beer a day keeps the kidney stones away. So cheers to Eric Messer. This one's for you, bud.
Hard hits, meanwhile, in all of this. Latham Joyner, significant damage in all of this. Let's take a look at this.
And Terry mentioned it. Latham Joyner involved in that outside, burning his tires up, and right there, it's an overcorrection to the outside wall, gets into the 96 as well, so it was a more than one car pileup that brings us under yellow once more. Right there, you see that white car up at the top, that's Joyner. Here's a look from the 02. Joyner, I believe, is going to get a tap right there. Almost about saves it, but it's that overcorrection that's deadly in that 02 barely getting by. But we got to talk about Eric Messer getting a little bit of a shot for all the yellows. I think I'm just going to tell him, as my culture would say, arriba, abajo, al centro, pa dentro.
What he just said, but it sounded good.
I'll ask later. That's good dodging by Jensen. Cause given to Myers. Getting ready for the restart yet again. Getting the money's work tonight is iRacing iFlag. Show flag system. Use the code PodiumFan for 15% off anything. Let's get iRacingIFlag.com. Green flag is out. Retzlaff giving a lot of space to McCollum once more. McCollum with a solid jump. Retzlaff trying to get to his outside still. Nearly gets to it in 1 and 2. Instead, he times the corner. Clip the apron though to lose some momentum back.
And that was a good approach there by Retzlaff there to get that arc coming to the restart. So he's been able to do a solid job of keeping himself in contention with McCollum. The problem is he just hasn't been able to keep himself contentious either on the outside or the inside. He's getting close.
Getting close, very much so. Keep in mind, guess who's in third with all this? Where did Aiden Hamlet come from? This is the first time we've seen him up front really tonight.
From 17th to 3rd, he's making a run at it. The cold beer cameras. No, it's not what me and Eric Messer are drinking, but it's great camera work, I can tell you that much. He's sitting here riding a perfect race. He's not the fastest guy, but he's not the slowest guy, and he's stayed pretty much out of trouble. He's got away from every single issue that we've had so far. Finds himself 14 positions up, and now he's going to be Timmy Holmes is going to be the guy that's going to be challenging him for that 3rd place spot. Timmy has done a great job as well.
Timmy Holmes, very quiet. Still side by side as see the two of them here.
Oh man.
Got no comment with all this racing going on track. 3rd position goes to Timmy Holmes.
I think I beat Eric. I beat Eric in the chugging contest. I could suck the beers down, boys.
Either way, the 67 is clear. Oliver Cordell trying to battle. This is all for 3rd position still. Jacob Harberts. He started all the way towards the back a couple restarts ago after pitting and was in 28th. He's now in 6th.
You got to give Harberts right here the Charles Barkley rebound attributes, because he necessarily continues to keep himself in the fight regardless of whether it's pitting, whether it's damage. He keeps himself there. He has a never say die attitude here, Justin. And from now, at lap 167, the driver of the 80 has a nice shot to put himself back into the top 3. Remember, Holmes is the leader out of this group right now in the battle for 3rd. These guys are right up near him, so if any mistake happens out of that 67, you got to believe that Hamlet, Cordell, and Harberts are going to be there for the charge.
By the way, a near incident towards the back amongst those who pitted a couple cautions ago. Landon Huffman and several others near a crash. They're now checking up hard as the caution is now out. And it's the same grouping we were just discussing a bit. Luke Baldwin, contact with the railroad racer from the Pro Late Models for this event, the All-American 400 this year, Dylan Bates. So Bates gets flipped upside down, Kenneth. They're a hard whack for the 91.
You'll see the contact there. Happens on the back straightaway. It's the battle with Baldwin. As you see the 91, he gets moved. Actually, it was a big checkup there that happened on the outside. They were 3 wide for a moment, but this is what brings Baldwin to the right side of Dylan Bates' super late model. And then you'll see out of turn 2, Baldwin gets a little bit low. Bates kind of comes up just a little bit. And the contact happens, adding +1 to the flip counter we go.
Might want to go back to live action because Dylan Bates just turned a car down pit road. Traden Lapsevich just got turned a full 360 by the 91. Here's another look at the incident, but Lapsevich is definitely not going to be happy. There's the dodge from the 54, and as mentioned, Bates, when he tried to enter his stall, turned Traden Lapsevich during the pit stop sequence.
Not sure whether that was intentional or not. I don't think it was, because I think Lapsevich was just trying to go into his pit stall, and then Bates was just that low. and he wouldn't really check up because I guess he didn't really anticipate the 32's pit stall would be there. But unfortunate there for Lapsevich, who again is trying to recover from that drive-through penalty earlier on tonight.
Lights are still on top of the iRacing pace car. Here is this what we're mentioning. Lapsevich rolls in. Watch right here. Lapsevich has a bit of an earlier stall. Bates is trying to run the inside, and
at least he made it.
He made it, but what's the 91 doing?
It was, looks as if maybe the 32 was going just a tad bit slower than what he thought was pit road speed, or the 91 just, man, there's really no excuse for it. Who knows what he was thinking? Might not have known where his pit stall was, thinking that he was going to get around and that the 91 was going to make it to his pit stall. But tough break, man. He was recovering. He was doing a great job coming through the field, and now he's got to do it all again.
That's why you don't ride to the left side of pit lane, everybody. 120 to go this time.
Hands being thrown on pit road.
Well, if they weren't before, they might be now. I know the referee, by the way, trying to lean towards.
Beef.
Funny enough, Travis Brown is on the box for Landon Huffman spotting and watching this action.
I've been telling you now, man, there's a couple people that you don't want to mess with. Kevin Harvick. You don't want to mess with Kyle Busch. He's been known to throw some hands too. Joey Logano busted old Kyle Busch's head. And I was very surprised to see that Noah Gragson go out there and he'll smack somebody in the mouth too.
127 to go, and coincidentally enough, it's Landon Huffman leading. After several pit stops, we're backing away. Everyone who pit is about 6th on behind. The drivers who stayed out this caution. After all the craziness, Huffman, Axum, Mazowicz, Hesno, as well as Matthews. Also staying out, Luke Baldwin. Good jump for the top two. Everybody else is having a wrestling match for third.
And we haven't seen much of Thomas Axum, Justin, since the drop inside, but the caution comes out. It's a big flip by the O2 machine. Up and over he goes, and again, another large stack up. It's Jay Jensen, the car that has a flipperoo into turn 3. And again, the yellow flag waves with 175 laps out.
Here's Jensen. He has been bounced around like a bocce ball today, and well, it's turned into a boomerang.
Oh, man.
Barney's okay, by the way.
You know,
I'm sorry.
No.
That one caught me. That one caught me off guard.
You know, over in the Simax Cup Series, we've made jokes in the booth, Devin, Michael, and I, about drivers applying for the Podium Esports Pace program. I think we gotta look at the All-American Esports 400 for some of that, because we've seen a lot of drivers go up in the air. We don't usually see them land in a quick amount of time, so maybe we can get some applicants out of that.
Oh my goodness. I tell you, the win comment of the night, I know we don't really talk about the comments that often, but lady out there said, I thought you were going to say for the 175th time the caution flag was thrown. Man, we've seen more cautions out here than negative reviews for NASCAR ignition. It's been fantastic.
Oh my goodness. We got a lot to talk about that, but of course we are on iRacing tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry.
By the way, you can subscribe to iRacing for 40% off for new members at iRacing.com. Quickie yellow this time. Landon Huffman still leads here from Nashville.
God, I love it here.
Different strikes being given out the past couple cautions. Bates got 2 strikes for. You can guess why. The O2 just got 2 strikes for the incident on the first lap of a restart.
We're running out of strikes.
So we are coming to 122 laps to go. First driver who had pit under the last caution flag is Timmy Holmes. Landon Huffman leads them back to green once again in a massive stack up along the top line. The 64 doesn't go. Matthews is not happy on that top line. He's lost 2 spots already.
Well, luckily, everybody this time, Justin, kept it clean. There's still 2 by 2.
Caution again.
All the way. Well, as soon as I say that, we have another caution, but Landon Huffman, I think he likes to see this. Field's getting frozen, and he's still at the front of the field.
I feel like that has something to do with the last caution, because Curtis Critchley, you see in the backdrop of Jay Jensen's flip, had spun around. Guess who just heated up that right rear a bit more? Curtis Critchley. On the outside, bye-bye. It's a good job in making sure he doesn't have the inside wall, as Curtis Critchley having a rough night.
Yeah, a lot of guys definitely have had tough times at 27. I mentioned his walk up through the field at one point after starting P22, and now he's kind of on the negative side of that one, P27, as a result of the incident. It's unfortunate for Curtis Critchley and for a lot of these guys who have performed well at some points. They've shown that the glimmers of brightness, and then all of a sudden caution comes out, they get involved in it, or they end up being the caution, and it kind of sets their race in the back foot. And remember, we're running out of time. 181 out of 300. There's still time left, but these laps tick down so quickly at Nashville Fairgrounds that by the time you're already on the plan and that blueprint, the race is already done. So then you can't really implement it at all when the checkered flag is waved at all.
Carter Russo, lucky dog this time. Coming up, let's get one to go. Try this yet again. 2 strikes to the 27. It's caution.
I think we need to start singing out here together.
You're looking for a reason to play a guitar, are you?
Well, I mean, you got so many good songs to sing, and we're 182 laps into 300. I mean, might as well start singing something good. Yeah, the drone's dying. My song box, the jukebox, is almost out. Green flag's back in the air.
We're back to racing. No one come here to watch. Landon Huffman holds on in front. Thomas Axel now under attack by Timmy Holmes. He gets squished on down by Axum. Axum gets clear. Holds on for now, and it's a hornet's nest still right on behind. Harberts, Matthews, several more scattering as one more car gets loose again. It's Baldwin into the wall. No caution. Peyton Hamlet got into the back of him as well. Now Baldwin gets loose in the corner and nearly spins out the 19 as he hits the wall.
And he's able to save it, Justin. What a job by Baldwin to keep that super late model straight and avoid yet again another yellow on lap 184. He's going to lose all that track position, but it's a fantastic wheelman effort for Luke Baldwin as he ride on board. But third place, Timmy Holmes, yet again an aggressive driver, now in placement to get himself in the front of the field. He is lurking on Thomas Axum's back machine. He is just yet to find a way underneath him.
What a night so far for Holmes. He has been one of the more quiet drivers of the night. He's kept a very pretty wheel. He leads those who pit. A couple of cautions ago, Harberts and McCollum. That running order as one car slides in turn 3 and 4 for the caution. This time it is Langford, and he got the very tip of Eric Myers, who has not been able to find a break in that 96 tonight.
It's a tough break. So look at the replay right here. You just see him coming off the exit of 4. They're going to go down into turn number 1. We'll see what happened here as they come around about a lap in. We just see the lap leading into what's going to happen. It just looks like he just goes into the corner a little too hot, tries to get on the brake and slides it. Good on him for missing the wall. He was able to slide it, not do any damage to the front end of that machine, catch his way. 96 spins out as well. Man, it's beer time.
Don't jinx it, please. Myers, with the cold beer cameras call, ends up getting around and all that.
Is it fitting that it's the cold beer cameras car and we've just had a drink shootout between our social media member Eric Messer and Terry in the booth?
This has been a night, let's put it that way. A very
more
fun
beer?
night, a very interesting one. As again, we're under caution. Again, coming up to 100 to go. As let's try this again. As oh boy. At least I'm not sure what to say on that. So as they go through an entire bottle, and Terry has a endless one.
Wow.
Eric Myers has now rolled his way to the pit lane. I think he may be done for the night.
As Jimmy Buffett sings, wasted away again at the fairgrounds. searching for some green flag racing.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Some people say that there's a sponsor to blame, but I won't. It's our damn fault.
Oh my goodness.
Let me find an instrument here. If we're gonna start singing here in Nashville in the Music City, I gotta find something. I don't know, maybe a drum, a flute, a tiny pong machine.
Hey.
I don't know.
It's the Music City, baby. Bring it in. Get it loud and proud. It's time to go.
You gave the heads up that you were different than others. I can see. You are a ball of energy. By the way, Scott Martin just gave you a black flag.
Wow. Hey, it's okay. I mean, we can try it. I mean, Toby Keith sang whiskey for my men and beer for my horses. But, beer for me, whiskey for the boys on the track.
I think a couple drivers were also watching that, by the way. They were impressed. I
hope they were impressed. I hope they were impressed that we're singing on the broadcast. And if they've got any requests, I'm a musical icon history little literature dictionary thing.
Green flag is out. Landon Huffman off and away. He leads the line once more. Thomas Axum still wanting a pretty wheel in second with his pink machine. He holds on by nearly sawing off that front bumper of Holmes. First side by side, McCollum and Matthews were being checked up right behind Jacob Harbert. So keep an eye on that one. The Duke Matthews racing cars on the inside and outside here.
Yeah, kind of two sides of the sword here, Justin. You think of the race leader, Landon Huffman. He doesn't want to see yellows at all, or he really wants to see yellows because he wants to see the field frozen. These guys don't want to see yellows at all. McCollum and Matthews, because they were once up at the front of the field, and now they have the opportunity to gain positions, but the yellows is just going to halt their progress furthermore and further through. So McCollum and Matthews are going to try to get the most they can under this green flag circumstances. One car goes way loose out of turn 2. We're going to stay green for now.
Black flag, by the way, for the car you just seen on the apron. That's Mark Keatman. He changed lanes in the battle for 11th, so he now will lose a lap here. Reference, Trey Lapsmich after his drive-through is in 15th. Here's the look of the race leaders. Axum all over the back end of Landon Huffman.
Axum's done a great job. +6. Landon Huffman +7. Huffman's up +6, leading this race. The 75's doing a great job as he comes off the exit of the corner. Just a little bit of a lane change right there. Went from the bottom back to about the middle lane. You see the 13 applying the pressure in that Mustang. And it's the first time we've seen a Mustang up front able to challenge for this lead. We've seen the Toyotas, we've seen the Camrys. Now it's time to see the Mustang come into play.
See how this looks as Axum nearly loops into the bottom. Ryan Kuhn, back machine, holding on to it still. He and Ryan Kuhn have worked together for many years on the iRacing platform. Big junk at the back of the field. Caution is out. Again, under yellow. It has become Barney's favorite color tonight. He has held that flag a majority of the night. It's Bradesley Sora who is very upset here. Let's put it that way. As RS Center, I'm not sure.
Tough break for these guys up here.
I think Eric Tracy was underneath him. He nearly bobbled underneath him. Yeah, EOL for RS Center.
Yeah, 3 cars there as you saw it. You saw Tracy, I think, underneath, and then car up top gets loose, and then Sora just becomes the third man into it. He gets turned as the car up top, that Camry, gets loose. I believe that was Center that did get loose there, and then, of course, gets into the 98, and then around he goes.
So let's get RS Center's side of the story. What happened there?
Oh, I just got a little loose right there. Accidentally got into the 98 car.
How difficult has it been to try and hold on to these cars tonight? It's like that from here.
Yeah, these things, they've been a handful all race. The car, actually, it's not bad once you get a few laps going, but on the restarts, they don't drive too good. But they get going, and I think being in every wreck so far, people don't know how to lift has not helped the situation.
So, what's your game plan the rest of the way? We're 100 to go this time, and now you've lost all your track position with this one.
Yeah, I've been back here a couple of times. We'll be all right. Just gotta stick it out. Never know what can happen.
One last question. I'm curious on this one because Heatman, along with Carter Russo, had to qualify their way in. They've been hanging out with you tonight. How have they been since it's their first time here?
They're pretty cool. I know them a little bit from the Big Ten series, the Concord hometown. Talking to them, and they've just been hanging out with me and Devin. They're it's good to work with more people, you know.
Been curious on that. Congratulations on finding some friends at least. Good luck the rest of the way.
All right, thank you guys.
RS Center towards the back of the field. If VOL does caution, the caution's now over, and Landon Huffman still leads. Landon Huffman, this would be big for him, let's put it that way, if he can find a way to hold on for 98 and a half more laps. But he's got a lot of good cars behind him. Holmes fighting with Exum. McCollum fighting with Matthews. 2 by 2 make it 2 alongside 1.
And you can tell it was a way better restart for Timmy Holmes this time, Justin, because we saw him working the inside. Axum was able to defend up top, and this time now he's playing defense as Holmes goes for the offense. Caution comes out, though, and Holmes will actually get the spot, P2.
Logan Houghton had to dive to the apron as it was the 64 who got a little bit of help this time. Terry. And it is Luke Baldwin who gets into the quarter panel for caution 21 of the night.
Yeah, this is starting to get worse than the Chiefs' defense against the Titans today. As you see them just come down just ever so slightly, get Dord right in the right side. I mean, we're in the Music City, boys, and the Titans just went out tonight and spanked them. Just blanked them.
By the way, that's iRacing yellows that are on in this race for tonight. So that essentially means if you are more than 45 degrees sideways in a corner or a straightaway, and a car is around you, it is an automatic caution trigger. If you have, say, a moment with no one else around you, that doesn't trigger the caution until a car is within about a few car lengths of you. Quickie yellow given here. We're under 100 to go, and now what's the game plan, Kenneth? Because this is now where, if you're at the front, you're in a good spot. If you're at the back, good luck.
I think, Justin, if you were thinking of this strategy before, you're now a genius at this point, is to maximize the cautions, work around them. At this point, they're inevitable. They're going to happen. The cars are close together. So at this point, if you're these guys around the top 5, top 10, just manage your yellows, manage your restarts, and just try to get the most out of it, because you never know when that yellow is going to come out and when it's going to freeze the field once more. I mentioned earlier about guys like Alex McCollum, guys like Parker Retzlaff. They were near the rear of the field, or at least the mid-pack. They hope for green flag racing, but now they just have to adjust. Hope that yellows come out in a good spot for them on track, and just try to make the most out of it.
24 cars still running. RS Center is in the pit lane and out of the car after that last caution. We're back underway once more. A couple of drivers having some problems mid-pack. Jake Sylvia amongst those who had to bubble around in the 78 as he ended up checking up towards the top line. He's still side by side. A couple drivers nearly knocking the wall down in front of him. They're 3 wide between Retzlaff, Cordell, along with Harbers in front, and another car's upside down for another yellow.
Man, they're ruining my buzz.
A lot just happened. I think that was Lathan Joyner. So the Ghost is unable to survive this one.
Casper's not doing us any justice right here. You see him come down through the field. He gets a tap from the 51, kind of sends him down in there. You watch him spin, overcorrects it, flips on his head, and that's where he's stuck in the groove, starts sliding down the racetrack like a slip and slide at Six Flags, having a good time up there on his roof. I don't know if he's screaming or yelling in his under britches that he's on fire like Ricky Bobby, but ever so close.
Here's Cateman. Right to the bottom. Underneath all the trouble. Noah Driver, though, who had a little bit of Ronstadt. Car who ended up ricocheting. There's the 54, it's Landry.
Well, Landry gets right into him, but I think we saw Joyner do this again. This is the second time that his car kind of overcorrected, I think, in some ways. So we saw Joyner had a tough time saving the car, and then this is the second time it happened. So here's a look with Landry just behind this wreck, sees the 3 get sideways, and you just don't expect them to overcorrect like that. You expect them to kind of either save it or go for a spin, but it just goes for the right side, goes straight for the outside of all. And unfortunately, Landry can't really do much, but just brace for impact.
2 strikes that time. 1 to Gavel, 1 to Joyner. 90 to go this time by. What has been a race to remember for some tonight for the All-American eSports 400 super late model race.
Hell, by the time this is over, I might drink enough beer not to remember it.
That's why I'm not even sure where to go with that one. Okay.
Justin, man, I love this. This is absolutely phenomenal. We had a conversation beforehand with the producers, and they said there's 2 people that I want to put together right now, Justin Prince and Terry Radford, because I'm all over the place. I'm like a booger in the middle of Walmart. You don't know whether to pick it or leave it sitting there. Right now, we're picking the booger, and I'm sitting right here, just drinking a beer, having a good old time. 89 laps to go. Bud Light Platinum's in the air. I had some Yinglings in the fridge. My Titans won today. We're celebrating a little bit, having a good time. Now, hold up. Oh, man. Oh.
Very fitting. We're in Tennessee.
Holding the title belt from the great state of Tennessee. We're about to go green flag racing, and cheers, boys.
Oh, my goodness. 88 to go.
You're welcome.
Back and away. Landon Huffman off and away as they door each other for second. Holmes holds on to it for now. Axum sends it into the corner. Matthews and McCollum fight on behind. As they try and fight hard, McCollum had to lift down the straightaway to avoid updrafting Holmes.
These guys either be maybe best friends or worst enemies by the time the checkered flag waves, because these guys have been seeing each other all race long up to this point, and Axum is able to defend for P2, and here comes Matthews, here comes McCollum, and here comes Red Slap. Talk about them trying to maximize the cautions and seeing where their placement is track position wise to get as much as they can. They're doing so right now, and Matthews looking for the inside in P3.
Now black flag, Jake Sylvia, drive through for a lane change. He's 13. Bit of smoke now being kicked up. That's Cordell, who just went for a slide and trade. It's going to send him nearly into another one. They're side by side, and now they're both sideways along that slide. They're trying to avoid slipping even more so as Lapsevich trying to get 10.
Starting to see the clouds move in. You see the trees are starting to move. It's not from the cars. We haven't seen them at full speed that often tonight, but the thunder's starting to roll, boys. Garth Brooks is singing in the background. Everybody's having a good time, including the broadcasters, the social media dudes, the producer. We're all enjoying the All-American 400. 2-3 wide, scraping the wall down the back straightaway. This race is starting to pick up with 84 to go.
Here's Heston. All of this as, at this point, by the way, it is nearly about 3 a.m. or so, I believe, in France, if not 4 a.m. So we are approaching early morning for Hesno. He is currently 13 plus 10 after being bounced around throughout the race tonight. That's Sylvia, by the way, who's laying by cars after his penalty. His machine. Approaching 80 to go. The battle for second remains ever fierce. Ryan Matthews, he wants his spots back, and he wants them right now.
Yeah, these guys have been on the back foot ever since either they pitted or whatever may have you with the yellows coming out, kind of have reshuffled the running order so many times, and it put these guys near the midfield, and now with 80 laps to go coming about as we cross the start-finish line, this is their prime opportunity. Remember, guys like Matthews, McCollum, and Red Slap, they're faster, or if not on pace with the 75 of Landon Huffman, your current race leader. So they can put up a fight. They just need to get around Thomas Axum, the kind of outlier in this case, if you want to talk about trends in this event, and get around him and try to get Huffman and put some pressure.
Absolutely. You have to wonder what Landon's feeling and thinking right now, especially with the fun party on the spotter stand for him tonight.
If I'm Axum in second place, or Ryan Matthews with an excellent strategy. We saw him just a little earlier in this race. He stayed out on old tires in that Chevy. He did an excellent job as we look at the Cold Beers camera. Just phenomenal strategy to flip himself. He's right ahead of Alex McCollum who has been one of the dominant cars of this race so far. Chevy versus Mustang. If I'm him, you start closing down at 78 to go. It's time to start using the bumper a little bit more. I know we've seen the bumper a lot tonight with like 20-something cautions. I've lost count. But I would use it just a little bit because you're not going to let a guy like Landon Huffman run away. He's been statistically the best on these short tracks, and tonight's going to be no different.
Strategy has been ever prevalent for tonight. Remember, Matthews has only pitted once the entire night. He has saved a lot of those tires. And now, because of a bobble from Axum, he looks to try and dive his way in for second. To the corner panel goes Matthews. Axum ends up tapping him a touch bit as they go back single file for now. Axum back up the track.
Credit to Axum for this defense here. Using that middle lane and then forcing those guys down low to either check up or maybe force themselves into a moment where they probably either can't save the race car or that they have to really slow up. And in this case, Axum is just doing really that, just holding up these guys, making sure that whatever space they try to get on the inside is not going to be worthy enough to keep them side by side by the time they exit out the corner. So Axum just continues to play this Hall of Fame defense badge, as we would call it in NBA 2K. But now here comes Matthews to the inside. The offense working. He's going to pierce through the bubble.
Matthews sends it. Matthews looks to clear, and he does. Axum gives him space. McCollum tried to send it underneath before the diamond attempt. McCollum had to check up, though. And now Matthews has a pivotal second position with a car between him and McCollum.
Been paying attention to Ryan Matthews' lap times. He's been faster than the leader, only by a slight margin. About 5/100ths of a second has put him up here where he needs to be. They have both been running great lap times, and that time by is showing that he ran a 18.319. Still just a little bit faster. He's doing what he's got to do to get up to the back bumper of Landon Huffman, but it's time starting to run out. It's starting to fade away. The tires are starting to go. You see him get a little bit sideways as he comes through the corner. This is go time. You've got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away when the day is done. R.I.P. Kenny Rogers. Time to get it going, boys.
Did you just try and sing?
No, that's just me quoting the greatest song in the world, The Gambler, by the late, great Kenny Rogers.
Matthews, by the way, he's flying. Again, he's now closing up, in some cases, a 10th per second on Landon Huffman. And remember, he was in the conversation last year for the race victory before the bump and runs began on the final lap from Dalton Collins.
Indeed, you're right. That number 051 in this case is absolutely flying. He's on his way to his destination, and that's victory lane here from the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway. And you said it right. He was setting about a 10th faster than the race leader, Landon Huffman. That time buys across the start-finish line almost again, a full 10 on Huffman. So you got to think that Huffman, now looking in his rearview mirror, is saying, oh, here we go again. And he's going to bring McCollum, maybe Renslap in if he can, with about 67 to go.
Still a decent amount of time to set this on up. 0.25 seconds now amongst them. The top six grouped up within 2 seconds. Eric Tracy is now the buffer between them and the next pack, led by Traden Lapsevich on the racetrack.
Been one of the longest green flag runs we've had in a while here. It's good to see Ryan Matthews with, the oldest tires on the racetrack still be able to hold where he's at. He moved up to the P2 position. Now he's right on the back bumper of Landon Huffman. He has been one of the best short track racers we've seen here on Podium. Every time we put one of these on, the last time at Hickory, he was fast. We come here to Nashville, he's fast again. He holds the lead, but by the slimmest of margins, 1/10 of a second is going to separate him. He can see every bit of the steering wheel that he has right here, and then the 51 is going to go down, try to make a charge for the lead.
Huffman starting to play a touch bit defensive. They are reaching lap traffic ahead pretty soon. The 64 would be the first of those lap cars. They get to them. We've seen how influential they've been, whether in the pro late models or the supers tonight. Matthews towards the back bumper of Landon Huffman. 62 laps to go this time for the All-American eSports 400. They both drift off the corner this time. Huffman still holds on. They are line for line near dead even. This time, though, Huffman with a checkup off the corner.
And look who this invites in all the chaos here, Justin. Alex McCollum, the number 6 machine, the driver who started on pole, who started this race from row number 1. He's now in the mix of this as well. He's setting comparative lap times to your race leader, if not a bit faster than your race leader by about a full tenth. So McCollum is now in this fight, making 3 horses, says 51 almost went for the send, decides to lay back.
Over the back bumper once more still. 60 to go this time. Three cars covered underneath a blanket. Unbelievable how this has played out, Terry.
Huge. 60 laps to go. You put 3 people right here going for one golden fiddle, aka the guitar, is the 51. Gonna put the bumper right here to the 75 because he knows Alex McCollum's coming. He has been the fastest car on the racetrack by a full tenth of a second. That time he ran an 18.4. Everybody else ran an 18.5. He's been conserving the tires. Alex McCollum goes to the middle, swings back down to the bottom. 3 in a row, man. He's there, but he can't make the pass happen going into 1. What's the 51 going to do? He has to get the 75, Justin.
Trying to force a mistake. Now Huffman nearly goes all the way to the yellow line to block him. Matthews is starting to get better on corner exit off turn 2. McCollum starting to get a bit impatient as well. This time Huffman hard to the bottom line. McCollum tries to diamond it. Matthews between the middle lines of them. Matthews now builds up the run. Huffman again with a big block to the apron this time as McCollum goes high.
And McCollum is just trying to be different from the top too. He's running in a way that he can get some cleaner air, but also just play something different. If he can build a line or build some momentum off of a diamond arc corner or whatever approach he takes to these corners here at National Fairgrounds, he's gonna do it.
He sends him!
Just up for the leaders. Hoffman almost around. Matthews goes by. Contact.
Hard contact as everyone sandwiched together. Huffman moved out of the way by Ryan Matthews. He is now your leader. McCollum, significant damage.
Man, that was one hell of a battle right there. You just see it. It just, the 75, the 51, just great racing and just ever so slight. Just a little nudge sends him sliding. He gets into Alex McCollum. Luckily for Alex, he did save this machine. He's going to be in 5th place position right there. Sorry, I think I swore on camera. My bad. It's just tight racing, and the 51 just didn't do nothing wrong. He's racing for the win. He's racing for the spot, and for the 10, just great car control. Just did an amazing job right there, keeping it where he did. Incredible racing.
That's going to really ruffle a lot of feathers. And for Landon Huffman, you can definitely tell he's going to be upset from that one. Axum now second. McCollum, by the way, punted Timmy Holmes after that incident to move back to 5th, to the point where Holmes was sent to the outside fence. Everyone involved in that is not happy.
Who would be?
Whatever patience we had to start this race, it is pretty much all gone. Combined with the yellows and this hard racing up with about 50 laps to go, it is pretty much gone. It's all about whatever you can do to either send the driver in front of you and just get the quick result. That's exactly what McCollum was looking for, to at least maybe salvage what he lost right there on that incident. And for now, Axum is going to get the betterment out of it. He's seeing the leaders kind of tango for position. He's like, okay, I guess free spots.
As Zach Novak, the one-time eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series champion, who's watching along on Twitch, says, Rule 1, you block, you pay. 2 cars will now have to pay for some repairs being done because the caution's out again. It's Logan Helton who gets against the outside wall, and this would trigger a full yellow. A second car also spun around in a separate incident.
Well, you talk about you block and you pay, and that's the #1 part of the game. But you see right here what had happened was the 63 is just minding his own business, gets into the wall, starts to dirt track it, starts smacking the wall, goes around there. But blocking and you pay, all right? #1 name of the game. You start to block somebody. Look at these 2 good-looking people. That man in France having a good time, itching his leg with the all-the-way monitor, and then the dude with the VR scratching his head, all focused, nothing but seriousness on their faces, having a good time. They need a hat.
Maybe they do have hats somewhere. Get the chance to maybe wear one if they come to the real world track. Caution flag means pit stop time. Timmy Holmes, Dre Lapsevich, Langford, Cordell, Harbers, Baldwin, Elton, Hesno, all taking the time to peel in under 50 to go now. This respective race. Those drivers will all restart about 10th or so on back here, Kenneth.
Yeah, they'll be in the midst of it all, and we'll see whether the cautions do breed the cautions. Hopefully it doesn't, because we'll continue to see these great battles. But what's going to be the most interesting part about this restart is that Huffman, Retzlaff, McCollum, they're back in the game. I know Axum is kind of the buffer here in the middle of all of this, just because he's not the driver involved in that 3-car specific incident. But if Huffman and Retzlaff and McCollum can get up to the race leader Ryan Matthews, then it's going to be an absolute show with under 45 laps left in this feature event. Telemetry tells us 14 minutes if we stay green all the way to the end. You better believe there's going to be some beef thrown around here in the final 50.
Yeah, this is going to be like a barbecue parking lot. Keep in mind, there is no concerns to think about for those curious about time constraints. There is no time limit for this year's running. It's 400 for supers, unless we somehow have 3 rounds of cautions. Coming up to 44 to go this time by. Now, how do you play this out? Because it's pretty clear. These drivers are not afraid to use the bumper way earlier than the final 2 laps this year.
Send it. Only words I'll use. Send it here, Nashville. Everybody's been sending it all night long. Don't worry about the consequences, unless obviously you're not going to out flat wreck them and cause a caution, be an EOL. But you are going to send it to the best of your ability.
Oh, look at this. Look at this.
Inside line.
He's
and
bumping
Huffman's
him.
behind him on the restart.
He was just pushing him to the line. He was just pushing him, Kenneth. There's the temper showing.
We are ready to get rico here in Nashville. It's going to be a lot of fun at this restart.
On board Huffman. This time, he backs off a touch for the backstretch. Stay right here for the restart. Get your popcorn out.
Got it.
Bryce Terry still has some.
Oh, I sure
23 to
do.
go.
I got the Martin Sports gloves on, too.
Green flag back out. Axum spun the tires. Retzlaff had the checkup. Now, Huffman tries to clear for second.
Gonna try to do so out of turn 2, but Axum again, just like he's been doing most of the night, playing defense in that middle lane, and he's holding Landon Huffman up to try and get even close to Ryan Matthews, so this may stall the potential retaliation we could see out of the 2. Contact as Axum hits the outside wall.
They made contact coming off the corner. That little tap to the left rear door was enough to put Axum towards the wall. Axum is not making this easy now for Huffman, but the caution's out. Huffman gets the scoring loop. It's around the mid to backpack again. It's Cordell this time who has this situation. He got way loose, and he got help. A lot of help. Well, they were colliding before that too. Yeah, that was Bates that was trying to move them before the prior corner.
And that's Harvard's.
He was thinking some ludicrous in there.
So hard hits there amongst them. It's up being Elton and company. Here's the help. No lift. And several cars crash, including Hilton.
I can't say the words of the song, but it's move, B, get out the way, get out the way.
He's been disqualified. Harvard has just been disqualified for that.
Could imagine so.
Race control is not happy. Harvard's is done.
That reminded me, Justin, of when Matt Kenseth drove in and just took Logano out right there. That's a strong warning and a prime example to the drivers that if you're going to come out here and you're going to race on something that's this important to a lot of people, you have to drive with the brain.
39 to go this time. And on that point, Landon Huffman's to the outside front row. McCollum's in 4th.
Axum's in a tough position here. He's on the inside. We saw him defending on the outside. Now he's going to be on the bottom side. So what does he do to adjust against these guys?
iRacing pace car is off. Huffman trying to get a half a car length ahead. Everyone's bumping each other. Now one car gets turned. Tracy gets turned to the inside. More caution is out.
Oh, man. Who had the lead?
I think it was Matthews. We'll have to check the scoring loops. Matthews was ahead for a good bit down the straightaway. This is now being contested regardless here.
I think the 75 had that on the initial restart. My timing's telling me that Matthews had it, but that was close.
Again, the car going around was Tracy. Eric Tracy. They slammed and checked up 3 or 4 different occasions and spots. We'll try this again here on this replay. Stop, start, stop, start, stop, turn.
Yeah, you can't, it's hard to gauge the restarts when everybody's packed in. And again, everybody's anxious to get this started. You see right there a checkup from Red Slap. Tracy's in the middle of all of it. He just has no option. He can't do anything. Car behind him's doing the same thing, getting into the back of Tracy, and then Tracy just kind of has to let it happen and wait for it to end. But just like I mentioned earlier, the patience is just out of the window. Drivers want to go. They don't want to see these yellows come out. They want to finish this race under green and get as much as they can as racing drivers. So just a product of drivers really wanting to receive that green flag from Barty the Flagman. And that time it caused an incident and caused what they didn't really want to see at all.
26 cautions now down. This is a quickie yellow, by the way. We're coming to 1 to go this time. So the lights are off on Donny iRacing pace car again. 35 to go. Check that 34 when the flag flies. Still 35 regardless. As these drivers, it's been a dogfight. Now, Axum is behind Matthews. Race control is now warning drivers after that checkup situation on when the rest of the pack can go here. Huffman tries to get ahead. Matthews launches. No problems this time. Matthews clear. We're back on our way. Now it gets interesting. Huffman trying to send it to the 51's bumper. McCollum still stuck side by side with Axum.
It's a short track magic right here in the final 35, because here comes Huffman, and it was a solid foundation there. By the way, for the 75, Justin, that he was able to clear, not have anybody fighting him for P2, much like he did with Axum a couple of restarts ago, and now he's got full sight of the driver, the 51. We'll see if he does anything, but he's got to catch him first.
This is all while there's craziness behind them. It's single file for the top 4, but for fifth on back, it's getting hairy. Hayden Hamlet has been all over the pylon. He is being attacked by Trey Lapsevich currently. He was 3 wide. Lapsevich was at one point to pass these cars. He's trying to bring Langford with them, while Ratzlaff is being shuffled back. There goes Lapsevich. He's now up to 5th. A good recovery from his drive-through.
Great recovery from his drive-through. He went to the exact position, was in the free pass spot. Now he finds himself in the P5 position, up 13. But he easily has won the most cars passed as he gets to the back bumper of the 13. What's he going to do with that Toyota? Is he going to be able to get underneath here of this Mustang to get around? The Camry has been fast. He has been running the fastest lap times. That time by, he just ran his fastest lap of the race at a 17.9. That is the third fastest lap time of the entire event. He's in 5th. He's under the 13 right now. Axum doesn't know what to do. He goes to the high side.
And caution flag is out just prior to that dive, and again, it's a wreck towards the middle of the pack. Cordell again gets spun, and this time, it's after he clipped the wall down the straightaway.
And you'll see it there as he goes to the outside. Well, the car just behind him, that was Jake Sylvia and his machine that he was trying to fight with, and then all of a sudden gets in the wall, gets into Sylvia, and then Cordell goes around, brings out the yellow.
That little lower third pop-up. Strike to the 17. So we'll try it again. Yoel for Cordell. Matthews still holds on to the race lead. Now, it's crunch time just about. Quick yellow again, 2 to go that time by. Expecting 1 to go this upcoming time by. Some great recovery drives we've seen and mentioned. Traden Lapsevich, Peyton Hamlet's been all over the board. Luke Baldwin, he's been crunched a bunch of times tonight. He's up to 8th somehow.
He's doing a great job there in 8th, but I guess I'll be the realistic one here. He's running the Shenandoah Shine one. I kind of wish they were Moonshine. I actually messaged our producer and was like, man, I really think that it'd be cool. Yeah, if they were actually a Moonshine company, I would buy from them. But I mean, the real winners here are Martin Sports. These awesome gloves I got on my hands, the red, white, and blue with the amazing grips that are on them. I enjoy racing them every time I am. But the real winner here is iRacing iFlags. I mean, they got the golden sponsor at there. They got their money plus some for tonight. Like the cautions are legal to drink now.
By a few years. Let's try this again. 26 to go this time by. Better jump again by Matthews. McCollum trying to clear on by for 3rd. Just about does. Huffman, though, he wants a back bumper from the 51. He nearly got there again.
What was interesting about that restart also, Justin, was the fact that Alex McCollum had the inside lane, row number 2, didn't do much with it, but as he ran on board with the Martin Sports Chevrolet Camaro here as he works through 1 and 2, actually with Huffman right in front of him, he's been able to put himself in a spot to where if the leaders tango together in the final laps, and he's got the opportunity to just get right by and be able to potentially win this race from the pole.
Some tempers flaring as well with the radio. Parker Retzlaff is all the way back towards the back. He was among the drivers who have just hit that caution flag. He was the only one, in fact, and that may be an interesting strategy call from Retzlaff, which puts him on the aggressive, moving on forward the rest of the way. Meanwhile, Huffman keeps the gap separated by 0.3 of a second. Major checkups again, near contact between Axum and Hamlet.
That was huge. It was a huge checkup right there with Axum. Hamlet was able to do something that nobody else has done tonight, to actually read the car in front of him. Baldwin did a good job as well, sitting there in the 9th place position to make sure when they were checking up that he actually backed off the gas just a tad bit. You see the focus in his eyes. He knows he wants to show up and show out for the Shenandoah Shine people. They're doing a great job as here comes the man who won last night.
On the pro late models, Parker Retzlaff, he's already up inside the 8th position. Here's a view now from him. Next car in front, Hayden Hamlet. And a majority of the drivers in front, keep in mind, are on more than 100 lap-old tires in some cases. The drivers who had also pit that are in front of that 42. Those drivers, Lapsevich, who's now battling and taking away 2nd. Steele Langford. This seems like a game plan and then some. 28 laps on the current set from the last start.
What a drive this could be if Lapsevich is able to hold on. He's gotten by Huffman, he's gotten by the other guys, and now he just has the leader, Ryan Matthews, on some of the oldest tires in this field. Matthews is on 142 laps on tires. And you just mentioned it, Lapsevich is now creeping up on 30 laps on his tires, so he just needs a couple more to reel in that number 51 machine and get to business. Also another driver in this mix, Steele Langford, also with fresh tires. He's up to P4, now working to P3.
I don't know how long he's going to be patient, though, here with under 20 to go, coming up to 16 this time by. He is struggling to find a hole to get around the 75 this run.
I don't know, Huffman struggling like me with names as Langford gets to the back bumper of him. He's able to put a little bump. He's going to take a peek, but not be able to get it as Huffman takes a look at the bottom. Here comes Langford. He's going to get to the quarter panel, but then think twice of it going into the corner. He doesn't want to wreck him. We don't want the 28th caution to come out here tonight. That Reaper Chevrolet is coming.
He caught the apron, though, so he'll have to reset. Traden Lapsevich, though, he's mowing down that interval and quick. The gap is under 0.3, nearly a quarter of a second now behind. What do you do if you're Ryan Matthews?
And what does Lapsevich do by the time he gets to that back bumper, that faded Chevrolet Camaro, that 051 machine of Ryan Matthews? Does he give the bumper? Does he get by cleanly? He got by Huffman pretty clean without any need to use any of the fenders, but he may have a different opinion now of Matthews as he gets right to the back bumper. Maybe an attack to turn one. We'll just have to see.
Backs up the corner. He tries to get the launch. He has to check up this time. They've pulled away by more than a second from the rest of the pack now. 12 to go this time. Lapsevich tries to swing it to the inside. He stays full into the throttle. The difference in tires. Again, more than 100 laps. Trayden Lapsevich takes the race lead. Matthews up the track.
But he did it cleanly. The 32 did it cleanly. Trayton did an amazing job getting around. He knew that if he punted his ass, it was over. He was going to get right back to him, and it was game over for him. Because if Matthews is able to get it going, Patrick's right there. Huffman dropping like a rock, throwing in bikini bottom. It's not going to work. Huffman's going to need a caution to come down pit road. The old SpongeBob reference finally pays off.
10 laps to go this time by for the driver who is in position to battle for the race win through the final corners before one of the most chaotic finishes in the history of short track racing on the surface. With 9 laps to go this time, the Canadian Trayden Lapsevich is in the driver's seat to try and win the All-American eSports 400.
It's just all about what Lapsevich can do, and just pray that the yellow does not come out in any way, shape, or form. And with the Halloween paint scheme, Lapsevich is willing to spook the rest of the field here with the freshest tires out of all of them. Meanwhile, battle for third on between Retzlaff and Langford, but the focus is all on Lapsevich if he can hold on for the final 8.
Here's a look at that, and remember, Retzlaff has the freshest tires by far. He's now up to third. If Retzlaff gets a caution, the fireworks could go off there as well. But remember, Rentec Alliance is there. There's the caution flag.
You jinxed it, Brad.
Hamlin.
You jinxed it.
That was near perfect timing. Again, it's Hamlin who goes around, but he got some help this time. Jake Sylvia. Again, it's Hamlin who goes around. Watching the backdrop, you see the hit.
Looks like it was in a battle, I believe, with, might have been Jake Sylvia in this case. Justin, that number 78, gets into him on the outside. Take a look at it in that battle with Hamlin so far. Works to the inside, seems to be all good and dandy, but right about there off turn 4. You'll see it when they come back around. That's off turn 2. Seems to be clean as well. Sylvia tries to dive underneath. Better middle corner speed, and then bam, into the back end of Hamlet. Hamlet, what a nice job he did to save it and keep it out of the inside wall. But of course, you said it earlier, Justin, if a car is 45 degrees or more around than a car is around them, and the yellow comes out.
Full caution flag is the call from race control. Give a shout out to all the hard work put in by tonight's race control crew of William Hale, DJ Lyon, Brandon Davis, all their hard work. Strike given to Sylvia, by the way. Result. And keep this in mind. The drivers have just been warned over race control. They cannot simply just drive on through somebody, obviously. That will be an immediate penalty. So this could get interesting how you try and win this race. Lapsevich, Matthews, Retzlaff, Langford, the top 4. First with you, Ken.
Well, I think now, I mean, you just try to give the bumper just like Huffman tried with Matthews. Matthews tried to do with Huffman. You give him a little tap. You don't need to drive through him. You can give him a little tap, shove him up the racetrack. They get a little wobbly, but then you're fine. You can get to the inside lane. We've seen many instances where they just kind of slam through other drivers. You can't do that, or else you're just going to get pretty much punted by race control and you're going to get put to the rear of the field. So, yeah, just be methodically and learn from Lapsevich on this one. Watch that pass that he made on Matthews over and over again, and it was without a scratch on either of those cars. So make it as clean as you can, but if you got to roughen up a little bit, maybe lotion up those elbows because it's going to get rough.
There are 3 green light checkers available tonight as well, Terry, and we are now approaching that green light checker territory this time on the racetrack. How do you feel this could play out tonight now, and who really is your pick, Terry?
pardon my language, but damn, we have seen a ton of yellows out here. The caution flags are legal now. You've seen Trayton made a great pass. Trayton made a great pass. Insurance rates are going down by the age of the cautions. Matthews has played excellent strategy so far. You've seen Parker, he's on the freshest tires so far, about 19 laps. All right. We have somehow entertained almost 140 people out here across just Twitch and whatever, about 170, 180 people. Don't know how we've done it with the amount of cautions we've seen, but this is going to be one hell of a finish, and I expect to see Parker putting a bumper to somebody's ass. It's time to go. 32 is probably going to get haunted.
Here we go. First green light checkered attempt of the All-American eSports 400 for the super late models. Back underway, Trayton Lapsevich holds on to the bottom. Parker Retzlaff follows on by. Matthews quickly shuffled to third. Huffman and company try to fight. Matthews wants second back, but Retzlaff tries up high. If they take the white flag, the race is official. White flag is up. Lapsevich takes it. Final lap from Nashville.
Now what does Retzlaff do? Does he be aggressive here in 3 and 4? He is right there to the back bumper. To 3 and 4 though, go. Retzlaff with opportunity on the freshest tires.
Will he try it? He's thinking about it. He gets near it. Trayton Lapsevich wins the All-American eSports 400 for the super late models.
Hell yeah. What a race. Spooky car gets it. 1 week for everybody's excited, except for Parker, but Trayton gets a guitar, and I hope he plays me a good tune. Rocky Top sounds good on the guitar.
And by the way, worth noting that's 1-2 for Legacy Esports. As a result, and they, as a technical alliance, have won the first 2 years of this event. That brings us to our Martin Sports winning moment. Founded by Scott Martin nearly 10 years ago in the frozen region of Michigan's Upper Peninsula, Martin Sports strives for the best custom apparel for your needs. Whether you need shirts for your office, jerseys for your local sports team, or specially designed apparel for your sim racing group, Martin Sports has you covered. Along with shirts and our team apparel, they also offer gloves specifically crafted for sim racing that are lightweight, breathable, and complete with padded leather palms. Use the code PODIUM to receive 25% off any in-stock racing glove at martinsports906.com, and you can also find them on Facebook at Martin Sports. First race coverage coming up in just a few moments. You're watching the All-American eSports 400 Super Late Models from Nashville.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairground Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to Podium Esports and its coverage of the All-American Esports 400 presented by Martin Sports and its super late model race. 300 laps plus. In the end, it's Trayden Lapcevich who takes home the checkered flag. The Canadian is the second ever winner of this event. Parker Retzlaff comes home in second tonight, with Brian Matthews rounding out the top three. We'll be speaking with those drivers in just a bit. Landon Huffman finished in fourth tonight after leading several laps, while Alex McCollum was the dominant car early. Eventually, he came home in fifth. Theo Langford came home in sixth tonight with Thomas Axum seventh, Luke Baldwin eighth, Hayden Hamlet ninth, and Mark Keatman, give him a shout out, finished in 10th position tonight, Kenneth.
A look behind where Devin Landry started 11th. He finishes 11th here after 300 grueling laps. Ryan Gavel will be behind him in P12. Then 13th will belong to Logan Helton. Good rebound after what was a tough last stint of the race. That will be James Watson. Dylan Bates here, top 15. Jake Sylvia with a couple incidents late will finish P16. Joey Masowicz in the 64 machine will line up 17th. 18th to Carter Russo. 19th to Latham Joyner, who was on his end 3 laps down. And Guillaume Hesnault back to P20.
21st tonight goes to Oliver Cordell, 30 laps down in the end, with Eric Tracy 22nd, Timmy Holmes 23rd, RS Center, Presley Sora, Chris Critchley on top 26. Eric Myers, the reason he finished off the race was technical issues. He finished 27. Jay Jensen, after flipping several times, 28. Howard Davala in 29th. Jonathan Smith, rough night for the 23, 232 laps down. Until the top 30. The rest of the field, they had some rough ones. Edwards, Dillon, and Wright round out the drivers, along with Jacob Harberts, who managed to get disqualified. Preston Forbes on start. But in the end, it's Trayden Lapcevich who comes away with a victory. Last year, he was about a corner of way, having the shot at the checkered flag before a bumping and banging finish. This time around, the strategy turns out right for you, Trayden. How does it feel to win the All-American Esports 400?
It feels great. It's definitely redemption coming so close there last year. The whole podium crew put on a heck of an event. It was great for strategy coming to play like that. Ultimately made the right calls to put ourselves in the right position. Definitely not the fastest car, and you saw there about halfway we got the black flag on the restart, having to get a drive through there. So at that point, I thought my race was done, but I was really happy that I saved the right side tires for the.
It definitely looked very strong, that race car, throughout the night. How was it overall, with how things played out overall?
Starting from 18th, my plan was really always to keep my tires for the end there, because it seems like in these endurance races, the guy with the most tires at the end is the guy that wins the race for sure. So took left sides at the first caution. I thought that was the right call, just to get some fresh rubber on the car, but also save my right sides, because ultimately those were going to be most important. The car was a little loose, so we had to be wary of not spinning the tires too much off the corner, and making sure we would be able to go as long as we wanted to on those right sides.
Terry, I believe, has a question for you, Trayden. Terry?
So, Trayden, you won the guitar. All right. You come out here, you win this guitar. I want to know, what are you going to be playing across the stage?
I'm not much of a guitar player, honestly, but it'll look good in my room for sure.
Well, I think I dropped the ball. I mentioned the prizes.
Yeah.
But
either way, anyone you want to thank for the run tonight?
Yeah, I gotta throw a big thank you to the Reaper Speed Lab, all the guys that pulled down Motorsports, and then definitely Podium, William, and all the guys for putting on this great event. It was awesome to be a part of it, and running these long 300 lap races is great. I just wish I could come to the real one there in a week, but this will have to do.
Congratulations, the run tonight.
Thank you.
Braden Lapsevich takes the checker flag this evening. An interesting night overall and how things played out here. Parker Retzlaff comes home in second. He's with Kent Bueno.
Here at the second place finisher, Parker Retzlaff in the 42 Super Late Model to end this 300 lap feature. Parker, obviously, you got the checkered flag in the Pro Late feature. Seemed good for you, and it seemed good to start this race. Started P8, you were working your way up through the field. It looked solid all the way, but then you guys got shuffled out. You and a handful of leaders were kind of in the mid-pack, and you guys stood there for a while when yellows flew up until the very end. Give us your perspective on how this strategy was and how it felt being in the mid-pack for so long.
Yeah, I mean, it got stuck, and we were just me and Alex, and we were all just stuck right there, and there was nothing happening. We weren't moving forward, we were moving backward, we were just stuck there. So with 40 to go, I was like, I need to try some. I'm either going to finish 8th and just ride here, I can take a strategy that might work, or I might end up the same place I am. So I took tires with 40 to go, and then suddenly it worked out, and I was just driving through the field, just trying to go as quick as I could.
And you definitely got there almost to the race leader, Traden Lapsevich, at the time of the checkered flag. And of course, with you having the freshest tires out of pretty much anybody in the race, was there anything that came to mind about making the move on Lapsevich, or you felt that you were just going to try to do it as cleanly as possible?
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Traden have been really, really good friends for years now. So he would have probably been the last person that I got into that for the win right there. And I wanted to win it cleanly, so if I could have maybe, like, with 2 to go with Ryan, didn't get underneath it on the backs, which I might have had something for Trayton, but it's just I wanted to win the race clean and not take out a teammate and a really close friend for it.
Definitely understandable. I mean, given you guys are going for all the prizes and everything here the All-American eSports 400, but I want to get your thoughts on this whole experience. I mean, this is an event that spawned last year because of the addition of Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway on the iRacing service. It became a staple event in its first year, and now it's coming back around for its second annual edition, and probably going to go for a third and a fourth and a fifth and so on. So for you as a staple in iRacing short track scene, what does this kind of mean as an event for you as a driver in your experience overall?
Yeah, I mean, I had lots of fun. I didn't do it last year. This is the first year of me doing it. I ran all the support races last night, and now I ended with 2 good finishes today during the big day. So it was a really successful weekend for me, and I will definitely be back.
It was a lot of fun, Parker. It was a lot of fun seeing you out on the racetrack, putting it all on the line. And of course, with a Pro Late Model win and a second place in the main Super Late feature, I don't think that's a disappointing short track night at all on the sim. Parker, I want to wish you the congratulations on the finish tonight, and hopefully we get to see you soon, whether it's on a podium broadcast or in the next rendition of the All-American eSports 400.
Thank you, guys. I just have to thank all my people that support me: Ponzi, Iron Horse Loggers, Grill Ads, and everyone who takes care of my real life racing, my sim racing, everyone that supports me. I know my parents are all watching. Everyone who supports and watches all my races, thank you guys.
Best of luck, Parker, and of course, we'll see you in Contender coming November.
Thank you, guys.
Parker Retzlaff, a future eNASCAR Contender iRacing Series, or Road to Pro Contender iRacing Qualifying Series. It's going to be hard for me to get that name right, but he's going to be in the Contender Series nonetheless. We'll step back to P3. Justin, Ryan Matthews is there.
Yes, indeed, and Terry Radford has caught up with Ryan.
Ryan Matthews, 3rd place here tonight in the All-American eSports 400. How did you get there? The strategy played off well, but how did you continuously hold your position?
Yeah, so there's obviously qualified second, started outside pole there, and kind of just rode in second, and I think around lap 90 or so is when everybody started pitting, and I was one of the only ones to stay out, and obviously went that green there, and I was able to hold my position and led quite a few laps there, so it kind of let me know that tires didn't really mean much in this race, and so Obviously, I was about to run out of fuel there around lap 140, and we had a caution, so I decided to come in, fill up, and take right side tires, and came back out there and right around last, and kind of just rode back there for a little bit. Didn't want to, use my equipment up, and we were able to work our way up through the field there, and that was the only time we pitted. So we finished the race on like 160 lap old tires, and I think we would have had it there, but obviously Trayton and Parker took tires, I think around like 260 or something, and just kind of got me a little bit right there. I think they were about a 10th quicker per lap, so I tried to hold him off as much as I could, but Trayton just had such a good run. And
I guess that kind of leads me to my next question right there for you. How did all the cautions kind of help you with your strategy? It played off on the initial start when we had a bunch of cautions. People came to pit. You stayed out. Did the cautions benefit you? You were able to avoid a ton of incidents out there, but it got you to a third place finish.
Yeah, I think the cautions helped me a lot, not only with keeping my position up front, but saving fuel. We actually finished the race on like 0.8 gallons of fuel. So if we had to finish this race out with all the green, white checkers, I probably would not be in third place right now. So it was a risky move for sure. And kind of glad the cautions came when they came, and we were able to hold off for a third place there.
All right, Mr. Matthews, any shout outs out there for your sponsors?
Yeah, I got to thank Pierce Trailers for coming on board this season for the super late model, all my sim racing stuff, and S&M Auto Service, Pendleton Forest Products, James River Nurseries, RM Concrete and Seal Coating, Midnight Performance, Denise Matthews Real Estate for all their support on the real life side, and just got to thank my team, Modic Matthews Racing, for all their help and support. And obviously, can't thank y'all enough for broadcasting this race, and Podium for putting on this race. It's a pretty good race, and definitely be coming back for next year.
All right, Ryan Matthews, congratulations on your third place finish. And Justin Prince, we saw one hell of a show.
That's an understatement and a half tonight. Plenty of battling, plenty of strategy, plenty of cautions, plenty of craziness. And in the end, after 28 cautions, 7 lead changes, it's Trayton Lapcevich who gets the last of them to take home the checkered flag. Kenneth, first things first, your final thoughts. A big victory tonight for Trayton Lapcevich, and as mentioned, redemption to what happened last year to end off the 2020 edition of this race. Kenneth. I believe Kenneth's talking to himself here. Terry, your thoughts.
I think I may have. I think I found the button. But I think redemption, like I said, redemption is, I think, the perfect way to describe tonight, at least from the way you used it. Because I mean, from last year, he had the redemption to win tonight's race, and also throughout the race entirely. Tonight itself, he had the drive-through penalty for the lane change on the restart. He was on the back foot all night long, had to play strategy, and then he found his way up to the front and inevitably won that race with a clean pass on Ryan Matthews. So I think redemption is the perfect word to use, but overall, it was a very big night for all of us. It was a long night. I think everybody can be glad that it finally ended with a winner and at least a great finish.
Quick thoughts, Terry?
Hell of a race. Glad to be here. Can't wait for the next one.
Exciting race, to say the very least. We'd like to thank the sponsors who helped make take part and made everything a success tonight. American eSports 400. We'd like to thank you for watching tonight's action on Podium eSports. For James Pike, Cisco Scaramuza, Gary Sexton, John Theodore at Podium eSports. From our partners in the booth tonight, Kenneth Bueno and Terry Radford. For tonight's producer, Ryan Power, and our camera builder, Dougie Beard, I'm Justin Prince. Thank you so much for watching tonight's broadcast. Congratulations to Trayton Lapcevich, your winner of the 2021 All-American eSports 400 Super Late Model feature. Enjoy the rest of your night.